Well, the light rain has gone to a little more moderate rain, a little gusty winds now coming in onto Coronado Island here. Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow. The flags behind me here on San Diego Bay are definitely a little blowing in the wind as we're seeing more gustier winds come through. We expect that with the more intense rain bands coming through. Trust me, this is not the most intense rain we'll see here in San Diego. But now, Tropical Storm Hilary still remains just offshore of the Baja, but we do expect that center to come through Southern California as we head into this afternoon, making history. The first time since 1939 at some 30,647 days since the last time we had a center of a tropical storm come through here. But this is going to be the biggest threat, most perhaps danger to life is this. The rain coming from the clouds here, while we could see maybe an inch or two or three here in San Diego, city of San Diego and Coronado Island, a little farther east. And you head up in elevation, we could see those numbers perhaps double or triple. And that's the life-threatening rain and the resulting flooding that we know will occur if you get that type of rain in this type of environment. Southern California is a dry, arid type climate this time of the year traditionally, but it's not just here. We're going to see this rain and flood threat continue into Arizona, into Nevada, and even into Northern California. That's the biggest concern, is the heavy rain coming on through. The good news is we're seeing it increase now that the sun is up. We're also seeing it come through on a Sunday and a weekend. And I know it's perhaps the end of summer vacation. I know school is scheduled to start tomorrow in some parts of San Diego. We'll see if that holds true, depending on what the rains with Hilary will bring as we head throughout this day. So, Steph, we're seeing the beginning of Hilary weakening. But again, there's no brakes. We're just taking the foot off the gas. And again, we're tracking the center, but we have a lot of weather well north and south of this center of Hilary. Steph?
Yeah, I mean, Paul, a lot of people, when you hear tropical storm or hurricane, you think coastal. But this actually could be worse for the inland areas. And I want to talk about that because places like Vegas, on average, we get about 0.3 of an inch of rain for all of August. And we could double that, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it doesn't take a lot. 0.5 inch to an inch of rain can cause flooding, can cause those issues. So let's show it to you here into Vegas right now. The winds aren't an issue. Those will come a little bit later, but we're already seeing the rain, and you saw it there at the coast, and we're getting it inland. And so the rain could be really problematic. We do have a high threat of flash flooding that includes Death Valley. There are some closures due to this as well into Death Valley. So if you had plans today to go there, those might have to be adjusted. First time ever we've had a high threat of flash flooding here into Vegas. There's going to be a lot of firsts with this one, a lot of record sets with this one. On and off rain coming through. Some of these stronger thunderstorms could bring some heavy rain as well, and also some gusty winds. Let's talk about those winds, because under Vegas, there's your rainfall total. We could see, again, 0.5 inch to an inch. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it is when you usually get around 0.3 of an inch. Here are the high wind warnings that we have. We're going to have a southeast wind, 25 to 35, gusting to 60, and we could gust even higher, up to 75 miles an hour near Mount Charleston. Charleston Peak is at 12,000 feet, so the higher you go, the gustier the winds will be. Today is the day. Tomorrow, things will be improving for us. Palm Springs, another spot that is going to get some of that heavier rain. For the entire year, we get 4.61 inches. And we could see that in just a matter of days. And so that's why we're worried about the flooding there into Palm Springs. We have Jen Carfagno, also Charles Peak into Palm Springs, watching that. They were sandbagging. They talked to the mayor there that they said even the smallest amount of rain can cause flooding for us here into Palm Springs. We could see winds here also 50, maybe 60 miles an hour into the higher elevations. But look at that. 3-4 inches. And again, for the entire year, 4.61. It's just as mind-blowing.
It is.
That you could get that.
The only thing that I can say that's pretty good for this is the fact that the lakes, like Lake Mead, Havasu, like getting that rain.
Yeah, they can use the rain. And it's moving quickly, which, thank goodness, if this is a slow mover,
would be all bets are off.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at what's going on around the Gulf, because, oh yeah, we could see some development there before it's all said and done. And this could be a good thing, especially around Texas. Southern Texas definitely do need that rain in a drought there, possibly about 2 to 3 inches in some spots there, 1 to 2 in other other areas, but this is the system right there. It is circled. It has about a 50% chance of tropical development over the next 7 days, and you can see where it's going. Yeah, it's headed over towards the east. So Houston, Corpus Christi, you may be getting in on that. Right now, though, it's just a blob, if you will. Kind of disturbed weather is what we're working with at this point, but it will try to get its act together a little bit more with that surge of moisture heading on off towards the east, bringing some much needed rain to the Gulf Coast.
We're taking you to Vegas right now on this Sunday morning, a live look at parts of the Strip here. And yes, even Hilary, now a tropical storm, bringing rain and potential flooding into Nevada, including there in Las Vegas. We talked to someone with the Clark County Flood Control District, and they are concerned with the flooding area there as well, because remember, Vegas, parts of the Mojave Desert, very similar kind of terrain topography as in here in Southern California, especially east of me. I'm in Coronado Island. You have San Diego Bay, the city of San Diego, and then farther east in the county, you have very arid, dry, normal conditions, especially here in August. Now we have Tropical Storm Hilary bringing now lighter rain on Coronado Island, but we had a little batch of heavier rain come through with some gusty winds. The San Diego Bay, it was glass smooth yesterday morning at this time. A little more choppy right now, but the Pacific will have bigger waves coming in, driven by the winds of now Tropical Storm Hilary. But remember, this thing was a powerful Category 4 hurricane a couple of days ago. So these things don't have brakes. They just take their foot off the gas, and it's weakening now. The update at the bottom, just the top of this hour here, was now to a tropical storm from a hurricane, but we still have a lot of moisture, a big rain field still to come into Southern California, into Arizona, into Nevada, into Las Vegas, and bring more life-threatening rain and resulting flash flooding. The messaging has been widespread the last several days for people to prepare and to ride this out. The good news is it's a weekend. Not as many people on the roads. School is about to start in many communities here in Southern California, including San Diego, tomorrow. So people perhaps hopefully finish their last-minute preparations. We've been to certain grocery stores, and they've been packed with people. Some definitely buying, the water, other supplies in case they lose power to have their creature comforts. Others also just buying groceries, also getting stuff ready for the kids back to school. So the messaging has been slow to get out, and people have been slow to respond, but they have been responding as of late, and the messaging is still to stay home. Even phones were going off with alerts, EMS alerts last night, urging people, weather's coming in, to avoid unnecessary travel. We have been noticing some aircraft landing, even there's one behind me here, into the airport here in San Diego. So there definitely are still flights going out, but if you have flights throughout the day in any airport here in the southwestern U.S., you want to check with your carrier, because these weather conditions will be changing and delays will probably be mounting as we head throughout the rest of this Sunday, and they could linger into Monday as well. Steph?
All right, Paul, as we were saying, this is not just a coastal situation. In fact, much of the flooding could be inland. We want to take you to the city of Barstow that lies about 2,000 feet above sea level. That's the other thing, is all the elevation we have here in Southern California. This is an inland empire, and we have a particularly high flood threat developing. The high terrain, the burn scars, that can just funnel the water down into inhabited areas. And that's one of the biggest issues we're worried about, is the flooding with this. So dry in those deserts. And really, we're in the dry season of Southern California. Literally, Los Angeles for the month of August, that's 0.00 inches of rain on average for the month. That's how dry it is usually.
Right. And then you're talking about all this rain, 5 to 8 inches possibly, maybe even 3 to 5. This is really like jaw-dropping.
It is. You can see a year's worth of rain in some of the deserts here, like Palm Springs. We've never had a high risk for flash flooding in Nevada on record. And notice how this goes all the way inland, even up into Idaho. There's that potential for flooding.
Exactly. You had that through tomorrow, but also as we head into your Tuesday as well. So you definitely have to be on guard even as we go into Montana. So Butte's like, oh, I'm in on this as well.
What's pretty wild is we have this big ridge in the center of the country causing heat, and the clockwise flow around that is helping direct this system up and over. And it actually goes through the northern tier and ends up in the northeast, the energy from this system. So it's pretty wild. But back to the west, those flood watches extend from California, Arizona, all the way northbound into Idaho.
Exactly. And so when we're talking about flooding, a big concern, turn around, don't drown. But if somehow you get caught in your vehicle, which you probably should not be in the vehicle. Definitely need to stay at home.
Well, in the first place, let's not get there, right?
Exactly. You know, but if you do, make sure you stay in the vehicle because, again, you can get swept away. Only 6 inches of fast-moving water can do that.
Yeah, that's right. And we do have the threat for thunderstorms as well, with these cells coming around and tornadoes too. You're not used to this either. Tornado condition index. I know we've had a couple tornadoes out here, but it's a 3 out of 10. And you might say, well, that's low on the scale, Steph. But all it takes is one over your house to wipe it out.
Exactly. America's weekend depends on weather, and we're bringing you continuous coverage as Tropical Storm Hilary closes in. You can keep up with the latest on this rare tropical threat to the West Coast with our streaming app and a special Hilary live stream from live storm locations to updated wind speed measurements. This stream will help keep you safe.
Baja California is right in the thick of it with severe wind and rain hammering the region. One man has died after his vehicle was swept away in floodwaters, although rescue teams were able to save the 4 other people in the car. The Mexican Navy has deployed almost 3,000 troops in the region and earlier helped evacuate 850 people from vulnerable islands off of the coast. And I will say Los Angeles County does have their rescue teams at standby, ready to go if needed here. But it's not just something we have to worry about here at the coast. This is going to be an inland event, especially with the winds. We've got high wind warnings. We're talking 60, 70 mile an hour winds, high wind advisories, gusts up to 55 miles an hour with that. Everything is still pretty calm this morning here into Southern California, Arizona, Nevada. But look at the tropical storm force winds creeping in, especially as we head into the afternoon hours. That's when we have the biggest threat for those winds to come in. And that is going to potentially cause some power outages here. It's going to cause issues if you are driving through those higher elevations because the winds are going to get stronger the higher you go. They squeeze in between the mountains. And today is the day. Tomorrow things will be improving. Rip current risk. I know Southern California known for surfing, but I'll tell you what, Orange County, large breaking waves 4 to 7 feet, occasionally sets to 8 feet, particularly north of Newport Harbor. San Diego County, waves breaking 3 to 6 feet for us here, and we can see them also a little bit higher here into San Diego County as well. Notice that the waves coming in as this thing is falling apart, then we will see the waves go down. By the way, in San Diego County, the waves are expected to be highest north of Carlsbad, so we will continue to watch that. But today is the day. Stay out of the water. We will see improving conditions as we head into tomorrow, but we're going to see all those double red flags, Lynette.
All right, Steph. And tropical moisture currently off the top of the Florida Peninsula will quickly track west over the Gulf of Mexico. So whether or not it actually turns into a tropical system, we're going to be dealing with some heavy downpours to places like Corpus Christi, as well as other areas of coastal and South Texas this week. So right now, it's still looking quite hot out there. We actually do need that moisture, right? And that moisture is going to help cool things off a bit and also try to help relieve this drought situation that we have going on. So tropical systems sometimes really can be a good thing. We can see 2 to 3 inches going on there around Corpus Christi through time, but this is the system that's going to do it. Very disorganized at this point, and this will continue to work its way on off towards the west. It does have about a 50% chance of becoming tropical before it's all said and done. But again, whether it becomes tropical or not, we are going to be dealing with the moisture. I will say this, let's hope that it's not tropical because it will change things, meaning we don't want the wind. We just want the rain, right? So if it just stays non-tropical, we'll be okay. We can see plenty of thunderstorms around the peninsula of Florida as of now, but there's that big surge of moisture again, continuing to work its way on off towards the east, watching for that tropical development. The reason why we don't want the tropical development again is because we don't need those winds. But yes, we'll take all the moisture that we can get across Texas because we definitely do need it. Steph?
As we near the peak of hurricane season, those in hurricane-prone areas know how important it is to be prepared before, during, and after a storm. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf talks with one lifelong Florida resident who decided to install a standby generator and just in the nick of time.
Rex, hard to believe the last time we were here, we were talking about you installing this generator, and who knew that you'd be tested this quickly in the same season?
Well, not me, because you may not even get a hurricane during the season, but we had one. A month later, Ian came up, and it was a wicked storm, as everybody knows.
We have breaking news. We now have a landfall of Hurricane Ian.
first trial of our Generac generator. We lost the electric, and this is the first time the generator firing up. Oh! I never lost my electric. 15 seconds, that was it. And I'm back online. AC was on.
Here is the eye.
I was back watching the position of where the hurricane was, and it's great. It's awesome. I've gotten used to all my comforts, and I like my comforts. You can ask my cats, because what do you do with cats? I got 3 cats. Where am I supposed to take them? They're at home. They're sitting in my lap in the air conditioning, enjoying it, watching the Weather Channel with me. I don't know if you can hear in the background, but I have electric when nobody else does. So I walked outside, generator's running, and I looked around and saw it was all black. And I was looking at it, there was no lights, no lights. And then I saw my house.
It's like it's on fire inside.
The lights, every window was lit up. I mean, a bright white light. Look at that, you know? It was a nice thing to see.
But it's more than just power inside the home, right? It keeps you connected to the outside world.
And we were able to call because we can now talk between each other. We can email each other.
Okay, Rex, the power goes out. How does that start working?
Propane. You want to see it?
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. So that's it, underground?
That's it. It's all underground.
Now, how big of a tank are we talking about?
It's a 500-gallon tank.
And that lasts how long?
Oh, a lot of days. Many, many, many days. Lasted our whole event.
So, Rex, all of this together, it's the power of security, isn't it?
You're 100% prepared. I'm not fearful of anything that comes towards me now. I'm ready for it. I know what's going to happen. It's happened already, and it was just wonderful.
Brightness all the way to the horizon.
All the way. All the way.
Are you tired?
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist live in Southern California. I'm on Coronado Island. Across the San Diego Bay is the city of San Diego. We've been dealing with rain since about midnight last night, and we're seeing some waves of rain, also followed by perhaps waves of no rain. But the bottom line is this is Hilary, the beginning of this push of moisture from Hilary, not only here in San Diego, but all of Southern California and also areas east of here where it becomes more of a desert type of environment. And that is really a big concern for flash flooding. But even coastal areas here, even up through Los Angeles and Long Beach, they're concerned for the flooding and all the dangers that Hilary is bringing. And in fact, we heard from someone from Long Beach just yesterday about what they're preparing for with the push of Hilary.
It's really kind of learning a lot from other either areas in the nation that are used to these type of things. Like I know we've communication with people like more in Texas on the East Coast because they are used to preparing for hurricanes on a yearly basis, right? It's a seasonal thing. It's new for us, but you have to rely on your partners to learn from them, but also whatever we can do to prepare.
Yeah, so tropical storms, hurricanes, not an everyday occurrence here in Southern California. In fact, the last time we had a tropical storm move into Southern California, 1939. So nearly 84 years ago. It'll be 84 years next month. So this is something new. So they do reach out to other states across the Gulf Coast, the Atlantic, well, unfortunately, yearly, maybe multiple times a year, deal with this tropical threat here. But this is a very unique threat because of the rain and the topography, the geography of the area. But also, I guess the only saving grace is a couple of things. It's happening during the day, the big push of it. It's also happening on a weekend. It's also happening Months after a very rainy winter. Winter is the traditional rainy season here across much of California. And yes, they're kind of used to this because of the flooding they had just months ago. But the difference, Steph, is it's a tropical air mass. It is much warmer than they see perhaps in the February storms or January storms, but also it has the potential of bringing heavy rain now on the lee side or the east side of the mountains versus the west side. So it's also opening up a whole new terrain to the potential of heavy rain, flooding, and mudslides, which can easily happen, especially in the burn areas. Just here in the county alone, the last 3 years, there's some 3 big wildfires that scarred parts of this county. Steph?
And I want to talk about that in a minute, but Paul, you mentioned those temperatures, and I feel like our average high is like low 70s, and our temperatures with this coming in are going to be mid to upper 70s. So we'll probably be a little bit above average with this too.
But also, it's really the humidity levels, Steph, where, dew points in the mid 60s, kind of common, but we're talking upper 60s, low 70s. That just makes the air feel warmer. And then with the rain as well, it's not something they see every day. Typically, if it's raining here, it's in the 50s. The dew points might be in the 50s as well. It's a cold winter rain, but this is a warm tropical rain. If you just pop someone up here, they could not guess that the air they're feeling today in San Diego is in San Diego. It's just an atypical type of weather event for us. That's why, again, we're covering it. And also, that's why it's historic as well as life-threatening for this time of the year in this part of the country. Steph?
That's true, and we want to now send it over to Lynette to talk about how those mountains, usually the moisture comes in off the Pacific, squeezes out on the west side of the mountains, and then it's super dry over in Coachella and places like that, Lynette. But now the rain's coming in from the other direction.
Exactly. And with this, we are going to really bust what's been going on in terms of our yearly rainfall around Palm Springs, California. So in 3 days, that total could be up to about 3 to 5 inches. So yes, we will break that as we go through the rest of today. We can see why, because look at the influx of moisture that will continue to move in across Palm Springs. It is definitely going to be a doozy of rain. When you're seeing the yellows and those oranges there, that's some heavy rain coming in. Not only around Palm Springs, we're going to be seeing that around San Bernardino as well. This goes through the rest of this afternoon into your late tonight, into your overnight tomorrow morning. San Bernardino, you're still going to be in the thick of things. And then finally throughout the day, we'll start to wrap things up. But before it's all said and done, look at all this rain through tomorrow in the yellows here as we head off towards the west of San Bernardino. 5 inches in some spots here. Let's head over towards San Diego, where we look at the record August rainfall coming in at 2.13 inches. And once again, that 3-day total, 1 to 2 inches. So yes, we could break this too as we go through time. Again, lots of moisture coming in. We're seeing this around Ramona, over towards San Diego, Tijuana, all this getting in on some heavy rain. Stay tuned.
My late father-in-law lived a new cat parent.
Hilary, now a tropical storm as it's still moving closer and closer to making landfall as we head later this morning, and eventually that center moving here into Southern California, also creating history. It's also going to bring some life-threatening rain and flooding as well. Good Sunday morning. Welcome to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, live in Coronado Island in the San Diego area of Southern California, and we are still under a tropical storm warning. Hilary now downgraded to a tropical storm, but that's just taking your foot off the gas. It is still a powerful weather system and a pretty large encompassing weather system, bringing with it gusty winds. More than a couple hundred miles north of me, winds have been gusting 40 plus miles per hour. Still bringing a lot of rain, potentially maybe a half a foot of rain in a part of the country that can quickly cause flooding with even half that amount of rain. And we are just beginning to feel the winds and the rain coming on shore. Yes, there's also a coastal and a surf issue, but it's going to be the wind, but really the rain and the flooding that could threaten a lot more lives all across the southwestern U.S., not just a California thing. And welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in San Diego. Back in the studio in Atlanta, we have meteorologist Lynette Charles, as well as Stephanie Abrams joining us this morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Paul. On behalf of both of us and the entire crew here at the Weather Channel, we have all eyes focused. Of course, that center of this system is still just offshore, not making landfall just yet, but we're already feeling the effects here into the southwestern U.S. It will continue to weaken. It's now a tropical storm, Hilary, but it'll continue to weaken as it interacts with the land and also those cooler water temperatures. Moving very fast, though. We have 22 million people are under tropical storm warnings right now.
Exactly. And this storm could unleash an excessive rainfall, fierce winds, triggering high and rough surf for the coast, inland, and first ever high risk of flooding for the state of Nevada, which could lead to potentially catastrophic flooding, and high wind warnings are in effect for a chunk of the West.
You think tropical entity, you think coastal system, but look at where we have the biggest issues. Some of those are going to be inland for us here in the lower 48.
Yeah, and unfortunately, so far, at least one person has died. It was a man. Hilary continues pressing into the West Coast. According to reports, one person in Santa Rosalia, Mexico, drowned after a vehicle was swept away by an overflowing stream. The Southwest is on alert for more life-threatening rain and catastrophic flooding for today. And millions of people in Southern California have been doing their best to prepare for the impacts of this historic storm, from filling sandbags to swarming the supermarkets. And as we head through the rest of today, conditions are going downhill as strong winds, heavy rain fuel dangerous surf and also flash flooding, Steph.
Now let's talk about where it is right now. And again, still just off the coast. Landfall, it's going to be a tricky one to pick when these things parallel the coast, because for landfall, you need the absolute center of circulation to go over land, not just the side of it, but the absolute center to go over land. But it doesn't really matter where it makes landfall, because this thing has wide-reaching effects. We're already seeing the showers. We're already seeing some of those wind gusts come in. It's currently at 70 miles an hour here as a tropical storm, but look how fast it's moving. 25 miles an hour. That is very fast for a tropical entity. And notice that that cloud cover extends all the way up here past Nevada, as it is already, and the rain has already started to come down for us. Lots of moisture, tropical moisture. We have humid air here in Southern California. Like, what is going on? What is this humidity? We're used to that dry air. Rainfall extending all the way up into Montana from this thing already, and we will continue to see more. Today is the day that we will see the gustiest winds and that heaviest rain coming in for us. It's spreading through Vegas, where we typically get 0.3 of an inch for the entire month. And so we already have some issues here. Look at Snelling, 62-mile-an-hour gusts. California Highway Patrol, we have rocks and debris already, so we'll have more reports coming in. These are those tropical storm warnings. That means winds 39 to 73 miles an hour within 36 hours while we're in it. It's 36 hours or less, and we are in it for us here. So heavy rainfall, that's going to be grabbing the headlines. And then we have our tropical storm conditions, and then large swells. We'll talk more about this and just how high the surf is going to get out there. Let's talk more about this. Someone who is right there on the water, Paul Goodloe in Southern California. He's just miles away from the San Diego Metro in Coronado, California. And Paul, aren't they closing the beaches there into Southern California with this system coming through today?
Yeah, the beaches here in San Diego County, north into Orange County, have been closed because of the threats there. And, you know, surfers are loving this. This huge hurricane creates, or many hurricanes across the Eastern Pacific, they create these waves that the surfers love, but you got to have experience there. Now, a lot of people also vacation. It's a beautiful part of the country, typically in August, to vacation, kind of end up your summer vacation, beautiful weather. Very rarely rains in this time of the year in this part of California. So there are a lot of visitors who are really concerned about. The lifeguards are being pulled off the beaches, some lifeguard stands as well. So that is definitely a concern. But Hilary is also bringing the winds. It's also bringing the rain as well. But it doesn't just stop here in San Diego. It continues into Los Angeles. They've been dealing with quite a bit of wind and rain in L.A. And earlier we were listening in on a press conference with the mayor of L.A., Mayor Bass, and she had these words to say.
Right now, again, it is critical that Angelenos stay safe and stay home unless otherwise directed by safety officials. Avoid unnecessary travel. If you do not need to be on the road, please don't get in your car. Make sure your emergency kit and essential devices are on hand, and ensure that all of your devices are charged.
You know, and here in Southern California, the kind of the population corridor is pretty close to the coast, say within 50 miles or so of the coast. Then you head from the Mexican border all the way into maybe up towards, say, San Luis Obispo. That's where the crux of the population center is. But you go farther inland, where also some of the heavy rain will be falling throughout the day and this afternoon and tonight. You don't have as much of a population density. You do have some locations and some towns and some cities like Palm Springs, Palm Desert, those communities. And they're also at a much higher risk because they're in a much more dry, arid conditions that don't do well with heavy rain. Now, again, even San Diego and LA doesn't do well with heavy rain, but those areas, the risk actually grow exponentially with this. So we could see heavier rain. The models are predicting heavier rain inland. And that is life-threatening, and it also pushes into cities like Las Vegas and other states, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, even Oregon. It's amazing, Lynette, that a lot of people, and we see this no matter where we have a potential landfall, they're always concerned about where that center's going. But again, these are big weather systems, weather fields, wind, but also this time a huge rain field coming into an area that does not do well with heavy rain at all. Lynette?
All right, Paul. Yeah, I can see that your hood is up as of now. It looks like that's going to be more of the trend as this system gets a little bit closer and closer, making landfall. All right, so new video showing the river in Santa Ana, California is starting to fill up as tropical moisture from Hilary starts to funnel in across Southern California and the Southwest. As Hurricane Hilary continues pressing into the West Coast, more than 29 million people are under active flood alerts for today. We're going to be dealing with plenty of those alerts, and we can see the flood watch. And look how they extend. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Southern California and even over off towards Arizona and even around Vegas area. This is going to extend further on off to the north, and we're going to pick this up even as we work our way in through Idaho. So this is something that we do have to be on alert for. When we're talking about flood watches, that means that conditions are favorable for flooding, and that's exactly what we have. When you have these rainfall amounts here, you're going to expect flooding. When you have these rainfall amounts in this part of the country, you're going to expect some flooding here. Look at this, 5 to 8 inches there in pockets of the orange coloring. Then we do have this big swath of the yellow there. That's 3 to 5 inches. And then even as we surge on off towards the north and east, we could pick up possibly maybe 2 to 3 inches, 1 to 2 before it's all said and done. And look at the flash flooding. It is high in these areas. And this is not like we see this across different parts of the nation, right? But when we come over towards Southern California and places like Nevada, yeah, we hardly ever get this. This is so rare, and rare is going to be the word that we use a lot because this is a rare situation with Hilary, and it's prompting rare flood alerts across the area. So here, once again, is that flood watch for you again, how it extends all the way on up to the north there and extends all the way back off towards the east. That's going to be the name of the game. So because we have the flood watches, we have to watch for the flash flood warnings because that could happen at any point. Dangerous flash flooding is happening or will happen soon. So this means some roads will be flooded, homes and businesses may flood, and this is why we tell you to stay off the roadways. If you can just stay inside while this is going on, that's going to be your best bet. Then we talk about that flash flood emergency, and this is, again, that rare situation that we could see catastrophic damage from a flash flood. It's happening now or will happen soon, and severe threat to human life is going to happen with a flash flood emergency. So we don't have any type of flash flood warnings or that flash flood emergency quite yet, but it sure is possible with all this flooding that we're going to see. Don't get in your vehicle. So you won't get caught in your vehicle if you don't get in your vehicle. If you can just stay home, that's definitely going to be the best thing. But if some reason you do have to get out, and sometimes emergencies do happen, if you do get in your vehicle, make sure you don't get out. Just stay in the vehicle because, again, 6 inches of fast-moving water can sweep you right off your feet, Steph.
Now, Hilary is going to cause not only flooding, but also a wind concern. You see that elevation there and the San Clemente? Yeah, you see the higher elevation. The higher you go, the stronger the winds, and the winds can get funneled in between the mountains there, causing major hazards. So that's something that we'll continue to look at. This is a live look, by the way, of San Clemente. We have high surf advisories. Wind gusts here could actually gust up to 40 miles an hour. Now, I was just looking at the visible satellite, and I'll tell you that center is just offshore from Mexico. So it looks like it'll probably make its original landfall here into Mexico. If it does, this will be only really the second time we've had a tropical storm in Southern California since 1997 when Nora came through. San Diego, Palm Springs, Los Angeles were all affected. Notice the winds in the interior, California state parks, temporary closing beaches in Orange, San Diego counties. High wind warnings mean gusts up to 60, even 70 miles an hour. And the high wind advisory means gusts up to 55 miles an hour. So watch for trees coming down, high profile vehicles, be really careful here. Right now things are quiet, but as we head into the afternoon, that's when we will get those tropical storm force winds coming into Southern California. And remember, we have the Santa Ana Mountains at 5,600 feet, San Gabriel Mountains at 10,000 feet, Santa Monica Mountains going up 3,000 feet, and Mount Laguna just to the east here of San Diego at 5,700 feet. With that said, these wind gusts are going to be a lot higher. We've already seen 70, 80 mile an hour wind gusts actually into Southern California, and it's only going to get worse as that day goes on. But remember, elevation is going to be key. And if you happen to be like right where the wind comes around a mountain or right in between, you have to really, the topography makes a huge deal for us into Southern California. By tomorrow, this is all going to be out of here, but today is going to be the worst day. Rip current risks all along the beach here. And then, of course, we have those wave heights up to about 8 feet. That's what we'll see off of San Diego County, even in a little bit north of that. But again, this thing's falling apart as it's coming in, thankfully, or otherwise those wave heights would be a whole heck of a lot bigger. Today is the day. Tomorrow, it might be messy, Lynette, in the morning, but things will be improving as we head throughout the day. Well, that's some good news there. But again, today, guys, stay out of the water. And we've been dealing with the rain off and on through Southern California this morning. But you know what? We're in the virtual view of LA at this point, and it is pouring. And this is what's going to be happening as we go a little bit later into today. But it's just a fraction of what you're seeing right now. We're going to be dealing with strong winds, flash flooding, and dangerous surf. And that could lead to some power outages, evacuations, emergency rescues as Hilary continues to track on off to the northwest. So here it is right here. Here we continue to get in on some of that rain. And you're starting to see a few pockets of that moderate rain where you're looking at the yellows there. In terms of the winds, they're starting to pick up a little bit, but nothing that we can't handle. Again, remember, you're so used to the Santa Ana winds, but all in all, the winds will start to pick up as well. So we'll be talking about tropical storm force winds, but the flash flooding is definitely going to be the calling card. The heavy rain that we're going to be seeing, we're going to go from high to likely, just depending upon where you are. Palm Springs, you are going to be in that high threshold there, as we will have plenty of rain continuing to move through the day. So you'll see rounds and rounds, really no breaks in this. We'll do it all again over towards San Bernardino as well. You see that big batch of yellow moving across that area there. And this is why we're telling you too, don't get in your car, don't drive. You can see the interstates are going to be inundated with plenty of that rain coming down across the area. Really not drying out so much until we head into your tomorrow morning. Things start to look a little bit better there. So the rain to come, look at this as we look around Palm Springs, 3 inches, 4 inches in some spots there, and maybe even some areas higher than that, especially the further to the north you go across the mountains, the deserts as well, as again, what goes up must come down. And this is what we have right here around Lancaster. Look at the winds right now, sustained about 15 miles an hour, but look at that big batch of rain in between LA and also Lancaster. So it's going to be a rough go of it in terms of this rain and also the wind. Flash flooding will go in through your tomorrow, and we're going to continue to watch what's going around LA. So your trip possibly to LA to Palmdale is not going to be that beautiful drive that you're used to seeing. It's going to be a dangerous drive, so don't do it. Steph? We've got much more ground to cover as we continue tracking Tropical Storm Hilary. On Weekend Recharge, our team of meteorologists are bringing you the latest on Hurricane Hilary all weekend long. Stick with us as we have our extended live coverage today through Monday. Plus, you can listen to the weather channels. Live coverage of Hilary, just download the app, free Odyssey app. Coming up next, Paul Goodlow live from San Diego.
Amazon has great deals on everything kids need. Instead of spending more, he spent less.
Seemed obvious.
Why would a person spend more money?
He's 8 and he gets it.
I'm 10.
Well, that's less impressive.
So many hotels.
Trouble booking the family vacay? Come on. Comfort does free hot breakfast for the whole fam.
They have waffles.
And splendid pools. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Listen up, you dogs with allergic itch. Today's talking lesson is just one word. Apoquel. Apoquel.
You can't teach your itchy dog to talk, so talk to your vet about Apoquel. Apoquel is for the control of allergic itch in dogs. Do not use Apoquel in dogs with serious infections. Apoquel may increase the chances of developing serious infections and may cause existing parasitic skin infections or pre-existing cancers to worsen. New neoplasias have been observed.
I'm glad we speak the same language.
Ask your vet for Apoquel.
School is...
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Hilary, now a tropical storm still moving towards its landfall across the Baja of California into Mexico, but that center will still move into California, and there's still potential for that center to move even into Nevada as we head on towards tonight and tomorrow. Yeah, we're talking it still could be a potential tropical storm as well. Right now, we're in the mid-70s here in San Diego with more light to moderate rain, waves from time to time. In a few minutes, we've had zero rain at all, but we're also feeling the wind increase a bit. It also is an element of Hilary. You can see San Diego Bay behind me. It's a little more choppier, far choppier than it was yesterday at this time. We're out here. It was like water skiable. In fact, we saw people on paddle boards out here yesterday. Today, I think we've seen maybe one or two boats go by. Also, San Diego home to a huge naval presence. Both we have naval bases. We have Naval Air Station even here on Coronado Island. And they've been doing their best to prepare for this. They got a lot of ships leave yesterday and last night to ride this storm out to sea, even submarines pushing on out. A lot of the naval aircraft that could not leave are being hunkered down into the hangars just to keep them safe from the element and things blowing through with Hilary as well. But it's that rain which is still encompassing here, San Diego, pushing into Los Angeles. But it's the areas east of here which become more arid in their nature, which means they don't do well with heavy rain. That's a concern, as well as there are numerous burn scars or areas that have had wildfires over the last several years. Yes, this winter record-setting rain really took a chunk out of the drought across California, but it's also coming on the heels of about a decade of well below average rainfall and snow, which also we had years of record-setting wildfires across the West. So we still have those burn scars that aren't going to regrow overnight. So, Steph, that's also a big concern, is those areas in particular, when you have heavy rain, could cause some big concerns for debris and mudslides as we add an inch or even 2 or 3 inches of rain from Hilary, which is still coming as we head throughout the day. Steph?
Right, so there's two different situations going on. We have those scars that you mentioned, then we have just dry, arid deserts, both of which could have the same outcome, which would be flooding, and there could be slides. And Vegas is one of those spots that doesn't typically get a lot of rain in August. This is a dry season for Southern California. In Vegas, we averaged 0.3 of an inch of rain. That is not a lot of rain, and we are expecting perhaps twice that to fall. So this is how much rain we typically get for the month of August. By the way, LA averages 0.00 inches for the month of August. So that's why we do have that threat for flash flooding. Death Valley, there are some closures there. I know there are some closures at some of the national parks too. So if you did have plans to go to a national park today, I would check ahead because you might run into some difficulties there. Rain coming in through the day. Today is going to be the worst day for the rain and the wind. Tomorrow, things will start improving from south to north as everything just races off to the north. Vegas, I know this might not look like a lot to see a ½ inch of rain, but when you typically get 0.3 for the whole month, if you get a ½ inch in a short amount of time, that is a big time deal. Winds will get worse as we head through the afternoon hours. And then, of course, we have Mount Charleston, where we could see wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour. In Vegas, we're talking 25, 35, and some of those gusts could be higher than that. Mount Charleston, by the way, the peak going up to 12,000 feet. Obviously, you're going to have higher winds the higher you go because there's less friction involved. So that's something we'll watch for here. Now, places like Palm Springs, we are under a very high risk for flash flooding. We average 4.61 inches for the entire year. And if this holds and the rain keeps coming in on the east side, then we could have significant issues into Palm Springs. We do have mountains here too. And usually what happens is our systems come in from the west. They hit the mountains. They rain out here on the west side. And that's why Palm Springs is so dry, because everything rains out. We're in a rain shadow. But with the rain coming in from this direction, it's going to bang up against the mountains and could all flood down into Palm Springs. So this is something we'll be watching very closely, Lynette.
All right. And Steph, this is why I say that the weather is so relative, because an inch in one spot is nothing, but is a lot in another spot.
Yeah, and how quickly it falls too, right?
Exactly. All right, let's talk about what's going on right now, because we do have a system that could get itself together, right? Back off into the Gulf, headed in that way. And with that, it could actually bring some much needed rain to southern Texas. That will be a good thing, as we can see possibly 2 to 3 inches in the darker colors here, possibly maybe about 1 to 2 inches in some other spots. We will take whatever we can get, because again, we are in a drought situation here. This is the disturbed weather that I'm talking about that will continue to work its way on off towards the west. They are headed off towards Texas. Again, right now, not well organized, bringing a few thunderstorms down off towards Florida. But all in all, we'll watch the 7-day development of this area.
Taking to Vegas on this Sunday morning here, where, we're seeing some rain outside the Fremont experience here in downtown Las Vegas. You too, from now Tropical Storm Hilary, and just like the rest of the desert Southwest, it is the desert Southwest. Now, Las Vegas is part of the Mojave Desert area, and deserts don't do well with water. And this time of the year, we could perhaps blow the monthly totals in some areas, perhaps a year's worth of rain, record-setting rain with this tropical entity called Nora. Now, the center is still offshore, but the weather with Nora, the rain with Nora, is already pushing well into Utah and even Idaho, even Montana. That's how widespread this weather will be. Here in Southern California, I'm on Coronado Island here in San Diego. We, too, are dealing with this and some more moderate rain coming on through right now. And with the rain, usually with a stronger wind gust coming in. And while winds will definitely be an issue with this, the higher up you go in elevation, the stronger the winds will be. So that's where we can see perhaps some tropical storm, maybe even hurricane force wind gusts as we head across the mountains of Southern California as we head on through today and also tonight. But that rain, you can see it also moving all across the region. Surf is up in many locations. Rip current risk is elevated. We're talking super high because this storm, storm Hilary, used to be a hurricane, Category 4 hurricane. So the energy is still out there, the winds from that creating the waves, which are still kind of moving towards the west coast. The cooler cooler water of the Pacific helping to weaken Hilary, but it's still bringing that rain on through here. And there's never a good time, Steph, to have a hurricane or tropical storm, but to have it on a weekend and have it during the day is probably the best time to have it. So people, hopefully can sit this one out at home. There's still people we know that have to work on Sunday, have to work even tonight, second, third shift. They need to be especially aware as they travel out there that water can rise quickly where this heavy rain is falling. And that's a traditionally kind of dry and arid desert landscape here in the Southwest. Steph?
Paul, we just saw a video when you were talking of a cruise ship going through the water, and I was like, oh, I hope they're coming into port and not going out, because this is definitely going to kick up the surf out there in the Pacific Ocean. Let's take you inland, though, to Barstow, which lies about 2,000 feet above sea level and is located high up in California's Inland Empire. We've got a particularly high flood threat developing here. The high terrain, burn scars, that could help funnel some water down to more inhabited areas as well. Flooding could be a big issue inland with this system.
Yeah, and the vegetation, it takes so long for the vegetation to grow back, if it even does. And because of this, we do have plenty of rain that's going to continue to add up. Look at this, 5 to 8 inches in some spots, 3 to 5. But the biggest thing is the fact of how far this goes.
Yeah, you think of hurricanes, you think of tropical storms, you think coastal. But this is going to be an inland event. The first time we've had a high risk for flash flooding here into Nevada. And as Lynette mentioned, look at those advisories. Even into tomorrow, a huge chunk of the West still has that potential for flooding here.
Exactly. So tomorrow and even into Tuesday, we'll see more of the same down off towards Missoula, around Boise, even Cedar City. Vegas, you're still in on this as we go into your Tuesday. So, you talked about things going inland, but this is more of the trend now when you start to see some of these tropical systems more farther inland. A lot of people, like you said, think it's the coast, but it's not.
No, and we've had that on the East Coast all the way into like the Ohio Valley and inland in the Northeast. We've had issues. So I know we're not used to it here. We had a very wet winter, and we are going to see more of that rain coming in for us here. So, go to the highest level of your building when it comes to the flooding here. Do not get caught in your vehicle. All you need is 6 inches of swiftly moving water to knock you off your feet, 2 feet of swiftly moving water to float and move a car.
Yeah, and when we talk about tropical systems, they also can spin up tornadoes.
Yeah,
so we do have the potential for some strong and severe thunderstorms here. We can see there in the red shaded coloring here. Again, they're not like your supercells, but still a tornado, we don't want those.
No, and we have a 3 out of 10 on our Torcon. Another thing you're not used to. You're not used to the tropical entities. You're not used to the tornadoes. And yes, a 3 might be low on the scale, but all you need is one tornado, and we could get them here over your house to wipe it out.
Exactly. So watch as this goes into motion. We'll start to see, again, plenty heavy rain moving over Bakersfield. Again, rain extending all the way off to the north. This is on your Monday morning, so it's going to be a rough go of it for sure, Steph.
Yeah, things are going to be improving, though, from south to north as this system races off into Canada and into the northern tier.
America's weekend depends on weather, and we're bringing you continuous coverage as Tropical Storm Hilary closes in. You can keep up with the latest on the rare tropical threat to the West Coast with our streaming app and a special Hilary live stream from live storm locations to updated wind speed measurements. This stream will help keep you safe if you're in the storm's path. Download today.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, live in Southern California and San Diego County here, San Diego Bay behind me, and the city of San Diego, where the rain has become more steady over the last few minutes here. This is all the moisture coming in with now Tropical Storm Hilary. But it's not just here in San Diego. It continues north of us into Los Angeles, all into even the desert areas, including cities like Palm Springs, California. Let's bring in the mayor, Mayor Gardner of Palm Springs this morning, and talk about the unique threats that people have there. And again, major population centers usually along the coast, but as you head a little farther inland, like Palm Springs, you're talking there's a lot of people there in Palm Springs, a lot of real estate, a lot of beautiful golf courses as well. But unfortunately with Hilary, you're going to have a lot of rain, and the flood risk also going sky high there.
That's correct. We do get a lot of flooding, even from an inch or two of rain. It tends to close down some of the major arteries into our city. So that is our main concern at this time. And we have video of this flood almost like wall or protection system that we have. Is not very pretty, but it looks like it's pretty effective because it looks like it's right at the foothills of the mountains. Can you describe to our viewers who aren't familiar with that city, the Palm Springs area and the Coachella Valley, what's going on there? Because you have beautiful golf courses, but also there are some pretty tall mountains around, and this is definitely kind of an arid desert type climate.
We're surrounded by mountains in Palm Springs and in the Coachella Valley. And so that means that all of the rainfall that we're expecting on the mountains can run off into the city. So we'll be dealing with rain on our own in the city, but then also that runoff from the mountains. And that's what causes this particular damage and is really scary for us. In 2019, we did have flooding from about 4 inches of rain. So we have at least an understanding of what can happen in our city when we do get a large amount of rain. And so we're prepared for swift water rescues. We're prepared for evacuations should that be necessary. We're trying to take all proper precautions at this time.
And what's the pulse of the residents there? Because even here in San Diego, even up till yesterday, people were not aware that Hilary was going to impact this area. What about people there in Palm Springs, as well as residents, and also people, it's a vacation destination as well, are tourists made aware of the threats from Hilary?
We have been letting our residents know all week, as well as our tourists know, that Hilary is coming. And we distributed 60,000 sandbags at our fire stations, and we had over 300 tons of dirt at our city hall, and people were filling up sandbags all day on Friday and all day on Saturday. There was just a really strong sense of community there. I was out there helping residents all day yesterday, and people kept coming back to help their neighbors, to bring sandbags to other people that they knew in the community. So I think everyone is taking this very seriously, and they're prepared for whatever might come.
All right, that's great information. Thank you so much for your time. And we know you've been busy. That's Mayor Garner from city of Palm Springs out there in the beautiful Coachella Valley. Also a concern because they don't see that much rain, and they're just on the other side of the coastal range here, which typically it's a little drier. Even with the same western storm systems, atmospheric rivers that come into the immediate west coast, they're a little drier as they move across the mountains. But with the flow, the circulation with Hilary, we're going to see some of that moisture come in from the east, pushing towards the west. And that's why they're at risk, and other communities like even Las Vegas at risk from this as well. So, Lynette, we're just beginning to see this rain push into areas here, which is keeping a lot of people, millions of Americans, on edge as we head throughout the rest of this Sunday. Lynette?
Yeah, Paul, all you can do is hope that everybody has heeded the warnings and they're prepared for what's to come, because it's no stopping it now.
Yeah, I think it's wild because you think tropical storm hurricane, I'm used to seeing all sorts of wind advisories right by the coast. But this thing is going to be expansive with its winds in inland areas, because it's not just about that center point, and I can't emphasize that enough. It's not about landfall and the eye wall on this. This is just a wide-reaching effects. We've already seen 70 near 80-mile-an-hour gusts here into portions of Southern California, of course, at elevation.
Yeah, and of course, these winds are going to continue to ramp up a little bit more, again, like you said, at elevation. But tropical storm force winds, not out of the question. We're looking at this in Los Angeles, around San Diego, as we go into the afternoon for today. So we're looking at 39 to 73 mile-an-hour winds gusting.
Yeah, and even higher than that. Yuma, look at over 60 mile-an-hour winds. The higher you go, or maybe in between those two mountain peaks, you'll get the winds. Or if you happen to live right around where the wind kind of whips around, it will be today. By tomorrow morning, things are going to start to weaken as the storm races north.
Yeah, those canyons, those passes, no joke for sure. Yeah. With all that wind, we do have a high rip current risk for today, and luckily those double flags are flying, so that means that the beaches are closed.
Yeah, they are closed here, and we can see anywhere from 12. Look at our wave heights here just off of San Diego, already at 9 feet. And then we will see, of course, the waves kind of kick up this morning in Southern California, and then they'll start to die down as we head later in the day.
Yeah. On Weekend Recharge, we're continuing our coverage of Hilary as it inches closer to Southern California.
Yeah, we are tracking the tropical storm and what you need to know for you and your family to stay safe. We're going to keep you throughout the day ahead of the storm. We're going to take you through the storm, and we'll be here for you after the storm tomorrow and the rest of the week.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge, where we continue to track Hilary. And Hilary is going to be a major threat, especially when it comes to the flooding out there and also those winds. But the calling card for this system is going to be that rain. We can see what's happening as we continue through the rest of today. It is really going to start to ramp up. We're seeing this around L.A., but even off over towards Simi Valley, you're going to get in on this as well. Palmdale, look at all this heavy rain. So when you look at the yellows, those oranges, that's some moderate to heavy rain really coming in across the area. But look at the big shield. It's like you don't get a break as we move through the evening time frame. That break really doesn't come until we head into your tomorrow morning. And then some areas will still get in on more of that action as we go in through 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then things will start to ramp down a little bit more. As we continue to watch that rain still to come, we are in the 3s, the 4 level. So about 3 to 4 inches, not out of the question in a lot of spots. And remember this, the higher in elevation you go, we're going to be dealing with more rain coming in across the area. So let's break it down around Palm Springs, California for you, as we can see that the yearly rainfall average is 4.61, but over the next 3 days, 2 to 3 inches we could see there. So we're going to get very close to busting that record on that yearly basis there. So it's just something that's so mind-boggling, the fact that we're actually getting this tropical system on the West Coast, and then it's dumping so much rain in the dry season of California. So this is what we have as we look at your afternoon time frame. As we can see around Palm Springs to the south, heavy rain once again still continuing to move on from the south to the north. San Bernardino, you are not out of the rain threat at all, as these numbers will continue to add up for you as well. We're going to see this around Beaumont too. And then finally, as we head into tomorrow morning, we will start to see things trying to ramp down a little bit more. But remember, once you already have all that rain and that flooding, it could take some time for that rain to recede. But this is what we have in terms of that rain still to come around Palm Springs, possibly maybe 3 inches there. San Bernardino, 3 to 5 inches, not out of the question. So this is what we're going to be working with. San Diego, we can see that your record August rainfall, 2.13 inches. And then that 3-day total comes up to about 1 to 2 inches. So we'll see if we actually break that record in terms or just bust that annual rainfall wide open there. So this is what we have again going into motion around San Diego. Plenty of that moisture continues to move in waves and rounds. And it's not like you're looking at the greens. No, you're looking at those yellows, a little bit of oranges too. So that is some heavy rain coming in really a short period of time. The only saving grace really with this is that this system is moving fairly quickly, and it's not just going to sit over us and spin for a while. But as we go into your Monday morning, still looking at some of that action. It's a little bit lighter at this time. We'll take that as we head into Monday morning around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And this is what your totals look like around San Diego, up to about 1 inch to 2 inches. But again, some people thinking, oh, that's nothing, but it's a lot in this part of the world. Again, this is your dry season. You're not used to this at all. Vegas, more of the same. You will have more of that activity coming in here as we go through the rest of today. Steph?
Let's look at the very latest here as we start to wrap up our show, and we'll hand it off to our colleagues here at the Weather Channel. We have Tropical Storm Hilary, winds at 70 miles an hour, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour, racing off here throughout the west. Still has yet to make landfall. The center of this circulation has to go over land. It can't just like skirt just the side of it. It has to be right over the center in order to have landfall. But the moisture is already streaming northbound for us, and it will continue to move north. As we head this evening, it's going to be deep into Southern California. And I'll tell you what, by tomorrow morning early, and speaking of early, me and Jordan Steele will be live starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow. We're live all through the evening, but you can join me and Jordan tomorrow at 5 a.m. We'll bring you the very latest on this system. But by 5 a.m., conditions will start improving from south to north, because the thing will just continue to just race through the west. Tropical storm warnings for over 20 million here in Southern California. And what this means is you're going to feel those tropical storm force winds within 36 hours, and it's less than 36 hours because we're already starting to get some of those gusts here above tropical storm force strength. So heavy rain in the southwest, tropical storm conditions, and large swells are going to cause life-threatening surf and rip current The swells up to about 8 feet from this already today, this morning, and the beaches are closed due to all of this really rough surf for us out here. Look at the rain, though, going around our ridge, which is causing huge heat in the center of the country, but a clockwise flow around that is what's pulling all of this moisture and this system heading northbound for us, and we'll continue to follow this closely right here on the Weather Channel with our live crews. Rain getting all the way up into Yellowstone. Flooding is going to be a huge problem. So stay with the Weather Channel, our team of veteran meteorologists bringing you the very latest from the path of the storm.
Welcome back to continued coverage on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and in this part of the story, location really does matter. We are located in Rancho Cucamonga, which is roughly 37 miles east of Los Angeles, but something else considers we are just the south of the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, with some peaks that are touching the heavens about 8,000 feet up. Now, the reason why that's important, with this system that's going to come closer to us as we go forward hour by hour, we expect it to really enhance some of the rainfall. As it stands right now, we can expect in this location 1 to 2, perhaps as much as 3 inches of rainfall just in the forecast. However, with those mountains, we have a chance of having it really, I could say, pick up a bit more. And the reason why is a process we refer to as orographic lift. Also, at this location, we could get anywhere from, say, 10 to 15 to 20 mile per hour winds, and that could certainly cause some issues in terms of power outages. But the story is far beyond this location. It is going to be affecting millions of people across the southwestern United States. Let's go back to the studio and let's send it to Mark Elliott.
Thanks, Reynolds. Yeah, you know, it is going to be wet now and wetter later. We're really following a lot of precipitation working its way in as this tropical system moves in. Granted, Hilary, from hurricane to now tropical storm, you know, usually when you hear that stuff, wind steals all the headlines. But in this case, we need you to also, or maybe especially, be thinking about water, as steady precip is now falling in California thanks to Tropical Storm Hilary. We're going to check back with Reynolds Wolf in a bit. We're going to check in with Jen Carfagno as well over the next couple of hours, because this rain story is not going to ease until later Monday. We're going to see more than just a little rain coming into California and the desert Southwest. We've got a high risk of flash flooding, something that is not on the maps all that often, especially here. We've got wind risks that are increasing. We've got a chance for big storms, including some rotating storms and tornadoes. So basically, this is a full-fledged tropical system in the Southwest. That is not the norm, everybody. It happens once in a while, but if you had, track a Southwest storm before a Southeast tropical system on your 2023 bingo card, you've won. Here we go. Let's go through some of the active stats here, the nuts and bolts from Hilary. 70 mile per hour tropical storm at this point for our top winds. It is sheared in many ways. Dry air worked its way from the west side around to the south and is now starting to come back up on the east side. What that means is that a lot of the precip is being drawn out ahead of the storm. You're in the thick of it already across coastal Southern California into South Central California, way out ahead of where the center comes through. It may wind up being that as this center passes, that's the end of some of the worst of the weather. And that center has really been picking up speed, moving north-northwest now at 25 miles per hour. So it's really starting to haul across this region. And when we see that, it means that we will continue to, see that forward momentum be translated down to the surface, because the upper level winds don't slow down quite as fast. And so when you get all that rain to fall through the rest of that center, as we track that center line off through, San Diego area, or maybe just east, and then continuing towards the Nevada border, that upper level wind will still be there. And with all that heavy rain that's in the forecast, we know that it's going to get pushed down to the surface and could cause on its own the wind threat that, it's not the biggest threat, but it's not gone. That wind threat being pushed down to the surface is going to cause some power outages. Overall, not too bad yet across Southern California. This is kind of our baseline where we're starting from, with a few thousand customers already out, but there will be more, unfortunately. Hilary is going to bring a lot of rainfall, and that means a lot of flooding into the Southwest. This could be locally catastrophic, could be locally historic. Could Nevada, for example, set a 24-hour rainfall record? Their state record is a little over 7.5 inches. That's not off the table in some places as this moves through, especially once the higher terrain gets involved. So tropical storm conditions are expected today in parts of the southwest U.S. And of course, we've got all the coastal impacts as well. Why is this thing being picked up to the north so effectively? We're in the squeeze play. We've got this upper level low off to the west. We've got high pressure over the center of the country, and both are picking up the storm and shearing it off to the north and sending it on off in that direction. So that's why we have the kind of drawn out precipitation cloud like we do. It's, effectively rainfall getting into Montana right now that we wouldn't have if this tropical system was not here. Yeah, you'd have monsoon showers and storms, but this map looks completely different because we have the tropics involved. Rain is going to be the big story. It is right now and will continue to be so as we follow this through Southern California. So Molly, it is raining in San Diego, it's raining in LA, and this is honestly just the beginning. We've got the rest of the day really picking up in intensity this afternoon.
And this is what most of the time is the dry season for Southern California.
It's so anomalous, right? It's huge amounts of rain, some areas months to a year or two's worth of rain in a day.
And in a place that we're not accustomed to this amount of rain. Well, let's go to right now Mexico, where devastating scenes coming out of the area as Hilary fuels deadly flooding. This is in Santa Rosalia, where at least one person drowned yesterday when a vehicle was swept away. And that is terrifying flash flooding. And just to know that the water can rise so quickly. And that's why we're concerned about flash flooding with this system. You can even have flash flooding occurring in an area where perhaps you're not seeing a lot of rain, and you get more rain and higher terrain, and it starts to race down portions of the mountainside, especially where we have burn scars, and you can find yourself in trouble very quickly. There are flood alerts from Southern California to Arizona, almost the entire state of Nevada, even stretching up into southern Idaho and southern Oregon. All of this courtesy of our tropical storm and this tropical system. We could see 3 to 5 inches of rain, portions of Southern California. This is what Mark was mentioning, a high risk for flash flooding. And it's not too common that you see the Weather Prediction Center issue these areas of high risk, only about 4% of days out of the entire year. And here we go, Southern California into southern Nevada. Unfortunately, with those high risk days, we see quite a few flood deaths on those days, and that's what we're trying to avoid. And that's why we're here on the Weather Channel all throughout the day, walking you through this system as it moves in, bringing you the latest threats, tracking the latest areas where we're seeing flash flooding, because we don't want this to be a high fatality day, even though it is a high flash flooding risk day. And we typically see a lot of damage on these days. 62% of high-risk flash flooding days produce million-dollar damage. We have rain in Los Angeles right now, stretching down into San Diego. This is going to continue. So we don't even have the center of the storm over California yet. It hasn't even technically made landfall. You have to have the center, the exact center, move over land in order for it to be considered landfall. And we haven't seen that yet. By the time we get to this evening, this is 6 p.m. local time, heavy rain around the Los Angeles area, stretching into the higher elevations. I'm very concerned about some of the areas in the mountains where we get enhanced rainfall because we have varied terrain. The good news about this system is that it is quick moving. So by tomorrow, it's out of here. Thank goodness we're not dealing with a system that's just going to sit and spin over the same areas. If that were the case, rainfall amounts would be even more eye-popping than they already are for this area. Flash flooding a concern, as mentioned, for a lot of the desert Southwest, even stretching up into Idaho and Oregon. The big thing is do not get caught in your vehicle. And the best thing you can do is just have a plan, know where you're going to go, being in that safe spot before the flooding even starts, because not only is it dangerous for you, it is dangerous for those who have to get out and rescue you. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is live in Rancho Cucamonga, California. And Reynolds, this is an area that has quite the history with flooding.
Oh, it certainly does. But I mean, when you go back to a tropical situation, I mean, Rancho Cucamonga and tropical storm warning, they don't go together. It's like wearing the wrong shoe on the wrong foot. But to your point, Molly, you're absolutely right. They have had a history of flooding here. In recent past, we've had the atmospheric rivers that have come through, winter storms that produce a lot of rain. And in this town of 174,000 people, they have experienced flooding in the past. And as we know very well, we're likely to experience it in the future. We heard earlier from the fire department. They said there are some parts of town that are a big concern when it comes to rising water. Take a listen.
We've had our fair share of destructive wildfires here in San Bernardino County, especially in the Oakland and Yucaipa area. Those are some of our areas of concern, and we're seeing, some predictions of 5 to to 12 inches of rain impacting some of those areas. So we're working with our county and state agencies. We're doing evacuation warnings, and we're really kind of monitoring that. We have swift water teams on standby and heavy equipment ready to clear those roads.
It's amazing. Their job includes so much more than putting out fires. I mean, it's all about saving people, and they do that job just incredibly well. I will tell you that for those of you tuning in, you happen to be in Southern California, I know we're throwing a lot of verbiage towards you that may seem a little bit unusual. I mean, when it comes to, say, flooding, you understand that. You know the fires, you know earthquakes. But when you have something called a torcon, that may seem something a little bit unusual to the ear. As you go to the maps, here's your torcon. If you want an easy explanation, it is your tornado condition index. And right now, you'll notice that for much of Southern California, you have a 2 to a 3 in some locations. Now, the thing is, we have a scale that goes up to 10. Please know, and we've got friends across America that know this very well, that even if you have a 2 to a 3, it's not something you should just dismiss. You need to take that very seriously, because we've had a lot of discussion, or rather destruction rather, on days where the torcon has been relatively low, and you can still have quite a bit of loss of life. Have a plan in place of where to go, what to do if severe weather comes calling. Lowest floor away from walls and windows. You should be okay. Meanwhile, in terms of thunderstorms, plenty of those too. This is also moving to an area where you have, well, the issue with soil. Soil composition very sandy, so runoff could occur very quickly. Even with an inch or so of rainfall, you could have some widespread flooding. And as we go forward in time, you'll notice that right near Rancho Cucamonga, our spot, and going to the east, we're going to see the heavier bouts of rain, it appears at this point. But still, we have enough rain that could be affecting much of the Los Angeles basin in the coastal range. So, yeah, we could have flooding in all these spots. Going forward in time, here's the story for you. You see the rain coming through, the radar. You pretty much know what that means when you have the light green and even yellows that goes from light to moderate, and then where the reds and oranges come in, that's your heavier precipitation. But remember, that's what you can expect on flatlands. If you go into elevation, which there's plenty of it out here, that's where we're basically hitting the accelerator in terms of the rainfall intensity. So that is something to really consider. Also, you notice the California coastline, absolutely gorgeous, but it could go from gorgeous to treacherous, especially when you have the wind spinning around the center of circulation. All right, we're going to breeze it back to Mark. And again, folks, we've got full team coverage for you. Keep it right here. Mark, back to you.
Thanks, Reynolds. And you're right. There is a wind factor that will go all the way through the coastline, which is a little bit backwards. You think about the big wind events that happen in Southern California, and you're thinking about, say, the Santa Ana winds coming from the inland areas and screaming in and below those canyons and passes. In many ways, this is going to be a wet version of that, with not only the wind, but also the rain as that center works its way right up through California, and you got that counterclockwise spin going on. So that is going to shove those winds first up the mountains, and so you'll get lots of rain on that eastern flank, but then also through the valleys and through the canyons and passes, and the winds will be enhanced towards the coast because of that, both the approaching center and that effect of the elevation. That's one of many reasons why we've got tropical storm warnings in play. Los Angeles, Ventura, all the way down through San Diego, areas for the first time underneath tropical storm warnings. The breezy conditions okay so far, but we are anticipating that these winds really rapidly increase. And again, it starts here. It starts in the higher terrain, where those mountain peaks will be gusting 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. And then we start funneling them through all the way to the coast. Check out L.A. by this evening, 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts. Couple that with heavy rain at the same time, and that's when we get the trees falling, because the grounds are getting saturated, and then they can't hold on as well, and the wind comes through, starts knocking them down. You'll see that continuing through this evening, but it rapidly eases early Monday as the storm exits to the north. But we're not done with the wind story necessarily. High wind warnings extend all the way to southern Idaho, from the Mexican border to southern Idaho, because of how fast this thing is moving and those wind gusts that will continue to move on through along with it. So how about we look towards the coast? And when you look towards the coast, as this thing approaches, that wind moves the water. And that means we will also have a rip current threat. We're talking about a high risk of rip currents. Molly, the beaches are closed because of the rip current threats that are already in place. And no surprise when you see some of the wave heights expected coming in too. Let's take you to our virtual view of Los Angeles right now, and it's going to be a rainy one. I mean, typically in Los Angeles in the month of August, we don't really see any rain. In fact, our average rainfall at LAX, 0.
for the month of August. And instead, we're going to see more rain than we're accustomed to and more rain than we usually see in the month of August. Likely flash flooding. We get into the higher elevations, and that's where we're expecting a high risk of flash flooding. The rain has been moving in pretty steadily over the last couple of hours. It will only pick up in intensity as we head into the afternoon, the evening. Check out all of that rain. This is 5 p.m. for you in LA, where you see those darker oranges, where you see the red. That is torrential downpours, and these are tropical downpours moving through Los Angeles. I know over the wintertime we saw several atmospheric river events. This is a different type of rain. It is tropical in nature, and because of that, it can produce some very impressive rainfall rates, again, that we don't typically see in this area. Here are some of the rainfall amounts that we're expecting. 2 to 3 inches. That is a broad brush. You get a band that moves over the same area again and again, and we can see more than that very quickly. And then we have to take into account that many of these areas that we're expecting potentially 3 to 5 inches of rain are near where we have significant burn scars. And I'm not just talking about the fires in the last year. I'm talking about we go back 5, 6 years, and those are areas that we still have to be concerned about for the burn scar areas because vegetation, it just doesn't grow back overnight. A lot to keep track of, but let's bring back in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is live in Rancho Cucamonga, California. Reynolds, it has just started to rain.
Oh, yeah. As always, there's so many moving parts to the story. And to tell a story, you've got to have a great team. And, folks, we've got a great one for you there behind the scenes in our control room, certainly in our newsroom. But out in the field, let's see, Jen Carfagno is coming up later on this morning with reports from Palm Springs. It's about 69 miles away. Mike Seidel is also in San Bernardino County. And we, of course, are here in Rancho Cucamonga. Coverage continues in just a few moments. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
Can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
It is called the Inland Empire. It's a series of grand communities that are just south of the San Gabriel Mountains, and as it says, it is inland. It is away from the coast. And one of those fine communities, Rancho Cucamonga. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Welcome back to continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about, well, not Hurricane Hilary, but Tropical Storm Hilary, and although weak, still poses a tremendous risk. And one of the reasons why it poses a risk is because of heavy rain that we expect, but also how it's going to interact with the landscape in a myriad of ways. One, with high elevation, but also with soil composition. There's so many other things that go into it. It can be the rainfall intensity, it can be orographic lift, a variety of things, but it spells out danger for many people that call this area home. Again, where we happen to be right now, scattered showers, and we have a few spots of where some dry air is trying to intrude in the circulation, but as we go forward in time, we typically have a pattern, an ebb and a flow with precipitation. It's almost a pulsing effect, as though this is almost like a living, breathing thing, right, when it comes to these tropical systems. But it is going to be affecting an area that, again, it's highly unusual, but we're going to be seeing something that's familiar. And as we send it back to the studio, one thing they are very familiar with, they've dealt with year after year, has been times of flooding, and that certainly has been the case in this fine community. Let's send it back to you.
You mentioned Reynolds year after year, they face the threat of flooding, but as you've been there and talking to people, were they caught off guard by the fact that they have a tropical system moving towards them? I know we anticipate atmospheric rivers in this part of the country, but tropical systems not so much.
I would say that is a big topic of conversation here, but it's been a topic of conversation all across the region. Michelle Birnbaum, she's our great field producer. We flew into LAX. It seems like, I guess, 2 days ago. People were talking about it in the airport. We were in Los Angeles. That was the topic of conversation. And then, sure enough, as we made our way from parts of Los Angeles and made the 37-mile drive here, it still remains the thing that people are talking about. They are caught off guard by the verbiage of tropical storm, but in terms of the flooding, they're ready for it. Let's send back to you.
So, Reynolds, you know, I've seen you not too far from there covering extreme heat, covering drought, covering fires. How has the messaging from the locals changed? What are they telling people to do with this event in particular?
Well, I'll tell you, they're treating it again like a flooding event. We were live yesterday at a fire station about 4 miles from our present location, and they had truck after truck bringing in a great deal of sand, and then a line of moms, dads, brothers, sisters, grandparents, friends, neighbors, you know it, coming in getting sandbags. They take it very, very seriously. But when you think about so much about this community, Cucamonga means sandy place. That's the translation. So sandy soil often has a very difficult time absorbing a lot of water. That, coupled with the San Gabriels, which is just the north, that adds up, if you do the math, at least in terms of a rain event, that adds up in a pretty bad way. And with the rainfall that we do expect, a lot of concern and people definitely taking it seriously. So the message is out.
All right. Thank you, Reynolds. We will check back in with you in just a few minutes. And, you know, you bring in to the conversation, this is not like a tropical system moving into the East Coast.
No.
We have mountains, we have terrain, we have burn scars, all sorts of things that, you know, when you talk about tropical systems on the East Coast, it's just a completely different ballgame.
And if you live in coastal California or you've taken that drive down I-5, I mean, people go to that coast to see the vast difference, the cliffs, the mountains right there next to the ocean. Well, that's going to play a role as this thing goes north.
And if you're watching this from the East Coast thinking, okay, tropical storm, they got this. No, it is a completely different ballgame. And all of this moisture is moving out ahead of the center of the storm. We don't even have the center of this making landfall yet.
No, you know, imagine on the East Coast if someone was telling you that you were going to get a year's worth of precipitation today. Because that's what so much,
one day, yeah.
That's what so many communities here are going to be dealing with. You couple that intense rain with wind, it doesn't have to be a lot of wind, right? The trees just cannot hold on. So for now, the power outages, reasonable. There's not that much in Southern California. Yeah. But that could change, and change in a big way as the day goes on.
And when you look at the wind speeds, a lot of those observations we're talking about closer to surface.
Yeah.
You go up in elevation, up and towards the mountains, that's when things change dramatically, and the winds are howling already at the high elevations.
Yeah, for now, the rain is at the coastline, but the fear is that as the center approaches, and this at the very bottom of your screen, down here, almost behind the banner, that's the real core of tropical precip. And when that starts butting up against this higher terrain, or when it stretches out, going up through Elko, that's when you're really going to wring out this precipitation. And the east side of the mountains, which is the backward side,
right, the area that does not see a lot of rain classically.
That's where the rain's going to go.
Because of that, there are flood watches for a huge area of real estate, and this is why. We push this into the future. You can see just tremendous amounts of rain as we go throughout the afternoon, as we go throughout the evening. This is quick moving, though, so by tomorrow, it's going to be out of here.
Thank goodness. Category slow is the worst one.
Right.
It's good to get this out of here.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. My name is Reynolds Wolf, meteorologist here at the Weather Channel, and our location is Rancho Cucamonga, which is right in the heart of the Inland Empire. And our location is 37 miles to the east of Los Angeles. We heard earlier from the mayor. Listen to what she had to say.
Right now, again, it is critical that Angelenos stay safe and stay home unless otherwise directed by safety officials. Avoid unnecessary travel. If you do not need to be on the road, please don't get in your car. Make sure your emergency kit and essential devices are on hand, and ensure that all of your devices are charged.
Now, much of Southern California is simply beautiful, but they do deal with very rough weather from time to time. They can have the atmospheric rivers. They can have winter storms. Fires can be a problem. Earthquakes. So they are rough weather is no stranger to them. But however, when you have something of a tropical nature, Mark, obviously that is a little bit different, a little bit unusual. And everyone's paying attention and getting ready the best they can. Let's send it back to you, Mark.
Absolutely. I mean, you live there for the 360 days of the year that are epically beautiful, and you've got Mount San Antonio right outside your window, and you're traveling I-15 through Canyon Junction. But Reynolds, in this case, that higher terrain is going to play a role and increase that rainfall flood threat.
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, if you look at Southern California, you see the map, there are quite a few wrinkles here or there. They're like topographical tantrums, so to speak, in the landscape. You've got the coastal range, you've got the San Gabriel Mountains, and then you go a bit more to the northeast, and you'll find, what is it? The Sierra Nevada. They're huge, right? And they've had plenty of rainfall just during the winter season. I mean, if you look at images out of Yosemite, their rivers are still running at full tilt. They're full tilt. If you look at their waterfalls, I mean, they're just indescribable how incredible the amounts of water coming down. Still happen to be from the snowpack. But again, with this event, we are going to see really nature hitting the accelerator once more, Mark.
Incredible that we're talking about what could be too much rain after talking about such a long period with no rain at all. And Reynolds, we'll get back with you in just a little bit. Let's go through some of the active conditions, some of the details that you need to know as you're following along with Hilary as it makes its way towards the north. And right now, Tropical Storm Hilary, with top wind speeds of 70 miles per hour, is racing its way towards the northwest at 25 miles per hour, getting towards that kind of upper echelon that these tropical systems can move for that forward speed. Part of that is why we're seeing such a huge rain shield shoved out ahead of the storm, as we've got influence from the east and influence from the west, both pulling at the precip shield and pulling at the center itself. It's not bending its way off the coast and away. No, it's going basically north at this point into the southwestern United States. And again, it's hauling. We're going to see by this afternoon into this evening, crossing over the border into Southern California and then continuing to move as a remnant low all the way into Idaho and Wyoming, believe it or not, by midday Monday. So it's weird to be looking at a tropical cone that extends quite that far. Heavy rainfall and flooding because of that tropical moisture moving over that hard desert landscape. Those conditions are expected today in particular. Today into tonight is prime time for the worst of the rain and the worst of the wind. The ocean impacts will linger a little bit longer. We're going to see a pretty good couple of days of higher swell and rip current risk. So keep that in mind if you are planning on heading towards the beaches. For now, San Diego's raining, 74 degrees. Vegas, another slog of precip is headed your way, but the sun is out right now. Don't let that lull you into a false sense of security. On the screen, you can see the San Diego area, and it's raining there. It's also at least reasonably breezy. 10-mile-per-hour winds isn't really anything to write home about, but that's just the beginning. Look at how these winds will increase as the moisture slog works its way towards the north and really starts to narrow in on that eastern side of the higher terrain and right along where the center goes. So we're not completely out of the woods from the heavier precip towards San Diego and towards LA, although this stuff will be heavier because of the help of the mountains. It's not that way right now, but it will get there. The good news, it's gone by Monday morning. Your Monday morning is a lot easier, but there will still be lingering, low water crossing where the roadways are closed. 15 could have some issues. Depending on where it falls, it could be multiple years worth of precipitation just today. Couple that with some wind, 20 to even 50 mile per hour gusts. And also, as you get towards western Arizona, those 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, that is enough to knock out some power. That is one of the bigger threats from this storm. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Weather Channel as we are tracking Hilary and also following the tropics across the globe, including in the Atlantic basin, which is suddenly like a Rorschach test of where the tropical systems may go. All kinds of deep tropical moisture filling in an area of the main development of the Atlantic that, a few days ago to certainly a week ago was devoid of anything even reasonably looking like tropical moisture chances. So in just just a little bit, we're going to show you what could come from all that deep tropical moisture and where it could go next. But you may be tuning in to find out what's happening right now with Tropical Storm Hilary. So let's go through what's going on in the southwest before we go back to the southeast and the Atlantic side of things. Over the past day or so, the leading edge of that tropical moisture has already started to fill in across the southwest. That's starting to bring down the winds. You look at these wind reports, Mount Laguna and the Campo area on the mountain, mind you. You go aloft and the circulation has not been disrupted nearly as much. Normally, when the winds are coming down and you're talking about the surface winds being lower, that's great because that's where all the people are, right? You're at the surface. But in the west, with those mountains, you stick up past the surface where those obs are for the strength of the storm, and you go up into the mid and even arguably some of the upper levels of our atmosphere and the upper levels of where that spin has not been slowing down as fast. So the wind potential there significantly higher. We've already seen that. Here's a 63-mile-per-hour report. Here's a 78-mile-per-hour gust. Those are impressive numbers. We've also been loading the deck, the before the true tropical system has come in. We've seen some road issues because of rainfall. Now that particular area is seeing a bit of a break at the moment, but you're not done. Remember, the center's still down here. Slog of moisture going this way will eventually start really enhancing that east side of the mountainous terrain as we see those loops come in and get lifted by the mountains. And so that's going to increase the rain threat in the area that's reasonably quiet. That's going to fill in later with wind and rain. It's still coming. Don't put your guard down. The Las Vegas area has been in and out of the showers, nothing too bad yet, but there could be more on the way. And speaking of spin, tropical disturbances, because of that difference between the winds at the surface and the winds aloft, have a built-in shear, a built-in speed difference, and that could give us some rotating thunderstorms. So Molly, there is a chance of seeing a severe thunderstorm, even a tornado warning on top of the wind, on top of the rain, all kinds of stuff that you just don't normally see in the southwest desert.
No, certainly not. Now let's go to an area where we typically do see tropical activity this time of year, the Atlantic Basin, and it has really come alive in the last week or so. Right now we have 5 areas that we're watching, and we actually have a new named storm, Emily, that happened earlier today. 50% chance of development for this area. This is Invest 91L, and this is the development chance for the next 7 days. It's going to drift into the Gulf. It's fairly disorganized right now, although I will say it's starting to look a little better organization-wise as it's moving away from the land interaction from Florida. We've been seeing just absolute downpours in Florida throughout the weekend. It's been very active to end off last week. And then we had tropical downpours this weekend. From this area, a tropical wave. Surge of tropical moisture. So regardless if we have development into a named storm or not, this is a lot of tropical moisture that will drift across the Gulf and move in the general direction of southern Texas. We know that the waters are extremely warm in the Gulf right now. In many regards, they've been off the charts so far this year. And that is like fuel to tropical systems. In fact, this time of year, you can never turn your back on the Gulf because things tend to develop very quickly. There is that surge of tropical moisture moving into southern portions of Texas, where it has been very hot so far this summer, and they could definitely use the rain. However, we don't want to tie that in with the tropical system because that brings other problems, right? These are the chances of tropical development, and where you see these orange colors, that's when we get to those higher chances, perhaps as this moves towards the Brownsville, Texas area, maybe even Corpus Christi, Houston perhaps still in play, just depends on how this develops, if it does the next couple of days. Regardless, Mark, we could use some rain, and this would bring some beneficial rain, but we can do without any other tropical mess.
Yeah, hopefully this stays as a relatively weak system and you get that beneficial rain without the other trouble. But wait, there's more. All kinds of other circles on the map across the Atlantic. We've got an invest area, we've got a depression, we even have a tropical storm. Of all, I think that invest area might be the most interesting. But Tropical Storm Emily has formed. It's already highly sheared. I think we've seen the peak of the winds already from Tropical Storm Emily. It's going to try to bend its way north-northwest and eventually curve north, but fighting through shear and some dry air, and if anything, that'll be going into the North Atlantic. How about a tropical depression that won't be lasting long? along. This one also just completely covered up in dry air and shear. So if it's not today, early tomorrow, kaput. That is the end of TD6. But this invest area, with now a decent chance of development over the next couple of days, this one could get interesting. It looks like it's going to curl its way towards the Dominican Republic and Haiti with a prolonged rain event Tuesday into Wednesday. And after that, it may actually kind of stall out just north of the Caribbean islands. And so we'll have to monitor that. There's a lot of different steering players involved. Once this thing gets north of the islands and hangs out there for a couple of days, we might be tracking it through the Atlantic for almost a week.
Power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We are following Tropical Storm Hilary. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. An active pattern for sure, but maybe not where you would have instantly thought it would be. The southwestern United States with a tropical system encroaching as we speak. As we take a look at the cone here, remember the cone is the forecast of where the center will go. So we're following that center approaching Southern California later on this afternoon, but the impacts are already there. It's already raining. The wind is already picking up. And so that will only increase through the rest of the day. That's why we have these widespread tropical storm warnings that are in play in areas that are seeing them for the first time, not this season, but the first time ever, as issued by the National Hurricane Center. Since they've been doing them, they haven't needed them in this part of the world. And it's not just the coast. We're going to see inland high winds from the Mexican border, that Arizona, California border, all the way up to southern Idaho with high wind warnings, clipping portions of western Utah also. And so it's going to get gusty, especially in the higher terrain. And you could argue especially those eastern slopes of the higher terrain, because that's the counterclockwise spin that we're going to be seeing work its way in. That's where some of that deep tropical moisture is going to help push those winds down to the surface. So I think that's how we get to Lake Havasu and the Yuma area, seeing wind gusts that go 50 to 60, while the center is closer to San Diego itself. And it is going to be quite gusty there too, especially in those mountainous terrains on the, the peninsula range just outside of the coast itself, where all that higher terrain comes into play. Even Vegas could be gusting the 30 to 40 for a time tonight and on into Monday. Of course, with all this wind, we're moving the water around. And when we're pushing that water in and we're seeing that swell that'll be increasing, we've seen 9 to 10 foot swell. It's not off the table to see 12 to 20 foot waves off the shore. Well, that piles up the water. And just like if you have high pressure with the air and it's flowing towards the low pressure area, high pressure water wants to flow back out to the lower pressure. And so it'll do that in the breaks in the sandbars, and it'll try to leave is the best way to do it. And so you'll see a rip current set up, getting that water back into the ocean, and that will linger far behind the storm. Reynolds, even after the sun comes up at the coast, we're still going to have a rip current and a wave risk over the next couple of days. So the ocean threats will linger on.
You're right about that, Mark. I mean, this is a situation where this is not a sprint. It's more of a marathon with conditions that are going to deteriorate as we go forward in time. At our present location in Rancho Cucamonga, we've got, well, some scattered clouds that are moving through. We've had some heavier showers earlier this morning. We expect the rain to build up. But, Mark, to your point, we also anticipate the wind could be quite strong. 15 to 20, maybe gusts up to 25. Then you get into higher elevation, the San Gabriels. Now we're talking winds that could be even stronger than that. And with it, there's the prospect of some power outages. Now, something else to consider. Although tropical weather is a bit of an anomaly in this part of the world, they do deal with their share of rough weather, including flooding from time to time. Now, the fire department has been urging people here in this community to be ready to act quickly if necessary. Take a listen.
We've had our fair share of destructive wildfires here in San Bernardino County, especially in the Oakland and Yucaipa area. Those are some of our areas of concern, and we're seeing, some predictions of 5 to 12 inches of rain impacting some of those areas. So we're working with our county and state agencies. We're doing evacuation warnings, and we're really kind of monitoring that. We have swift water teams on standby and heavy equipment ready to clear those roads.
And people have been urged that if they are given the order to evacuate, to please do so, because every second does matter in situations that unfold like the one we are going to see potentially over the next several hours. All right, well, Molly, that is the situation here. Everything is quiet for now, but we expect major changes going forward. Back to you.
Certainly. In just a matter of a couple of hours or less, Reynolds, things will start to change pretty dramatically with more heavy rain moving in. We'll check back in with Reynolds as we go throughout the next couple of hours. But we want to talk about the impacts that we're expecting, not just outside of Los Angeles, but for a lot of Southern California, where we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. You go up in elevation, and that could become 5 to 8 inches of rain very easily with enhanced rainfall. You go up in elevation, it squeezes out just a little bit more rain, and we could see some very impressive rainfall amounts, but also rainfall rates. You're talking about potentially a year's worth of rain in a matter of 1 to 1.5 days in many of these areas that are not accustomed to seeing that amount of rain in a short duration of time. That is why there is a high risk of flash flooding. And that continues not only today, but all the way through tomorrow morning, even Tuesday morning, with this tropical moisture moving way, way to the north. We're talking about raining as far north as Montana, which is just adding into the unusual factors of this storm. Palm Springs is one of those areas that you could see more than your yearly rainfall with just Tropical Storm Hilary moving in. We're going to continue to track the tropics here coming up. Keep it here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and we are covering what was Hurricane Hilary last night, but today we're talking about Tropical Storm Hilary. And no, your eyes do not deceive you, and your ears, you're hearing reality. We are dealing with tropical weather in the desert Southwest and certainly in Southern California. Folks, again, historic times. That's what we're dealing with. Now, what we have in our present location in Rancho Cucamonga, we've got partly cloudy skies, some showers, some intermittent, but we do expect in the coming hours heavier rainfall and possibly flooding in this part of the world. We've got a great team assembled to give you the very latest as we go minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day with this approaching system. Let's send it back to the studio with Mark.
And Reynolds, of course, is part of that great team in the field. Reynolds, thank you. We'll keep checking back in with you in the next couple of minutes. But first, the rain has begun. We're seeing steady precip falling in California right now, thanks to Tropical Storm Hilary, our first tropical storm induced flash flood warning of the late morning, early afternoon. We'll talk about that coming up, and we'll also check back in with Reynolds Wolf and Jen Carfagno over the next couple of hours and give you live reports from the storm. Hilary bringing more than just a little bit of rain to California. We have intense rain, California through the desert Southwest. A dangerous flash flood risk, one of the highest that this area has seen, in some cases the highest ever. High wind alerts that stretch into the Intermountain West, and an isolated chance for tornadoes in the Southwest, the desert Southwest, and tornadoes. Not two things you normally put together, but a tropical system approaching can do that very thing. Let's get you caught up. Let's go through what's happening right now, where we're going next with regards to Tropical Storm Hilary. Here are the latest stats. 65-mile-per-hour top wind speed, so lowered another notch. If you were watching last hour, this was at 70 miles per hour, now down to 65. What's a few miles per hour amongst friends, especially knowing that the higher terrain is not slowing for those winds aloft as fast as the surface. So that matters if you're in LA, if you're in San Diego, you're looking at kind of the top wind speed potential. It is not the top wind speed potential if you're higher up in those higher elevations east of those big cities and continuing through the rest of the desert Southwest mountains. Then you could see significantly higher gusts as this storm approaches. The movement's still fast, moving at 25 miles per hour off to the north-northwest. That is important and helpful because it means you won't be in the worst of the weather as long as you otherwise could be. So we need that forward speed to continue, and all the models suggest that it will. In fact, by early tomorrow, this thing's basically in southern Idaho. So it flies and merges with the rest of the weather that's moving across the continental United States. But we got to get through Southern California first, and all the rain and all the wind that will not only be in California, but also stretching through Arizona and into Vegas and beyond. Now, power outages, not bad at the moment. This is manageable. This is kind of expected baseline type couple of outages, but there will be more. This is an important map that we will follow for you because we know losing power can be deadly. Sometimes health equipment depends on power. So this is something we'll continue to follow. Heavy rain and flooding is the biggest threat, however, and tropical storm conditions are indeed expected across the southwest U.S., and those ocean impacts are going to continue for the next couple of days. There will be a lingering impact from those. But check this out. This is the rainfall right now. Our center down here. The rain, whoa, look at all that slog of moisture along the coast, and that bright green area is indeed a flash flood warning that has popped up, including portions of Los Angeles County. Let's zoom in there. We've got the warning continuing until 6:30, specifically for the higher terrain just outside of town. But if you're traveling up through the Grapevine, that's where that heavy rain is right now. And so it's going to be a white knuckle drive. It's why we've been telling you not to be out and about unless you have to be, because conditions will change dramatically. Plus, all that water flows downhill. And so some of the highest rushing water in the normally dry washes and normally dry arroyos won't necessarily be where the rain is falling. It's where it's rushing to. And so that was a big problem in LA and San Diego, trying to get people that often live in those areas out of those areas because it just won't be safe. Again, the wind aloft, quite strong, 63-mile-per-hour gusts on Mount Laguna, the Campo area up on the mountain, also 78-mile-per-hour winds recorded there. And we'll continue to see those types of conditions increasing over the next 12 to 24 hours. Wind is not a non-factor. You could argue the water's a bigger factor, but the wind is still going to be a potential. And we'll see that moisture kind of creeping its way north as we go through the rest of our day, especially, again, in these two favored locations. One, right along the coast, where we may see that center trying to track, and two, on the east-facing side of the terrain, because all that lift from the mountain is going to squeeze out even more precipitation. So, Molly, as this thing continues to go north, the impacts go north with it.
It does. And Mark, we officially have landfall now. Tropical storm Hilary has made landfall in northern Baja California, the peninsula, where we have winds 65 miles per hour. And remember, to have landfall, the exact center has to cross over into land. It can't just be partial, it has to be the exact center. And this kind of made a little bit of a turn. These systems tend to wobble, especially as they get close to landfall, as they get that land interaction. And that's what we're seeing. So we officially have landfall right now. That's not going to change the impacts that we're going to see in Southern California. As Mark was just talking about, heavy rain already moving in, prompting a flash flood warning. I anticipate we're going to see many of those as the afternoon and the evening goes on. A flood watch out for a significant area. So we're talking not just Southern California, Las Vegas included in that. And just a couple of days ago, we had monsoon moisture that flooded a lot of areas in Vegas, and even a lightning strike that took out the radar. So Las Vegas has already seen flooding leading up to this event, and now we're bringing in even more moisture. 3 to 5 inches of rain. That's what we're expecting in these yellow areas. And you can see just how much real estate is covered by that, and how much high elevation is covered by that. Now, as we go up in elevation, some of our highest areas could see maybe 5 to 8 inches of rain easily. When we go up in terrain, sometimes you get enhanced rainfall. And this is a tropical system, so the rainfall rates will be extremely impressive, especially for this part of the country. All of that combined is why there is a high risk of flash flooding. These are issued by the Weather Prediction Center, these outlooks, and they only issue high-risk days about 4% of the entire year. So they're very uncommon, and they're even more uncommon to see in this part of the country, Southern California, up into Nevada. So on those high-risk days, unfortunately, it accounts for 39% of yearly flood deaths. That's what we're trying to avoid. And one of the biggest ways that you can avoid that is avoiding being out in your vehicle when some of these floodwaters start to rise. And they can rise very rapidly and really catch you off guard. High-risk days, they also account for a significant amount of damage. In fact, 62% of those high-risk flash flooding days, we see $1 million in damage or more. This is what we're watching right now. Of course, Mark just covered that brand new flash flood warning, but look at all of this moisture. Again, the center of this storm just made landfall in Baja California. The center of this, as it moves in, it's pulling up more of that moisture, and we have a long way to go with this tropical storm. In fact, we're really just at the beginning of the moisture moving in. If there's any good news in this forecast is just how quickly it's going to move. It's going to be out of Southern California by tomorrow, and the moisture will be moving up into areas as far north as Montana, Idaho, Oregon, all seeing the threat for potential flash flooding. Really uncommon for this time of year and really this part of the country. Well, let's bring back in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is live in Rancho Cucamonga, California. And Reynolds, you know, Southern California has seen tropical systems, but often years and years pass in between those systems. And in that time, not only do you have a lot of urban development, but you have wildfires, all that change the terrain. So even if you have a basis for how it's flooded before in a tropical system, it's likely changed from that time to now.
Oh, very much so. I mean, no two system is exactly the same. You always have different features, different personalities, if you will, with each particular scenario. So there's always a bit of a learning curve. For our viewers who are just tuning in, you may have missed it towards the top of the hour. This system, Hilary, has now made landfall in Baja California. We do expect that once it's away from its primary power source, being the warm water, it's going to begin to weaken. But again, we have many threats and possibly life-threatening situations as we go forward over the next several hours and days. Now, here in Rancho Cucamonga, we've got a population of 174,000 people, maybe a little bit more than that. But I'll tell you, every single one of them taking this very seriously. And yesterday, a lot of people busy with sandbags. Let's bring in a gentleman who's had zero sleep over the last couple of days. That, of course, is John Gillison, city manager. And John, very active day yesterday at the fire department, people getting in. How many sandbags are we talking about?
So over 19,000 sandbags and over 180 tons of sand. So that was a record for us. And we applaud the community for being on top of stuff and being that prepared.
It really was a team effort. You had a lot of people coming in, helping out. Now, I got to tell you, when you look at these guys, we had some showers earlier, and right now we're getting a little bit of a break in the action. This is not time for people to let their guard down, right? That
is correct. So we're still anticipating the heaviest of the storm to be this afternoon. We urge people, please stay inside when the storm hits. Be prepared for power outages. We expect it to get much heavier before this day is done.
My goodness. Any last advice you would give people? They shouldn't drive around, right? They need to stay inside.
100%. Please stay off the road. There's enough accidents. The roads are slippery enough. And if you need us, call us. We have 3 additional crews that we've brought in. 2 are part of our response. 1's part of the county joint response. We've staffed up the emergency command center at our joint dispatch agency, Confire. So if you need us, call us. But otherwise, stay inside and just ride the storm out at home.
John, we really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Get some rest. I know it's going to be a long haul. As we've been saying, this is not a sprint, but really it's a marathon that we're going to contend with. As you go to the graphics, you're going to notice a couple of things. One, the risk of tornadic activity. Now, if you're from Southern California, you live in the area, maybe you're not familiar with tornadoes as much as you would be if you live, say, in the Southeast or in Texas or in parts of the Midwest. What TORCON means, that is a tornado condition index. Now, it can go from, say, a 2 all the way up to a 10. With a 2 to a 3, please take it seriously, because we've seen many times where you have a tornado condition index of 2 or 3 where we've had had loss of life and a lot of destruction. Do not let your guard down. Have a plan in your mind of where to go, what to do if severe weather comes calling, and the safest thing you can do, lowest floor away from walls and windows when it comes to tornadoes. And with landfalling tropical system, even a weak one, it is very common to have in the bands that move around that center of circulation for these, well, tornadoes to form. They're often very, very weak, and they can be rain wrapped. However, they can still cause loss of life, so just be careful. Going forward, we also have the chance of severe thunderstorms that could be firing up, and all of these are capable of producing a great deal of rainfall in places that aren't so favorable for water absorption. When you think about the sandy soil, I mean, Cucamonga, that actually translates to sandy place. So it doesn't, these spots don't absorb water very well. So runoff can be instant. And to Molly's point, what Molly mentioned earlier, when you think about the San Gabriel Mountains, you think about the Sierra Nevada, the Coastal Range, these are places that in many spots you have had the effect of wildfires, not much vegetation. So you don't have the root systems that can anchor that soil to the hillside. So when you have the rain, which is beginning to fall right now as we speak on cue, you could have some mudslides. And that could happen even after the rain is gone. It could happen 48 hours from now, 72 hours from now. That weight on the hillsides, gravity will pull it down, and that could be a tremendous issue. Back to the rain. We've had a lot of rain across much of the region. Los Angeles has been just really inundated with a great deal of moisture. You see the future radar, and as we go forward in time, again, we've got the heaviest activity to come, and it could be in times with very low light conditions. Be careful. Let's send it back to Mark in the studio.
Yeah, and Reynolds, that forecast of 3 to 4 additional inches of rain, especially in northern Los Angeles County, in that higher terrain near the Grapevine, that's where we have our first flash flood warning of the day. So it's only going to increase from here. I don't see that rain ending until the center passes, which may take until overnight tonight. The rest of the day is going to be rainy. Let's follow some of the other impacts that Hilary is bringing across the Southwest. Again, here's a look at that cone where we think the center of the center will go and the timing, not where the impacts will be. It's already raining in Southern California. We already have those flash flood warnings, but where the center of the center will go. And in many cases, after the landfall, again, we had landfall take place down here. The center passing is often the end of the storm. Everything gets pushed off towards the front of the motion. And we're certainly seeing that right now. You're in the tropical storm warnings for good reason. The winds are there. The winds will continue. The inland winds will continue tonight into early tomorrow before this whole remnant low gets swept up with the rest of the weather systems moving across the country, and it'll honestly be hard to track by midday tomorrow. But for now, the winds are there and only increasing more. Look at some of these numbers that we'll be seeing across, especially the interior side of California into western Arizona. Maybe the Vegas area could get in on some of that wind as well in the morning, and then it's much better through the night into the morning, and then the rest of the morning it's much better. So again, Molly, as this center passes, we ease up, but we got to get there first. It's a good 12 hours still to go.
And that's a long time when you're talking about some of the rainfall rates that we're expecting, including in Los Angeles, where we could see flash flooding potential. I mean, the potential is definitely there, and the rainfall rates are not what you're used to. In fact, the month of August at LAX, your average rainfall is 0. It's not the time of year that you expect to see rain in Los Angeles. And here we are facing the likely threat for flash flooding. We get into the higher elevations, and that's where we have a high risk of flash flooding. Here's our first flash flood warning of the late morning, early afternoon. This is for Los Angeles County. We go up into the higher elevations. This extends until 6:30 local time, so we have a while to go with this one. And any traveling, really highly discouraged until we can get all of this moisture out here, because flash flooding, it's called flash flooding for a reason. It can happen in an instant. And all of this rain, the rain only gets heavier as we head into the afternoon, the evening time frame. Then we start to see it lighten up through the overnight hours, but still raining at least until we get to about midday tomorrow. Then this system moves out of here, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain, but higher elevations, we could see some spots 5 to 8 inches of rain. The Weather Channel will be right back.
Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Tropical Storm Hilary. I am meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga, which is about 37 miles due east of Los Angeles. Now, we've had light to moderate showers, but parts of the region have been treated with very, very heavy precipitation, and we expect more of the same to come over the next several hours and possibly days. It journeys into parts of the Great Basin, so affecting millions of people. Let's send it back to the studio.
Thanks, Reynolds. We want to get you the latest on Tropical Storm Hilary. Right now, 65-mile-per-hour winds and just made landfall in Baja California. Notice how quickly this is moving off to the northwest at about 25 miles per hour. That speed is good news when it comes to the duration of rainfall. But the problem is the rainfall rates. While we're going to see all of this tropical moisture moving through Southern California, we could see, especially at higher elevations, 2+ inches per hour. And many spots will see months worth of rainfall in just a matter of 24 hours. We could even see a few spots that see a year's worth of rainfall in just a matter of a day. Here's what we're watching right now. We have Los Angeles County, portions of Los Angeles County under a flash flood warning. This is for the higher elevations, so this goes until 6:30. The threat is considerable because it has already been raining. We already have some areas that have picked up 2.5 inches of rain, and this is only going to continue as we head into the next couple of hours. In fact, really the most intense moisture has not even made it into the Los Angeles area and up towards those higher elevations where we get enhanced rainfall due to the lift over the higher terrains, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. And you think near some of those mountain ranges, the water can flow down, so maybe you don't have flooding where you are, but you have flooding at a higher elevation, and then all of a sudden you can find yourself in trouble really quickly as it quickly flows down the mountainsides. Flood watch out. This extends for Southern California, Arizona, all the way up into Idaho and Oregon. This is far-reaching tropical moisture and a very unusual pattern for not only this part of the country, but this time of year. We are looking at the center of this eventually moving closer to Los Angeles. Again, it already made landfall in Baja California, but look at all of the moisture that it's bringing with it. And I'm not just concerned about the coastal areas. I think the inland areas have a much higher risk of the flash flooding. You think about tropical systems, and typically you think of the coastline, but with this one and this setup and this terrain and this part of the country, I'm very concerned about inland flooding. There's a tropical storm watch out. Southern California includes Los Angeles as well as San Diego, a lot of our major interstates too. So bottom line, if you do not have to travel today, it certainly is not advised. And even tomorrow, as some of the floodwaters will take time to recede. Now, Mark, this is very unusual, of course, for this time of year, but what's not unusual is what's happening in the Atlantic. This is the time of year that we start to see activity, and oh boy, are we seeing it. Oh, you're not kidding. We've got some big time action going on across the tropical waters of the Atlantic. 5 different circles on the map to talk about right now. First, let's go through the ones that are far away. A depression that's got about 24 hours left to live, and it's done. A tropical storm that's going north and away into cooler waters and hostile territory. It's done. We've got an area to watch coming off of Africa that we could track for several days, but it's so far away that we don't have to worry about it. At least not yet. So let's go closer to home, because you could make the argument that this invest and this invest may both need to be those potential tropical cyclones sooner rather than later. This thing's hauling towards the Texas and Mexican border. This one is going to be bending north towards the Hispaniola area with heavy rain in Puerto Rico too. So let's go through both of those quickly because they're close to home. We've got a 60% chance of development for this thing going into the Gulf, moving over record warm Gulf of Mexico waters, and it's got that look to it right now. It's feeling and looking a little bit more healthy, like something may come out of this sooner rather than later, but it's moving really quick. And so that the most likely scenario is that we're going to have some beneficial rains in a drought-stricken part of Texas and Mexico, and then it moves on.
Could we also have some gusty winds and some squally conditions if this thing organizes a little bit too fast or organizes right on shore? Yes. But I think, again, better news than worse with this thing. But it's starting to look at that spin, right? It's starting to get that feeling that something is brewing in here. In the visible satellite imagery, you can see that as well. It's starting to look like we've got something really trying to organize in the tropics. And as we move this forward, notice that spin approaches South Texas. We start seeing some banding features Monday. It's right on shore Tuesday, and it's gone by late Tuesday into Wednesday. So we need more rain than that. That's not going to break the drought, but it's better. Something is better than nothing, and a couple of inches of rain on the way. Hurricane hunters are on the way to this invest area, now being given a 90% chance of development, and it looks like it's going to bend north towards Hispaniola Tuesday and Wednesday. Very heavy tropical rains on the way. We'll be right back.
Live images from Riverside, California, part of the Inland Empire, and Charles Peak of the Weather Channel is right behind the wheel, and you're basically seeing what Charles is seeing, some intense rainfall that is enveloping much of that community and soon will envelop much of the region, and with it, we have the prospect of flooding. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching continued coverage here on the Weather Channel of Tropical Storm Hilary. My name is Reynolds Wolf. The name of the community, Rancho Cucamonga. And I'll tell you, this community, on average, gets 287 days of sunshine a year, again, on average. But today is anything but average. We expect some major changes in this forecast with some showers and storms coming through. And when you think about this location and its proximity to the San Gabriel Mountains and then the soil composition, all this adds up to a pretty tricky day and possibly extremely dangerous. However, this is an area that has dealt with flooding before. And we heard from the fire department earlier, they're urging people that, well, if you have a bad situation, make sure you may have to act very quickly to get to safety. Take a listen.
In Southern California, you need to be ready for an emergency year-round. Fires, floods, and even snowfall is, work with your local municipalities. Make sure you're in the reverse 911 system. Have a plan in place for home and be ready to go if we ask you to leave.
Vigilance is everything. So if you have that strategy, you don't have to formulate a plan. You already have it in your head, and you can act accordingly if need be. But still, the whole idea of tropical weather in Southern California, it just does not seem to fit, does it? It sounds very odd to the ear, but that's what we're dealing with. Again, the system that could be very dangerous to millions of people over the next several days. Let's get to it and talk about what we have here, Mark, very quickly. Again, we have this torque constant range anywhere from a 2 to a 3 for much of Southern California. Mark, that is not something that we often see in this part of the world. Back to you, Mark.
No, not at all. And Reynolds, can you talk a little bit more about how the area that you're in particular is surrounded by that terrain, especially to the north and northeast side, and how that may play with an approaching tropical system coming up from the south?
Absolutely. Okay, I want you to think of this part of the world as being just like a mattress. Just think of it being in bed. And then someone takes a comforter and they just kind of ruffle it up. Well, that's what the landscape sort of looks like, where you have like one ruffle would be along the coastal range. Then you have the San Gabriel Mountains, which are just gorgeous. Then you have some flat areas. You get to Death Valley. You get to whether it's flooding actually in Death Valley. But then, Mark, you go beyond that, and then you have this huge rise, the Sierra Nevada mountains, and all of those can play a huge part in enhancing the rainfall, orographic lift, and that could cause some flooding. And Mark, I do believe the forecast shows that some locations could get, say, 3 to even 4 inches of rainfall, maybe even overperforming to a tune that could be even higher. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at Mount San Antonio and the junction going through I-15 there, so the mountains close to you, I mean, even that'll be enough to really pick up that rainfall and then send it downhill, depending on what side of the mountain that rain is falling on. Reynolds, we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Of course, live reports from Reynolds and from Jen Carfagno. We'll check in with her in just a little bit. Right now, we're following not only flash flood warnings, but our first severe thunderstorm warning of the afternoon. Imperial County with a severe thunderstorm warning, and within this area, some spin is being indicated. A tornado possible tag on this as it is approaching that I-8 corridor. Very common with these outer bands of a tropical system. Common, I say, for those of you used to the tropics in the southeast, not common for tropical systems in the southwest. But that's what we are dealing with, this kind of shear line right in here, and timing it out for you, crossing over I-8, which is right behind here, close to 11:40 11:45 local time as that shear line makes its way through. So a tornado possible with that severe thunderstorm. Just one of many threats that we're going to continue to follow through the rest of the day. We also have a new flash flood warning that has popped up just west of there along the I-8 corridor. So not only are we looking at that area with some spin, but also kind of in between our radar sites. This is technically far eastern San Diego County, a considerable threat with regards to the precipitation that we have seen in this area. And again, hard to get a good look at this because of the terrain. The terrain is blocking the radar beam from San Diego to let you see the rain that we have in this region, but we know it's there from sources off to the east as well. And so that's, we'll do a big jump. This area that now is Los Angeles County, and here too, a flash flood warning. The past 3 hours, a couple of inches of rain, but look how much it has been picking up towards I-5 in the Grapevine area. So LA and points due north along the 5. You have very heavy rainfall, and again, another considerable threat tag, which means this is a kind of getting towards that upper echelon type of flash flood warning for that potential of heavy rain causing flash flooding. In this area, we're not done. It is going to keep raining here through the rest of the afternoon and right on into this evening. We'll be right back. This is the Weather Channel, and we are watching the tropics. You can see some of that moisture in the far left part of the globe there coming into California and beyond. But look at the Atlantic. All that deep orange and red all of a sudden. 5 different areas that we are watching over the next couple of days for tropical development that is either already begun or may begin in the next couple of days. The tropics are alive and well, and we'll go through all of those swirls coming up and let you know what we are following and what could come at us pretty close to home for the eastern side of the country. But in the western side of the country, we already have a tropical system that is approaching. Tropical storm Hilary continues to move in, already made landfall in the northern Baja California peninsula. As a tropical storm, top wind speed of 65 miles per hour. That pressure has come up. It was up at landfall 988, about 20 millibars higher than when this thing was a Cat 4 off the coast and in the waters of the Pacific. Now continuing to move north. As it moves north, it's bringing all that tropical energy north as well, and lots of deep tropical moisture. So these cones that you're seeing now are only reasonably okay at telling you some of the risk. Yes, there's still a risk where the center goes. There's still some enhancement to the rainfall right near that center and the wind right near that center. But also, there is a good bit of precipitation that has already begun now, way before the center gets there, and it will become less and less relevant for this cone as it really narrows down and tracks the center of the center for where the impacts will be. Look at this map. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings near the Mexican border. We've got flash flood warnings in Los Angeles County as well. That's not with the center. That's with all this precip and the outer bands well out ahead of the center. Severe thunderstorm warning for Imperial County, where a tornado is possible moving over I-8 with just a little bit of spin in that line, in that sheared line right in here. That's what we're watching, where those colors change from light red to dark red. That is a favored location for these tropical induced tornadoes to be able to spin up. So here's a look at the timing for some of the cities across this area and in that warning. And again, we have this, the flash flood warning in eastern San Diego County, and we have a flash flood warning in northern Los Angeles County. Both of those considerable threats for several inches of rain that have fallen in the past 24 hours. But in the short term, I-5 has really been coming down, and it's showing no signs of letting up. So we got to watch this in the Santa Clarita area and the rest of that I-5 corridor, even though some of the heavier totals, Molly, so far have been off to the east. And you can see that in the past 24 hours, just how much rain has fallen. This little yellow dot, that's close to 4 inches of rain. So it won't take much now. The grounds are ready for more flooding.
And we're seeing more rain potentially through the next couple hours, through tomorrow morning in many regards. Let's jump to the Atlantic Basin and show you what we're watching, including this area that is moving into the Gulf. This is 91L, Invest 91L, and it has a 60% chance of development over the next 7 days. Now, that's upped a little bit from the last update from the National Hurricane Center. They're watching this one very closely as it's going to move all the way across the Gulf and then eventually over towards southern Texas. I will say it does look a little bit better than it has when it's been interacting with land, particularly Florida, over the past 24 hours, but still very disorganized area of thunderstorms, a tropical wave. Now, it only has a limited area of real estate to move over water before it eventually runs into land, right? The Gulf of Mexico. But we do have record warm waters. It is unbelievably warm in the Gulf right now. And you know, anytime we have any kind of disturbance that moves into the Gulf, you can never take your eye off it because things can go really fast in the Gulf, especially this time of year. That surge of tropical moisture, we're following it across the Gulf over those warm waters, over areas where we could see some development before it makes it into South Texas. Now, regardless of development or not, this could bring some beneficial rainfall to Texas. It has been so hot in southern Texas, and the drought has continued to expand. So at this point, you're hoping for some rain, but you hope it comes without the tropical mischief. The chances of tropical development, where you see these orange colors, that's where the chances go up, particularly as we get closer, Mark, to the coastline. This is not the only area. The Atlantic Basin is extremely active and extremely interesting right now.
Yeah, you're not kidding. 4 other areas that we're watching across the Atlantic waters. Tropical Depression 6 is on its way out. Tropical Storm Emily moving north and away. We've got an area to watch off of Africa. And this one, Invest 90L, actually has hurricane hunters on the way because that thing looks like it's getting organized right now. Emily is totally sheared. The center's down here, the precip's up here. It's moving north and away. It's just not going to have an easy go of things. In fact, you know, part of it's moving north, part of it's moving west. It's a mess, and that's not what you're going to see for good development in the tropics. So thank goodness we could basically say goodbye to that one. This one, on the other hand, looking very healthy. Big surge of cold cloud tops, big surge of those tropical thunderstorms. Hurricane hunters are en route because this is going to take a turn, kind of bending its way towards the Hispaniola area. Haiti and the Dominican Republic could clip Puerto Rico with some heavy rain. Looks like Tuesday to Wednesday will be the heaviest precip chances, but this thing is slowing down as it makes the turn. So here comes Tuesday. We get some heavy rain over Hispaniola, and it stalls out in the just north of the islands of the Caribbean. We are following Tropical Storm Hilary. You're watching the Weather Channel, and we're sticking with this storm and all the other tropical activity that is going on across the Atlantic Basin. But that's right, the Pacific started things off, and Tropical Storm Hilary has made landfall in the north central portion of the Baja California Peninsula and continues to move north. So the center is still off your screen, but the rainfall has arrived, and look at all these warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning, flash flood warning, 2 flash flood warnings covering all of Los Angeles County at this point, and that rain's not ending anytime soon. So this is what we feared. This is what we were talking about over the past couple of days. First, a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible on this leading edge of this outer band associated with Hilary. Just enough of a wind shift that we are seeing at least a chance for some tornadic activity moving right over I-8 right now. And so while we don't have any confirmed tornadoes in this area, the technology isn't screaming at us that this has a tornado, it's possible. So it got that elevated tag from the National Weather Service office there for Imperial County, where we absolutely could see a tornado out of that severe thunderstorm. Look at this. Look at L.A., downtown L.A., the interior side of Los Angeles County, both now under flash flood warnings. Los Angeles and part of Ventura counties, mind you, with this flash flood warning that goes all the way until 7:45 tonight. You can't see that. Let's pick a color you can actually see. 7:45 tonight. That means you've got the rest of the day, and the indications are that we're not going to see much changing for where this rain is right now. It's going to continue to fill in. You're seeing instantaneous rainfall rates about that ½ inch to even 3/4 of an inch per hour. So if this continues to rain this way, we're going to get into some pretty hefty totals when all is said and done over the next, next few hours here. Next 12 hours of rain, and then it should really ease up. But that's 12 more hours of rainfall. We've, in the past couple of hours, have seen several locations in interior Los Angeles County approaching 2 inches of rain, so just shy of 3 inch per hour rainfall, of 1 inch per hour rainfall rates. And that's exactly what we were showing you for the rest of the county now. So that's only going to increase. I want to bring in Reynolds Wolf, who's in Rancho Cucamonga. And Reynolds, the rainfall has been focused in at the coast, kind of where that center is going to go. But sooner rather than later, it's also going to be enhanced by the interior mountain ranges near where you are.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we expected really to ramp up considerably. But I got to tell you, with the threat of the rainfall, there's a patchwork, right, of trepidation, of fear, of concern. But I got to tell you, here in this community, there is a bit of good news. We heard from the city manager a short while ago, John Gilson. Listen to what he had to say.
This was a record amount of sandbags for us. We saw a response over the winter, but I think people expect it more in the winter. This caught them unexpected. And I also think coming off the wet winter, people realized, okay, there's a potential for a lot more rain than we're used to. So 19,000 sandbags, 180 tons of sand in one day. We've never given out that much before. And we had people going all the way into almost evening hours. So great response by our community, and we're real happy that people took it seriously.
So what's the good news? The good news is the people are being vigilant. You got to like that. They're taking this seriously. They're acting accordingly, and they are ready for what may unleash across this region. Quiet times now, but we see the situation in Los Angeles. We're only 37 miles away, and we've got more of this energy, Molly, rolling in this direction. So we do expect to switch over, going from what could be sedate to possibly, well, a bit more intense over the next several hours. Back to you, Molly.
Bottom line, you can't let your guard down. Thank you, Reynolds. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. But we do want to talk about the impacts that we're expecting in many of our Southern California areas, but not just Southern California. This extends well to the north as all of this tropical moisture is being drawn into Nevada, over to Idaho, Oregon, even Montana could be seeing some tropical moisture. But of course, the most intense rainfall will be in Southern California, where we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. That is a broad brush. Many areas, especially our higher elevations, could see even more than that. Because of that, and because of the risk, there is a high risk for flash flooding. And the Weather Prediction Center issues these outlooks, and a high risk is very uncommon. It's only issued about 4% of the days throughout the entire year, and it's even more unusual to see a high risk in Southern California. This is the area that we're watching for flash flooding, not just through today, but tomorrow, even extending into Tuesday morning. Remember, when we see flash flooding and we see creeks, rivers, streams, we see landslides, mudslides, we see these, flowing down the mountainsides of water and filling up areas that are below in lower elevations. It takes time for the water to recede. So it's not just today. This could be a multi-day threat. Palm Springs is one of those areas that we could see our yearly rainfall in just a matter of a day. That's why the flash flooding is such a huge concern. And it's not just the coastal areas you typically think with tropical systems. This impact extends well inland.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I am meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga here in the Inland Empire. We are just south of the San Gabriel Mountains, just to our north, and to our west, we've got Los Angeles, only 37 miles away, where the rain is coming down, all compliments of Tropical Storm Hilary. Very heavy rainfall and flooding. Seems like it's going to be a sure bet across much of the region. And of course, it's going to be affecting many people over the next several days. And even after the rain goes, we still have the threat of mudslides for possibly days to come. Now, you know our location, and 69 miles from our present location location. You go back towards the east, you'll find Palm Springs. And in Palm Springs, you'll find meteorologist Jen Carfagno. Jen, let's send it to you.
Oh, Reynolds, all right. Well, good day to you, because here in Palm Springs, desert oasis here, we do not get a lot of rain throughout the entire year, especially in August. And it has been raining here all day already in Palm Springs, California. Now, we're under a tropical storm warning. We're under a flood watch here. That goes until tomorrow, actually. And the rain so far has been light from Tropical Storm Hilary, but the worst of it is still yet to come. And so we're going to talk more about potential impacts. I'm actually situated just to the east of the San Jacinto Mountains. You can see those behind me. They're stunning, right? But they will actually play a big role in potentially bringing us a flood concern, a flash flood concern, even a mudslide concern if that rain is heavy enough in the mountains. Let's talk more about heavy rainfall and the threats. We've got a flash flood warning in Los Angeles. Mark Elliott has more on that.
Yeah, that's right, Jen. A couple of flash flood warnings now in L.A., also some in San Diego and Imperial counties as well. So things are coming a little bit more fast and furious now that the more widespread heavy rain has entered Southern California. Let's start out in L.A. This includes downtown, includes the airport, includes portions of Ventura County, also Glendale, Long Beach, Los Angeles, all in this warning until 7:45. Effectively the rest of your day under a flash flood warning. Now, flash flood warning, mind you, that has been deemed a considerable threat by the National Weather Service office in the area because of how much rain we've seen already and how much more rain we are expecting to see through the rest of the day. Some of these rainfall rates that we're seeing across this area have been anywhere from a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch per hour, even occasionally some that are a little bit higher than that. And so we're talking about that potential for considerable amounts of rain, as this isn't going to be moving much. We'll keep feeding this from the south. So this is the southern side of Los Angeles County. The northern side of Los Angeles County also under a flash flood warning, also with that considerable threat. The worst of the rain here is towards I-5. And if you're traveling out of LA and up through the Grapevine on the 5, man, you're going to be in that rain that entire drive. It's part of why the officials have been warning you against travel today. It is not going to be a picnic out there. That is for sure. So that's Palmdale, that's Santa Clarita, that's northern suburbs of Los Angeles, all under this flash flood warning until 6:30. That area has seen a couple of inches in the past 3 hours, but 4 inches in eastern portions of the county for the past 24 hours. So the grounds are not really able to soak up any more rains. To the south, we're also seeing flash flood warnings. We've got one in San Diego County, and now this doubling of warnings. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning on top of a flash flood warning for Imperial County, I-8, and points just north now in the worst threat with regards to both the heavy rain and the gusty winds, with a little bit of spin and the chance for a tornado threat in that area as well. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:15 in that area as it makes its way towards the north, and that heavy rain is all runoff at this point. It cannot go through those hard desert soils. It's staying on top and racing downhill. And so that is going to be a big threat. Where it's rained already towards the southern side of the county, we've seen a couple of reports of a 1/2 inch to an inch of rain in that area. And over the past day, this is the kind of weather we're going to be seeing, with wind gusts, especially at elevation, that are over 60 miles per hour. And rain that's enough to cause problems in those mountain pass communities in particular. We're not seeing much in the way of power outages just yet, but now that we're starting to see the winds picking up and the rain picking up and all of this kind of working together, we're going to see more of the same. So, Molly, here we go. Tropical Storm Hilary, 65-mile-per-hour winds. It is hauling to the north-northwest at 25 miles per hour.
And at least it's not moving slow, because can you imagine if we had these kind of rainfall rates with a slow-moving tropical system, it would be more eye-popping amounts than what we're seeing already.
Which I think are eye-popping enough.
Yes, for Southern California, absolutely. Let's take you to Mexico right now, where devastating scenes. This is flash flooding out of Mexico as we were seeing Tropical Storm Hilary moving through. At this point, it was a hurricane. Yesterday, when we were seeing the most intense flash flooding, unfortunately, one person drowned. This was in Santa Rosalia yesterday when a vehicle was swept away. That kind of flash flooding is absolutely terrifying. And it's called flash flooding for a reason, because it can happen very quickly. And unfortunately, it does tend to catch a lot of people off guard. That's why we're here at the Weather Channel preparing you and, walking you through this entire event so that you are not caught off guard. Flood watch out for Southern California, out for Arizona, Utah, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon. This tropical moisture extends well to the north. And this all lends into the type of pattern that we have right now, where we have tropical moisture from Hilary being squeezed across not only California, but this big ridge of high pressure over the central part of the country is squeezing this all the way to the north, up into even as far north as Montana. Very unusual pattern that is steering a lot of our tropical currents right now. So high risk of flash flooding, that's a big concern. This is issued by the Weather Prediction Center, and it's not very often you see a high risk for flash flooding. Let's talk about that for a minute, what that means. Unfortunately, we do see quite a few number of fatalities on these high-risk days. In fact, the percent of yearly flood deaths on high-risk days, 39%. And of course, one death is too many. And one of the big ways that you can avoid being one of those fatalities is not traveling across flooded roadways in your vehicle. We see it over and over again when we see these flood risks. And it's not just dangerous for you, it's also dangerous for the people who have to come and rescue you. Also, high-risk days, they are known for producing a large amount of damage. 62% of those days, $1 million damage. That's what we're dealing with, a high risk of flash flooding. Eventually, the center of this will move closer to the coast of California. Remember, the center is down in the Baja California Peninsula, where it officially made landfall. But all of this moisture still has to move through. That's going to take the better part of this afternoon, the better part of this evening. Even through the overnight hours, the rainfall isn't as intense, but it's still falling. So it's still going to cause some problems. Eventually, by Monday morning, most of that moisture is now moving up to the north. But as mentioned, the flash flooding risk extends from California all the way to Montana. Let's bring back in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is live in Rancho Cucamonga, California, where, Reynolds, this area is absolutely no stranger to flooding.
Oh, you're right about that. And flooding, always a terrifying prospect. We heard earlier from city manager John Gillison, and he gave us really a bit of, well, good news. Take a listen.
We saw a lot of heavy activity, people stocking up on water and food the last couple of days, and they've been asking what they need to do to get plans and that for their family for evacuation or anything together. So people have been taking it seriously, and the coverage has been getting their attention.
That is precisely what you want. That really is. To everyone to be vigilant and to be on their best game, and that is certainly the case here. I got to tell you, I've lived in California twice in my life, and in California, there are things that you expect. You know there could be a chance of wildfires, flooding can be an issue, winter storms, heat waves, earthquakes. But one thing that doesn't meet really that list, tropical weather. But here we are, and that's what we're dealing with. And right now, at our present location, we've got some scattered showers that have been a bit more to our south and to our east and to our west, certainly the case to our west in Los Angeles. But we expect more of the rain to move in over the next several hours. Now, in terms of other features we may deal with that seem somewhat, well, unusual, to say the least, in this part of the world, tornadic activity. You look at this, you might see this the first time, you wonder, what is a torcon? Not really familiar with that terminology. What is it? That is your tornado condition index. And for this one, it ranges from a 2 to a 3. And you may be thinking, why are we talking about tornadoes when it comes to a landfalling tropical system? Well, around the center of circulation, you have these concentric bands, and sometimes in these bands, you can have enough spin to produce tornadoes. Good news is that those are usually very weak. They don't last that long. Bad news is that they're very, very hard to see and oftentimes can cause a lot of damage and loss of life. So if you do have, again, if you're in a situation like that, make sure you go to the lowest floor away from walls and windows. That is certainly going to be your best bet. The other feature we have, of course, severe thunderstorms. And when these thunderstorms form, especially out in the desert, I know there's been reports of some flooding in Death Valley. You can have some flooding in a situation where you have maybe an inch or two of rainfall, but we're expecting a great deal more of that. Also, something else. If you have a landfalling tropical system that comes along the Texas coastline, maybe Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, you can have flooding there. But keep in mind, that landscape is relatively flat. But Mark, as you've mentioned several times today, this is very different. You've got a lot of topography that is very irregular. It's not all flat. We've got a lot of ridgelines, hills, mountains, and each of those can be another feature that can really enhance the rainfall and bring more of a risk of flooding. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, that water will find the lowest spot. That's for sure. You've seen that if you're, have flooding in your house where it can roll downhill and roll down the pipes and cause a problem. You'll see that on a grand scale through the desert Southwest as it will roll down those hills and fill the lowest areas. Reynolds, we'll get back with you in just a little bit. So we're following all of the impacts from Hilary. Rainfall is going to be the #1, right? Priority #1 across the Southwest. But there's also wind, there's also waves and rip currents and an ocean impact threat here as well. And that part of it lasts a little bit longer, lasts a couple of days as we work our way towards the north and say goodbye to this system eventually on Monday. Tropical storm warnings, all the islands off the coast, but also for the first time ever, communities of southwestern California, Ventura, Los Angeles, Riverside, San Bernardino, getting in towards San Diego counties, all areas for the first time seeing tropical storm warnings issued by the National Hurricane Center. Then the inland side of this, as we start stretching out the storm and merging it with the rest of the weather moving across the continental United States. High wind warnings all the way into Idaho. Could we see state record tropical rains across Idaho or Oregon from this when all is said and done? Maybe. We'll see how the record books kind of shake out when all is said and done here. As for the wind, we're also going to see that picking up as the center approaches and as the rain picks up and pushes that wind that's aloft down to the surface. So you might be following the surface winds and being like, okay, we're down to tropical storm. It's not as big a deal. It's almost gone. Well, not necessarily. Aloft, those winds are not slowing down as effectively. They're not messed with the higher terrain, and it's not displacing those winds quite as much. And so when the rain falls through that, it's pushed down to the surface. That's how this area on the east side of that approaching center could still see 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts well away from that center. It is coupled to the rain aloft, and that rain aloft pushes the wind and the rain down towards the surface. Speaking of the inland area, I want to check in now with meteorologist Jen Carfagno in Palm Springs. More rain on the way, Jen. This is just the beginning.
Oh, just the beginning. We've had 0.37 inches so far of rainfall, which is actually quite significant for us here in Palm Springs, California. But what we're concerned about is what is coming. We're under the tropical storm warning. We're under the flash flood watch that goes until 5 o'clock tomorrow. I'm watching the hills behind me, and I see all the rain that's on the other side. And I can also see what's coming up from the south. And that is the rain that I'm very concerned about getting into the bigger rainfall rates. It's all about the rate. A little bit of light rain is certainly a big deal, and it can affect travel big time across this area since we don't get much. But when you get into the bigger rates, a half inch or an inch per hour, then you start to deal with water draining down the mountains. Also, water has to drain somewhere here. It runs into some of these stormwater washes, which in some cases cross over roadways, which means they have to be closed. I got to talk to the mayor of Palm Springs yesterday, Grace Gardner, about how they're going to handle road closures.
The biggest issue that we have in Palm Springs is flooding. The desert is not used to getting even an inch of rain at a time, and so any rain really causes a lot of damage to our roads. It causes flooding on our major arteries, and that makes it harder for people to come to Desert Regional Medical Center, which is also our only level 1 trauma center all the way to the border. So it's just really critical that we are able to get those roads clear as quickly as possible.
And that means people staying off the road so that if they do need to clear debris, et cetera, when the rain comes down, that they're able to do that quickly. Now, I do want to talk about some of the closures. They've already put in place some closures because of flooding that is expected. The Gene Autry Trail is one of them, and our team went out and took a look at that earlier today, where already they're closing some of the areas where we've got these storm water washes, and there's 16 of them across the area here and down into the Coachella Valley, and that helps funnel the water that falls here in Palm Springs, but also that falls in the mountains and drains down, and it extends it all the way down to the Salton Sea here. And so, in the best case scenario, it all falls in at a perfect rate and can be contained within those drains, Molly. But we know that in a situation like this, we're bound to have water covering roadways, and urging folks to just stay home today, let this rain fall, let's see how it plays out, and that is really the safest way for everyone to be here in the desert. Molly, back to you.
Great advice there, Jen. Thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. We want to get the latest, though, on our flash flood warning for Los Angeles County as well as Ventura County. This does include downtown Los Angeles, where we just saw a really heavy band of rain move through. It includes a lot of our major interstates, as Jen just mentioned. Great advice there. If you don't have to travel, it is not recommended today. This extends for another 7.5 hours or so. So we have a long way to go with this rain. This is not the only wave of heavy rain that we will see. There is more to the south, and there is more on the way. LAX, you've seen 0.27 inches of rain. And if you're watching from the East Coast, you're saying that's not very much at all. It's all relative, right? And for Southern California, that is a lot, and especially when we're looking down the line and seeing more moving in. Likely flash flooding for Los Angeles, higher elevations, a high risk for flash flooding, something that you have to take very seriously. There's our latest observations out of LAX, and notice what is coming over the next couple of hours. All those yellows and oranges, tropical downpours.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel as we continue to watch Tropical Storm Hilary, and you're taking a live look right now at LAX, where you are under a flash flood warning, and that extends for a majority of Los Angeles County, not only including downtown Los Angeles, but also some of our higher elevations where the threat for flash flooding is even greater. Let's take a look at Tropical Storm Hilary, where it is right now and where it is headed. Just made landfall about an hour or so ago, a little bit more than an hour in Baja, California, but the center of this will track eventually towards the California coast. Ahead of that, all of this tropical moisture is streaming in, and we already have several flash flood warnings as mentioned. Downtown Los Angeles, you are included in that until 7:45 local time. We have a long way to go with this one. Several more hours of rain and tropical downpours and rainfall rates that you're not used to in this part of the country. Again, this is tropical, so we could see rainfall rates 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour. And when you talk about a spot like Los Angeles in August, typically your average rainfall for the entire month of August is 0. This is not a time of year that you typically and traditionally see rain, but here we go. We're bringing in Tropical Storm Hilary. Some rainfall amounts in our higher elevations. We've seen 2.5 inches of rain, and the totals will only continue to add up. We take you back to downtown Los Angeles, where we have some amounts that are approaching 1/2 inch of rain or even eclipsing 1 inch of rain at this point. Several more hours to go, so those amounts will continue to climb. We also have a flash flood warning for Imperial County. The threat, you'll notice, it says considerable. This is heavy rain moving in, and when we bring this into a more arid area, like a desert climate, there's no way for the soil to absorb this water, so it's going to run off, and it's going to run down any elevation and changes in terrain very quickly. Flood watch out. This covers a majority of Southern California, almost the entire state of Nevada up through Idaho. Oregon even included portions of Utah down through Arizona. Bottom line, a big area of real estate under the threat for flooding. And the timing on this, here comes the center of this storm and all of the tropical moisture. This is 7 o'clock local time. All of that heavy rain is now moving into southern portions and central portions of Nevada. This is a quick moving storm, so we want to bring in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is in Rancho Cucamonga, California. And Reynolds, I think that's the one good news with this. This is not a slow moving storm in any regards. It's going to be in and out of here very quickly.
That's the game plan. That's what we want to have happen, have it be a quick mover. I mean, all these tropical systems are all different. We've seen what can happen in situations, say Hurricane Harvey, where you had something stall out over Houston and you had just feet and feet of rainfall. So yeah, they're all different. They all have different personalities, so to speak. A lot of places seem to have different personalities too. We are in Rancho Cucamonga, then off in the distance you'll see the San Gabriel Mountains. They rise up in defiance, just contrasting with the valley floor, some 8,800 feet. And those high peaks are one of the things that can really enhance a lot of the rainfall. That's one thing to consider. But, you know, words mean things. And what is meant in a name like Rancho Cucamonga, ranch means ranch, but Cucamonga means a sandy place. And that tells you a lot about the soil composition that you have in this part of the world. Sandy soil, at least in this part of the world, doesn't do a very good job of absorbing water. So any kind of heavy rain that comes down, there's almost instant runoff, and flooding can be a very real danger. It has been in the past. It will be possibly in the near present, and certainly will be in the future. But thankfully, people have been very vigilant. They've been getting the sandbags yesterday, putting them to good use. And right now, everyone's head is on a swivel, watching the system as it cruises ever closer from south to north. You know, I mentioned the soil composition and the backdrop of mountains. You'll find something very similar. 69 miles to our east, that's where you'll find, well, Palm Springs. And you'll also find meteorologist Jen Carfagna, who's certainly, you have the backdrop too of the mountains, and certainly the soil, pretty much the same kind of composition there, Jen.
It's very dry, Reynolds. And let me tell you, there's a lot of change between yesterday and today, too. We've gotten a little bit of rain, about 0.37 so far here. So it's a small amount of rain in small doses, which is key. But everything feels different. It smells different here. It's a different experience when it rains in the desert. Now, I do want to talk about the amount of rain and just us handling it. When you look at the mountains, you think, oh, that's not good to get big rainfall. It is not. And some of our biggest rains in history, our top three, actually. Number one was 4.57. 2, 3.8, 3, 3.69 was a Valentine's Day storm in 2019. It was an atmospheric river event, and there was a lot of flooding through the area. What I talked about earlier with the storm wash channels, where the water comes in and moves it through the city, you know, the roads are actually designed to be a part of that. So there are places where roads are going to flood if indeed the water is too much for those storm wash channels to handle. And in 2019, that was certainly the case. There was some significant flooding that happened. They had to obviously close roads, but there was a lot of cleanup that lasted for days after. So this is an event that everyone is on guard for, waiting for the rain to come down. The advice from the mayor was that everyone just stay put. That's the best way to stay safe. Wait until after the event is over and we can assess how this area handled the rain from Tropical Storm Hilary.
A busy site and a very busy day. Over 1,500 flights every 24 hours at this airport. Warnings in the area, and there's something else that's flying in. That is Tropical Storm Hilary, bringing with it the threat of more flooding, not just in the LA basin, but across the region, possibly affecting millions of people over the next several hours and days. As the moisture begins to move out, we still have another threat, and that's going to be the hillsides inundated with a great deal of moisture and the potential for mudslides that could affect so many communities. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. I'm coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga. It is about, let's see, 37 miles just to the east of Los Angeles. We're about 69 miles away from Palm Springs, but it's going to be the entire area and eventually possibly up through the Great Basin where this storm is expected to go. It's a fast mover, and that's the good news. However, as it interacts with both deserts and that sandy composition soil and high elevation, we still have that very risk of flooding, that tremendous risk. So what we are seeing in places like Los Angeles, we could see affecting millions of people as we go forward in time. There are other risks, though, that come with this, and it's going to sound pretty unusual to you if you're not used to tropical weather. People in Texas, Alabama, say Mississippi, Louisiana, and Florida, very familiar with this. As you have these landfalling tropical systems, oftentimes you can have tornadic activity. That may be the case as we go forward over the next several hours. And with these, they tend to make possibly very weak tornadoes, but they're rain-wrapped, and they move in these concentric bands as you have the spinning around the center of circulation. However, Although they are weak and they can be relatively small, they can still cause loss of life. They can still be destructive. So please be careful. Please be careful. And on days where you have that TORCON, that's a tornado condition index, even if it's a 2 or a 3, you've got to certainly stay vigilant. And that has been the case for a lot, so many people. People that we've spoken to, both in Los Angeles at this present location. It's been a huge topic of conversation about what we're seeing here, truly historic. Now, this is an area that has dealt with, especially in the recent past, some very heavy rainfall. The atmospheric rivers with the moisture from the abundant snowpack that we had in the Sierra Nevada. So there has been an abundance of water, but this one's different in nature. Again, you don't hear Southern California, Mark, and tropical weather usually it doesn't fit. It sounds like we're talking two entirely different languages, but the words go together today, and, well, the atmosphere could give us some severe times. Let's send it back to you.
Thanks, Reynolds. And yeah, it is just an anomaly seeing this much water in these places. It's not what you're used to seeing, and that means the infrastructure wasn't built to deal with it, and that means the impacts are going to be that much greater. We're starting to see that unfold in front of our eyes. Here is some of the precipitation for Los Angeles over the past 12 to 24 hours. Now, this 12-hour total lags a little bit. There are some indications that this number is now approaching 0.8, just shy of 0.8. So almost an inch of rain already in the past 12 hours. And that is only increasing from here. As you can see, the trend is all on the right side of the graph for where that precip is right now. That means it's raining now and still picking up in intensity. Here is the flash flood warning to go with that. It's downtown. It is the airport. It's all the way to the coast. It's Ventura County. It's LA, Glendale, Long Beach, Los Angeles, all included in this mess where the radar is indicating very heavy rain. You could make the argument that if you split this into, the west side is raining a little bit more than the east side, but still the whole area has seen enough and it's still raining and it's going to keep raining. And so that flash flood warning goes for a long time, all the way until 7:45. The northern side of Los Angeles County, also heavy rain here. And so I-5 is a focal point for trouble right now because of the amount of rain that we have seen. You could see that the past 3 hours, we've seen some decent totals on the east side of the warning where it's not raining as much, but we're quickly making up the difference back here, back towards I-5. Also, ½ inch to an inch of rain in the past 3 hours, and a lot of that is in less than 3 hours. And so that's how we're getting to those flash flood warnings. Past 24 hours, though, east side of northern LA County, and that's why we are also included in the risk. There's just no more room in the soils to soak up this rainfall. Now, we're watching the center moving right along the northern portion of the Baja California Peninsula. We've got a long ways to go with the slog of moisture coming up the coastline, and we're just now starting to see some of that enhancement coming into the mountains on the east side of the big cities, the east side of San Diego, the east side of LA, as those mountains lift up that tropical moisture and squeeze it out even more. And so flash flood warnings down towards the Mexican border. But again, the center's pretty far away. We've got a long way to go with the system moving north. And that's why we're going to still have a flood risk through the rest of the day as that spin arrives with faster winds aloft compared to the surface. We also have a severe weather component. We had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags. We could see more of that as we go through the rest of the day along the California-Arizona border. A lot to follow with Hilary. We'll be right back. You are watching the Weather Channel, and we are watching the tropics. Not only this slog of tropical moisture crashing into California, but also, what is that red blob coming towards South Texas and all those other red swirls in the main development region of the Atlantic Ocean? Yeah, the tropics have really come alive over the past couple of days in the Atlantic Basin as well. We'll talk about that thing that could come towards Texas and one that's definitely going to go through Hispaniola over the next couple of days. But the here and the now is from the Pacific side of the tropics. Coming into Southern California is what's left of Tropical Storm Hilary. Still a tropical storm, mind you, but stretching out and losing a lot of that core as it does so. What that means is that more of you get in on the fun for longer because we're stretching this thing out. And the rain has already arrived in a big way into Los Angeles and Ventura counties. Flash flood warnings continue there until 7:45. Effectively, the rest of the day will be raining. This is what everyone here at the Weather Channel and all the local officials were talking about, urging you to be done with the out and about, on the road type scenarios by this time, because now it's just going to keep on raining and there will be urban flooding. The normally dry washes and arroyo flooding, flash flooding, all included in this. Some areas that have seen, an inch of rain in the past 3 hours, but a lot of that is really in the past hour and a little bit. And so we're seeing some pretty hefty rainfall rates in that ½ inch to an inch per hour type scenario across this region. So we're looking at not only southern portions of LA, but also northern portions of Los Angeles County with flash flood warnings. Then we go back towards Imperial County, El Centro, big farming community, lots of alfalfa there, lots of strawberries. This could have a direct impact in the supermarkets across the country because of Hilary moving through and flooding some of these, very fertile lands and classic farm communities across the interior side of California. And so the wide view here shows you what we're dealing with. Our center is still down here and hugging the coastline, but all of this rain is moving through. Both the coast and the inland mountains are really enhancing that precipitation. In Palm Springs, we're seeing the rainfall moving in and picking up, and that's also where we find meteorologist Jen Carfagno today. Jen, it is a rainy day in Southern Cal.
I know, which is something you just don't see here. I have to say here, I woke up this morning to the sound of rain, and it was just kind of weird that, we woke up and temperatures are cooler, dew points up in the 70s. It's muggy out here. Now, that rain is going to get heavier. Mark talked about that. I want to show you the radar right now and take a look at what's lifting up. The rain is going to get steadier. What's key is these little bursts of heavy rainfall. The light rain would not be that problematic. The heavier burst of rain, where the rainfall rates could reach up to a ½ inch or an inch per hour, that's what we're most worried about. So I'm keeping an eye on that batch of moisture coming up. There is some heavy amounts coming up in about the next 15, 20 minutes to a half hour here as we see that storm to our south, which, by the way, had flash flood warnings on it further south in eastern San Diego County, but still concerned about the potential of that little batch of moisture coming in here. This area surrounded by the mountains, or on one side, gorgeous view. It's what you love about this area, one of the many things. And so neighborhoods have built some accommodations. I want to take you to an aerial view of the neighborhood Vistas Las Palmas. It's a very iconic mid-century modern neighborhood. The architecture is just absolutely amazing. If you come here to visit, you want to drive through and take a look at these homes. Many rich and famous, of course, have had their homes there over the years, and it's just upkept basically to the period, 1950, 1960s. And what they have built is this big wall that will protect them from the San Jacinto Mountains behind them. And so you can see this big stone wall that has been built here and protect from any mudslides or debris flow that could fall down the side of the mountain when you get into a rain event like this. So while this is not a rare event, while this is a rare event, it's not completely unprecedented. We've had a couple of bigger rain events before in our history, but not many. And that's the concern, that, Molly, this is going to be a year's worth of rain and potentially a day. And when you get that, you worry about the more severe end of events happening, which is why neighborhoods like that have built a flood wall like they have. Molly, back to you.
Absolutely. They're prepared for the worst. Thank you, Jen. We want to turn our attention now to the Atlantic Basin, which is extremely active right now. But you expect this time of year. This is the time of year climatologically that activity starts to ramp up in the Atlantic Basin. 60% chance of development for this disorganized area of thunderstorms just off the coast of Florida. It's been bringing tropical downpours to Florida for really the entire weekend now, especially South Florida. This is the 7-day development area. That's 60% chance of development as it moves across the Gulf. Now, eventually it will run out of water, right? That's the fuel for hurricanes, warm water, and we have more than enough of that in the Gulf. So it has a limited amount of time to develop before moving towards South Texas. That being said, you can never trust the Gulf this time of year because things can develop and pick up very quickly. This is what we're watching. Again, it's disorganized at this point. It does look a little bit better, though, as it's moving away from the land interaction from Florida. Right now, we're just tracking a surge of tropical moisture. As it moves over those warm waters, it does have a chance for development and something we're going to be watching very closely as this moves into Texas. Now, at very least, it will bring very beneficial rain to South Texas. It has been roasting in Texas this summer, and the drought is expanding, so we could use some beneficial rainfall, but we could do without the tropical trouble. I'll be right back.
So yeah, USAA, they always have my back.
USAA? You were in the military?
Oh no, I wasn't, but my grandpa.
You're watching the Weather Channel. Some new video coming in from California, about 30 miles west of Imperial and outside the El Centro area. This is the fear that the roadways become the release valve for the higher precipitation that we're seeing, specifically in some of the higher terrain, and then it starts rolling downhill. You're seeing people doing what we tell you not to, which is to drive your car through those flooded roadways. I know it doesn't look like much at the moment, but this can change rapidly. It doesn't even have to be raining where you are. If it's raining in the mountains and it is rushing down the hillsides, suddenly you've got a wall of water that approaches. It may start like a trickle, but it can very quickly turn into a river. That is the fear. That is what we don't want you caught in and driving through unaware. Now, the flash flood warnings have really been picking up in intensity. We've seen a lot of it, a lot of them, I should say, in the past couple of hours with regards to new flash flood warnings being issued by the local National Weather Service offices because of all the rain that we've seen. We can see that not only down here, that's where that video was from, but also some of the coastal cities, including Los Angeles, included in the flash flood warnings. But here's the El Centro area. This is right here. This is where that video was from. A community just off I-8. It kind of connects with the mountain chain that comes along and up the Baja California Peninsula. So there's absolutely terrain influence affecting that water that you saw in the video flowing downhill and going over the roadways. Imperial County here. Not only that, but a huge farming community here. So many crops that are grown in and around the El Centro area. And with rainfall rates that could go above an inch per hour, it's no wonder that we're seeing flash flooding. This is what the modeling has been talking about. This is what we've been talking about, what the National Weather Service offices have been warning you about. It is now. It is the rest of the day. It is the rest of the afternoon into this evening for the prime threat from the rainfall from Hilary. Here's LA. No picnic here either. Flash flood warnings continue. Rainfall rates not quite to an inch per hour, but this rain is going to have some staying power, whereas it's more banding features down towards the Mexican border. Here it is steady rain. It's a slog of precip coming in from the Pacific, and it is not ending anytime soon. So when you get to 1/3 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch of rain per hour, you're going to have some flooding. Northern parts of the county also under flash flood warning. So meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in Rancho Cucamonga. We've been watching the rainfall on the increase towards the coast, but Reynolds, those mountains are going to play a role for your area as well.
Oh, this certainly will be a huge part of the narrative. I can tell you in our location here at Rancho Cucamonga, we're starting to get some light to moderate showers that are moving through the region, everything coming from basically south to north. And it is certainly going to, well, it's going to cause a threat when it interacts with that high elevation. We heard earlier from the city manager about how people are taking this very seriously. And really, that's some good news. Take a listen.
This was a record amount of sandbags for us. We saw a response over the winter, but I think people expect it more in the winter. This caught them unexpected. And I also think coming off the wet winter, people realized, okay, there's a potential for a lot more rain than we're used to. So 19,000 sandbags, 180 tons of sand in one day. We've never given out that much before. And we had people going all the way into almost evening hours. So great response by our community, and we're real happy that people took it seriously.
Yeah, that's a winning formula right there, being, well, vigilant and then taking action. I mean, that's a wonderful thing, right? Well, I'll tell you, this is an area that is unfortunately very used to flooding. So people here are very weather savvy. The only wrinkle in this is the idea that we're dealing with the tropical system. That is the thing that's pretty unusual. Now, it is going to be a quick mover. That's the good news. But any moisture in this part of the world can cause some problems. I mean, you compare it to, say, southern Louisiana. If you have an inch of rain or two that hits the bayou, Molly, it pretty much can just roll out into the Gulf. But here, with this kind of soil and the kind of mountains you have in the region, it's very problematic, and it's more than that, it's dangerous. Back to you.
It's all relative, right, Reynolds? Thank you.
Oh,
here
yes.
in Rancho Cucamonga. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Well, we want to get to the impacts of what we're expecting from Tropical Storm Hilary. And the main impact is rain. And we can't stress that enough. 3 to 5 inches of rain, what you see in yellow, these orange areas, 5 to 8 inches of rain easily falling in some of our higher elevations. When you get the lift up the mountainside, it really enhances the rainfall amounts and the rainfall rates, too, which are pretty impressive for Southern California. This is a true tropical system moving in. High risk of flash flooding. Southern California stretching into southern Nevada. It's very rare to see a high-risk flash flooding risk issued by the Weather Prediction Center. It's only issued at about 4% of days, and it's even more uncommon to see it in this part of the country. That flash flooding risk not only extends across Southern California, Arizona, the entire state of Nevada, but all the way up into Montana, where this tropical moisture is being squeezed so far north. We've been talking to Jen Carfagno in Palm Springs. That's a spot that we could see our yearly rainfall in just a matter of a day.
This is Ocotillo, California. Heavy rain coming on down, and as it does, well, you see the effects. It is going to be coming down ravines. It's going to be filling up streets. It's going to be a huge problem for so many people. Remember, at the Weather Channel, we advise you, we implore you not to drive through some of the high water. Now, many of you will be able to avoid it, but in some circumstances, the water may actually come to you. You may not go to it. So the key thing is just to be very vigilant, be aware of your surroundings, and folks, let's all get through this together. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. I'm coming to you from Rancho Cucamonga. And now Rancho stands for ranch, Cucamonga stands for sandy area. So with sandy soil here, flooding is going to be a big threat, not only due to soil composition, but high elevation of some of the mountains to our immediate north with peaks that go up to 8,800 feet. So yes, flooding looks like it's not only going to be a possibility, it could become a reality in this region in very short order. But this certainly is not the only place affected in this part of the world. If we were to make our way some 69 miles to our east, we'd find Palm Springs. And in Palm Springs, that's where Jen Carfagno happens to be. Meteorologist Jen Carfagno. Jen, I know you've had some scattered showers there.
Reynolds, it picked up a little more here, Reynolds, and I'll tell you what, here, the rain is coming down. I'm watching the roads beneath me. So just so you know where I am in Palm Springs, I'm on top of a parking deck to give you a view of both the streets and the palm trees, the iconic palm trees like we have here in Palm Springs, and the mountains, because they are so important to this story that we have for that potential of flash flooding. You can see behind me the beautiful terrain, worried about what's going to happen when too much rain falls there, and that is very much the concern we have. The rainfall rate has started to pick up, and you know, it's not at the level that we're worried about with the half inch or inch per hour, but it's a little more than we've had all day. So I'm going to be watching very closely to see what happens as this water comes down. You know, how quickly is it going to be in some of those bigger rainfall rates that are just to our south? And Mark, you know, what we're worried about is that we're going to have these bursts of heavier rainfall that will quickly lead to flooding and flash flooding, of course, as the definition goes.
about here with those pulses of heavy rain rotating around that center. The center is still well away from us, but it does still hold a lot of that tropical moisture on that north side and northeast side. Jen, it's raining for you, and it's going to continue to rain, and we'll get back with you in just a little bit. But gosh, it is coming down fast and furious now across portions of the southwest. We're talking about steady, if not heavy rain, which was the forecast, which was the fear that this afternoon into this evening would be prime time for the worst of the rain across the southwest, including the desert areas, including the east side of the slopes, which is the backward side to where they often get some of the heavier rainfall totals from, say, an atmospheric river event. Then it's the west side. All to say, the infrastructure is not built for this. Whether it's the urban areas like here in LA to Ventura counties where there's a flash flood warning until 7:45, you're not used to these types of rainfall rates. We're seeing rainfall rates here between 1/3 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch per hour. You don't get that all that often, right? It's always sunny in Southern Cal. Well, not today, it isn't. We're looking at that in northern portions of Los Angeles County, especially near the highway, near I-5. The 5 is going to be very, very wet for the rest of the day. And you got those mountains on either side here, which are going to be funneling that rain down towards the roadway, and the steep turns along the Grapevine here also will be problematic with heavy rain, low visibility, the potential for some mudslides and even some debris flows at times, especially near any recent burn areas. Then we look down towards the south. We were talking to Reynolds and Jen in here, but down towards the south, we're looking at widespread flash flood warnings along that I-8 corridor. That includes Imperial County and the El Centro area, and a new severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of started this whole mess to the south. As we look towards the north and trying to get a good view of it from our different radar sites that are on, this is now Imperial into Riverside County, leaving the I-8 corridor and heading towards the I-10 corridor, where we have not the same band. This is one of those banding features that comes through. And you see where the reds turn to darker red? Right in here, there's a little bit of circulation. And so we're looking at this zone right in here for a bit of a shear line and maybe even a slightly tighter bit of spin. So the National Weather Service is saying tornado is possible in this severe thunderstorm warning, moving towards that I-10 corridor towards about 1:30 local time, the community south of I-10. Before then, and very heavy rain. This may start a new flash flood warning being needed in this area. That's how it happened down towards the I-8 corridor. All of this is kind of working together. Look at some of the rain that we've seen in the past 3 hours as that same line moved through. About 1 inch to 2 inches in 3 hours. So Molly, this is the beginning, not the end. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We're talking about the rest of the day featuring this kind of heavy rain, and so the flooding is going to continue.
And the fact that we already have that many flash flood warnings and the rain adding up, it's only going to get worse from here on out.
All runoff at that point.
Before it gets better.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Well, we want to talk about the flood watches that are out, and this is a pretty big area of real estate. It's not just California at this point. It's not just Nevada. This extends all the way up into Idaho, and even some tropical moisture making it as far north as Montana. 3 to 5 inches of rain. In some spots, we've already seen close to 3 inches of rain. At our highest elevations, 5 to 8 inches of rain, certainly a possibility. A high risk for flash flooding. We have flash flooding that is already ongoing, and just as Mark mentioned, it's only going to get worse from here on out. We have several more hours of heavy rain to move in, and arguably we haven't even seen the most intense rain from Tropical Storm Hilary. I want to talk about high-risk flash flooding days. Unfortunately, they are responsible for quite a few fatalities. In fact, when you look at the percent of yearly flood deaths, high-risk days, 39%. And they're also known for causing a significant amount of damage. 62% of high-risk days, at least $1 million in damage. So bottom line, you have to take these days seriously when you're outlined in that high risk. And even if you're not, we're going to see extensive flash flooding Southern California as all this moisture starts to move in. Take a look at all those flash flood warnings that we already have that Mark just talked about. The center of this storm, which, by the way, is still down in Baja California, this will start to move along the coastline of California, bringing all of that moisture, all of that tropical downpours, all of those tropical downpours with it. And this is what I was talking about. Some of the most intense rain hasn't even moved over the highest elevations yet. We already have street flooding going on in Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles and surrounding areas. That will only get worse. Once we get to overnight, this is moving very quickly. And that's the good news in this. This will start to lift out of Southern California, move to the north. It will be weakening as it does pretty rapidly, still bringing that tropical moisture again as far north even as Montana. But something to watch, not just today and not just tomorrow, but even through Tuesday morning, because we know it takes time for those floodwaters to recede. Let's bring back in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is live in Rancho Cucamonga, California, where Reynolds, we've been saying it for the past couple of hours, this is only just the beginning. We have a long way to go with this one.
We certainly do. Again, what is the saying that it's not a sprint, it's more of a marathon. It is affecting so many people across the region, millions, in fact, including the 174,000 people that live in this area. We heard earlier from the city manager. He has just given us, again, plenty of this time and offered a great deal of advice. Listen to what he had to say. John Gillison.
I think the main thing for residents to know is make sure you're ready for 48 to 72 hours on your own. Make sure you've got food, water, and supplies. Be prepared for a power outage. It may happen. If it does, there's no need to panic. And please stay inside. When the worst of the storm hits, the roads are slippery enough already from this little bit of rain. We don't need people out on the freeways and roads in the middle of the storm. So stay home. And if you need us, call us, but also know that depending on the level of responses, it may take us a while to get there.
It's interesting how sometimes one message can be applicable to so many people. I think that's Exhibit A right there. A lot of people could heed that advice across the region, and it will be well worth taking as we go forward over the next several hours and days. Rain is coming down here, but we can expect so many other features. There's the prospect of flooding. That is one very real threat. The wind damage, which could be a bit stronger, possibly at higher elevation. But then we have to talk about tornadoes. Now, if you are from Norman, Oklahoma, you already know how to do this stuff. If you're in the desert Southwest or Southern California, this may be something new to you. Now, we have this thing called a torcon. It is a measurement. It gives us the idea of the tornado condition index. Now, it ranges from a 1 to a 10. Now, what we're seeing is a 2 to a 3 in this area, but still, you got to take it seriously. Now, if something like this is really unusual to you, tornadoes, how do we deal with these? Quick bit of advice: lowest floor, away from walls and windows, and you should be okay in a situation like this. The problem is, though, with these tropical, I guess you could say base tornadoes that come on shore with them, they strike very quickly. They can spin up very, very quickly. They're weak, but they still can cause loss of life. So you just got to be ready for it. The other issue that we have, of course, severe thunderstorms. Each of these capable of producing a great deal of rainfall. And it's interesting with the severe thunderstorms. It is the case where you may have a half inch of rain in some places, and then in another spot you could have a downpour that could produce 3, maybe even 4 inches of rain. High elevation, total game changer altogether. But even if you've got light to moderate rain, Mark, as you know, the desert, flooding can happen very quickly. And I know we've had issues in Death Valley already. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, and Reynolds, one other wrinkle that I think is worth bringing up, a lot of those warnings are going to overlap each other. The tornado warnings that we may see may be on top of flash flood warnings. So we have to tell people to go to the lowest dry level that they have in their home, in their business.
Good point. Very, very good point. No, you're absolutely right. It's going to be a very possibly confusing time for a lot of people as we go over the next several hours, but keep it here on the Weather Channel, and we're going to walk everyone through.
Yeah, if the flash flooding is, putting water into your lowest level, then you can't go there. You don't want to be standing in water to get away from the tornado, because then there's electric issues and stuff like that. And so we're following both of those scenarios right now. Reynolds, thanks so much, and we'll get back with Reynolds Wolf out in the field in just a little bit in the Rancho Cucamonga area. But he touched on how we have so many different threats that we're following. That is often the case with a tropical system that is moving in, but it's not normal for the Southwest. You are out of practice. The last tropical storm to officially come in was 1939 down towards San Diego County. This one looks like it's going to hold together enough to be a tropical storm still as it crosses through. We're already seeing tropical storm force wind gusts across much of Southern California, and we're certainly seeing the tropical rainfall, and that is going to steal a lot of the headlines with the flash flood warning threat. Here are those tropical storm warnings from as far north as Lancaster and Santa Clarita, all the way down to the Mexican border in communities that have never before been under tropical storm warnings as issued by the National Hurricane Center. The inland component, as this thing stretches out and merges with the rest of the weather moving in, kind of an upper level low off the coast and a new front in the northern side of the west, will pick this thing up and stretch it out Monday afternoon into really Monday night, and then it's gone. But that'll bring the wind all the way into what? Southern Idaho, western Montana. Extra breezy conditions because of the tropics all the way up there. Weird to think about, but that's how this thing's going to play out. Here's what's happening right now. Look at these gusts picking up, gusting to 36 in the Blythe area. Yuma gusting to 54. Talk about the tropical storm force winds. They are here in Yuma. The Phoenix area gusting to 25. You might not even get a drop of rain, especially on the east side of the area, but you've got the wind, that's for sure. And here's that wind gust forecast, focusing in two areas. One, the higher terrain near the coast, the coastal range will pick up that wind. And then certainly the interior sections of California into Arizona will see very gusty conditions as that last batch of heavy rain moves through. So Jen Carfagno, meteorologist Jen Carfagno, is in Palm Springs, California. And it is amazing, Jen, how many different threats we have to follow when a tropical system approaches.
It most certainly is, and especially for the area that we are talking about here, the desert southwest here. I'm in Palm Springs, where, you know, a 1/10 of an inch of rain is a big deal, but it's going to be more than that. Rain has really picked up for us. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just to our south. It doesn't include us in Palm Springs, but I do want to bring this to you right away because this is part of Riverside County and northwestern Imperial County. Again, just to our south and east. It extends from Bombay Beach to near Salton City up towards north of Westmoreland. It's moving north at 40, and it may have gusts to 60 in it, plus some very heavy rain. And I'm looking at some of the biggest rainfall rates that are in that area coming up, and it's about a 1/2 inch in an hour type of rate. That's very concerning. There are flash flood warnings that surround that area as well, and that's moving up towards this area. It's not yet in Mecca or Desert Shores, but it's heading in that direction. Indio, Palm Springs, obviously we're getting the rain right now, but it's going to get heavier over the course of the next hours. We see this batch move in. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning to our south. And so that brings with it the threat for some strong damaging winds and lightning, by the way, too. Lightning could be a risk. There's not a lot, but there is that potential. So let's talk about the rainfall and the mountains behind me. That's the combination of two, which is a big concern. We're worried about mudslides and landslides, and the mayor actually had some perspective on that. Let's hear from Mayor Gardner.
We do get a lot of flooding, even from 1 inch or 2 of rain. It tends to close down some of the major arteries into our city. So that is our main concern at this time. We're surrounded by mountains in Palm Springs and in the Coachella Valley. And so that means that all of the rainfall that we're expecting on the mountains can run off into the city. So we'll be dealing with rain on our own in the city, but then also that runoff from the mountains. And that's what causes this particular damage and is really scary for us.
Right, and what makes it more complicated is that, well, you can get rain happening upstream in the mountains, and that can drain down even if you're not getting the heavy rain right in the city. So it is an intricate system. They've got the storm washes that are set up across the whole Coachella Valley, where there's about 16 of them, Molly, that they're designed to gather the storm water. However, they do cross roadways, and that's going to mean some roadways may flood. So people need to be on guard for that today. Don't drive over them. And if at all possible, stay home. No need to drive during this. Let's just wait until we get through this rain here in Palm Springs.
Great advice there, Jen. Thank you. In Palm Springs, we want to take you back to Los Angeles, in Los Angeles County, Ventura County, where we have a flash flood warning. And this goes until 7:45 p.m. local time. This not only includes downtown Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Long Beach, Glendale, Beverly Hills, Malibu, a lot of these iconic areas that people go to this time of year because it is so nice, traditionally in August. In fact, at LAX, usually we see 0 inches of rain on average in the month of August, and we're going to see a lot more of that, a lot more than that as we go throughout the rest of the day. In fact, there's LAX right now and some indications that we've seen even more than what you're seeing. Sometimes the observations lag.
of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Now to Riverside County in Southern California. This is from our storm tracker, Charles Peak. You can see just how much rain is falling. He is about less than 10 minutes away from the severe thunderstorm warning that is also in Riverside County. He is headed in that direction. You can just see how nasty the roads are. This is why we can't stress enough. If you don't have to be outside, out on the roadways, then just stay at home today, because it is a mess out there, and you can save yourself a lot of stress by not putting yourself through what you're seeing right now. Charles Peak out there, and a lot of torrential rain. And there's even some bolts of lightning within this severe thunderstorm warning. I want to take you to the latest that we're seeing on radar. You can see our severe thunderstorm warnings down here. But first, I want to take you to Los Angeles County, where we're continuing to watch flash flood warning. This goes until 7:45, not only Los Angeles County, but Ventura County. Considerable threat. You look at some of the rainfall amounts, and if you're watching from the East Coast, you're saying, okay, that's not a lot of rain. This is for Southern California, and the fact that we've seen this much already in a short amount of time, and we're only going to see more rain and intense downpours moving through for the remainder of the day at this point. Imperial and Riverside counties under severe thunderstorm warning until 1:45 local time. You'll notice the threat says tornado possible. We do sometimes, as tropical systems start to interact with land, we see areas of spin, and these can spin up very quickly, and more often than not, they're embedded in rainfall, so you don't see them. Also, Riverside and far eastern San Diego County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning as well. That also goes until 1:45. Additionally, with the tornado possible tag on there, so something to watch very closely. A flood watch, Southern California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Oregon, all the way up into maybe even seeing tropical moisture as far north as Montana. This is going to be a lot to watch over the next 24 hours, because even once the rain moves out, it takes time for the floodwaters to recede. The center of Tropical Storm Hilary moving along the California coast later this evening, and look at all of that moisture. We still have a long way to go with this one. Let's head back out to Palm Springs, where we find meteorologist Jen Carfagno. And Jen, it's really picked up for you rain-wise in the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and when you see it, Molly, coming down, that's one thing, but when you see how the ground is reacting to it, that is another here in Palm Springs. So I'm back down on street level. I want to show you what's happening with this rain. This is really just in the last 10 minutes. This bigger rainfall rate has allowed this water to start to accumulate. Now, you can see the water, it's coming down from the side streets. It's rolling down from the hillsides, the rain that's falling there, plus the rain that is just coming down and sinking on the streets. And you see how it's forming a stream right through the middle of the street. And I'm watching it come all the way down here, and there's one of those stormwater drains, or washes that they call them, right down there. So that water is ultimately going there. Now, there is a storm drain in the street, and you can see the water kind of funneling to it and cycling in. So there's some water going in, but ultimately there's that catch basin, which will take all the extra, which is going to be significant. As you can see, that water is quickly kind of bubbling up at that storm drain. It is not able to handle the rate at which this rain is falling and allow that water to drain very easily. It's draining, but not quickly. And so as this rain continues to fall at this heavier rate, which has been happening for us here now in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so, and I'm looking at the radar, and we've got a bit to go in this, we are definitely concerned that there's going to be a flood risk. Now, there's no flash flood warning yet that I've seen, but that is something that we're going to be monitoring. Just off to my south, there is a severe thunderstorm warning as well as a flash flood warning. And in that, some of the rainfall rates have been up over about 1/4 to 1/2 inch per hour, again, to my south and east. And so that kind of rain moving in this direction is what we're concerned about. And really, I'm looking at the whole Coachella Valley and worried about cities like Indio, worried about Desert Shores, where the rain has been heavy this morning as well. Scenes like this, I'm sure, are repeating themselves, where we have this water coming in and funneling in, and this might look benign to you if you're in a city perhaps in Florida where we get this kind of rain all the time, but this is not normal for us here in Palm Springs, in the desert, to get this much rainfall. We just don't see it all that often. Our yearly rain of the past water year so far, the water year goes from October 1st to October 1st, we've had just about 3 3/4 inches of rain, a little bit less. And so we could easily get that much rain that we've had in the past year in a 24-hour time frame. It's possible with the potential that is there with this tropical system. So continuing, Mark, to watch the rain come down, concerned about the wind as well. I mentioned that severe thunderstorm warning. That could mean some winds gusting to 60, which, could mean some power outages. Something else to keep in mind here.
Jen, seeing some cars behind you splashing through that area that's headed towards that catch basin, we can't tell how deep it is. Do you have any perspective from where you are how deep that water's already getting?
Yeah. I can tell, and I can say for now it's not too deep, and that it's easy to see that from this perspective at street level. But I think it'll get to a point where you won't be able to tell, and at that point you need to avoid driving through water-covered roadways. In fact, if all possible, stay home.
Hilary has made landfall in northern Baja California.
Our message today is clear. Stay safe, stay home, and stay informed.
Welcome back to continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf from Rancho Cucamonga, where we have rain that is now beginning to pick up a bit, light to moderate rainfall becoming fairly steady. And I'll tell you that water is going to be an issue, at least the rising water, flooding possibly from the water's edge where the sand meets the Pacific, clear back into the mountains, certainly here in the Inland Empire, and all the way to, say, well, parts of the Great Basin, affecting a lot of places both in desert and high elevation. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and the story that we're following has its name too, and that would be Tropical Storm Hilary. If you were tuning in late last night, this was a system that was still a hurricane. It is now a tropical storm. It had made its way on shore, making landfall in the Baja, and as we go minute by minute, we do expect it to continue to weaken as it makes its fairly quick trek to the north and northeast. However, it's bringing a lot of moisture with it and a lot of problems. We've had flooding in parts of the LA Basin. We've had flooding in a lot of communities where Jen Carfagno happens to be, which is just to our immediate east over in, well, Palm Springs. You've got some rain falling there from the San Jacinto Mountains clear down to the street level, and we expect more of that to be a problem as we go forward. It's more than rain, though. There's going to be a tornadic threat, too, which may sound very strange to you, but it does happen quite often that when you have landfalling tropical systems, you do have the dynamics in the atmosphere that can actually spawn tornadic activity, and they're often rain-wrapped, meaning that they're very hard to see. Unlike some tornadoes that you might see across the Central Plains, you've seen so many pictures of them. These are, again, shrouded with rain, so they're very difficult to observe. However, when they strike, they can do so very quickly, and they can cause a great deal of damage. The other issue, obviously, it's going to be the flooding, and that is where I think we have the biggest issue in terms of having the deck stacked against us. You've got soil that's not conducive to absorbing a lot of moisture, and you have the high elevation, which could cause, Mark, as you know, very, very big flooding. Mark, by the way, major kudos to you. Last hour, you brought up such a great point when it comes to tornadic activity, because we're in a situation where there may be rising water, maybe not the lowest floor, but the lowest floor you can get to. So let's send it back to you, Mark.
Yeah, that is always a little bit tricky. The lowest dry level if you're under a tornado warning. Don't go down to a basement if you have one, or, you got to get away from the floodwaters. You don't want to be standing in floodwaters when it could be coming up to, say, the power sockets on the walls if there's a tornado warning. So it's one of those risk balancing type scenarios today because there's so many threats that occur at the same time with these tropical systems. And Hilary is finally doing something that we haven't seen yet across Southern California, and that is starting to knock out the power. For the first time today, we have a yellow county, meaning at least 10,000 customers without power, and that is indeed Los Angeles, now crossing into the 11,000 customer range. Remember, customer is not a person. Customer could be a household with However many people live in the house, it could be a hospital, and it affects lots of people all at once. And so these numbers are creeping up, and the trend is not your friend here. If we're starting to see those power outage numbers increasing, that will be an issue that we'll have to follow for the rest of the day. Because remember, the center is, at the last update, was down here. Now it's probably right in here. The impacts from that center all up here already, strewn out ahead of the movement with heavy rainfall in Southern California and the wind as well. This thing's hauling, moving north-northwest at 25 miles per hour. That's good. It means the worst of the impacts will only be with you so long. It's also bad because the upper level winds, which are not as disturbed from the higher terrain and the land interaction, they have plenty of time to still hold together and have that heavy rain through them and push that wind back down to the surface. That's why these severe thunderstorms are giving us strong winds way out ahead of the center, but aloft, there's all kinds of wind up there, and we're pushing it down because of that heavy rain. And then, of course, we've got the flash flooding that has been increasing. Los Angeles under a flash flood warning for the rest of the day, goes until 7:45, and we've seen rainfall rates here in that 3/4 of an inch range at times per hour, mind you. And it's still raining, so we're going to start to really increase those numbers. Similarly, as you go up I-5, very heavy rainfall here, considerable threat, flash flood warning issued by the Los Angeles National Weather Service. That one goes until 6:30 local time. We can continue to look along I-5. I-5's been really a trouble zone with that very heavy rain. Now we've seen some rock slides, large rocks blocking the number 3 lane, the 3rd lane of I-5 South near that Wheeler Ridge Road area, and the I-5 Northeast escape ramp, large rock in the number 2 lane there. That's not what you want to see when the rain is just really getting going across this area. We've got several more hours to go. How about just inland from there? Starting to see some debris flow issues here also. We'll monitor that trend through the night.
I'm still tasting
California right now, and storm tracker Charles Peak is watching the rainfall come down. This is Riverside County, and you are under a flash flood warning in portions of Riverside County now, right up against Imperial County, and you can see why. The streets are starting to be the outlet for some of the heaviest rainfall water, and you can see in that little dip, right, where the street transitions into the next dip, that water was up into the wheel wells. It's deceptive. You can't tell how deep that water is. Most of it's only just the bottom of the tire, and then suddenly you go through and you get that little bump, and your tire's almost completely covered up in water. We don't want people driving around through this today. If you don't have to be out and about, don't be, because it's too hard to tell. It's too hard to tell just how deep that water is. There's the hydroplaning risk. There's all the other issues that happen when the waters get too high. So right now, the flash flood warnings have been on the increase. There's no other way to put it. Not only down where we were just seeing the video from, which is right in here, but also up towards the Los Angeles County area where the rainfall has been quite steady and quite heavy. So let's go through some of these flash flood warnings for you. A little bit of an ease or a break in Imperial County right now, but still a flash flood warning that continues until 4 o'clock. We've had all kinds of rain in the past couple of hours that prompted this flash flood warning. Bending north, we've got a flash flood warning from the rest of Imperial into Riverside County. Overlapping that is a severe thunderstorm warning, which has a little bit of spin, which is basically going right over I-10 at this point. But now it's about the rainfall that line left behind. Is exactly what we talked about when that severe warning was issued, that it might be followed up with a flash flood warning. That has occurred at this point. We can follow that same line just off to the west along I-10, so more of Riverside County. And remember, Jen Carfagno in the Palm Springs area is just outside that severe thunderstorm warning, but in the rain, in that heavy rain that is approaching that I-10 corridor. The Los Angeles area is in the heavy rain as well. We've got Los Angeles and Ventura counties with a considerable threat tag on the flash flood warning, meaning this is kind of the upper echelon, getting a little bump up of awareness from the National Weather Service office in Los Angeles for issuing this, because flooding has begun, especially in those low-lying urban areas, the underpasses, the low-lying areas where the storm drains just can't keep up. That's where you're seeing some of the issues after a quick burst of an inch plus in just a couple of hours and more rain on the way. So the streets have become kind of the relief valve, and we're seeing that issue in the Palm Springs area also. Meteorologist Jen Carfagno is there, and Jen, the streets are tough. The water's starting to rise.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's by design, Mark, too. It's by design, so it's not surprising, but it's still concerning. So this area that we've been watching right here, you see the water ponding up even more and more. Cars are coming through. They're making it through, but you can see how it's splashing up there on the side of their cars. You can also watch the water as the rainwater is now draining into that storm wash area, almost flowing in, and you can see it kind of pushing over like a waterfall into that. So that's designed to catch the water, but then of course when there's too much, it overspills that as well, and even so, it backs up onto the roadways as it's doing it. The roadways are designed to help funnel the water into these storm wash drains or channels, and they all take the water down to the Salton Sea. But let me tell you right now, with that warning that we have, with that severe thunderstorm warning down over that area, they are getting some very heavy rain in that area where this water is draining. So that has to make it that much more difficult for this water to just be moving down here, because it's at the same time the heavy rain is coming in. We see it all the time. When the rain is just so heavy, it's hard for the storm drains to keep up. And so that's what we're dealing with right here. This rain has definitely been picking up over the last, now I would say 45 minutes. We've been in a very steady rain. The bigger rainfall rates are still off to our south, so it will get heavier here in the Palm Springs area. But south of us, down through the Coachella Valley, we are dealing with some of the heavier rain at times here, bringing us that concern of flash flooding, which is why those flash flood warnings are up, along with the severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is very much, Molly, the situation that we were concerned about. And, I've urged folks to stay home. Let me say this, if you're going out, please slow down. I've been watching people go way too fast through this intersection, and I can't believe I haven't seen someone hydroplane yet, considering the rain that we've had, Molly.
And we're only going to see more moving in. Thank you, Jen, there in Palm Springs. It's not just Tropical Storm Hilary. It's been very busy in the East Pacific Basin. Let's head over to the Atlantic right now, where we have 5 different areas that we're watching. Of course, we have Tropical Storm Emily, recently named, and this area, Invest 90L, that will actually get the name Tropical Storm Franklin, starting at 5 o'clock when the National Hurricane Center issues its next update. I also want to talk about the disturbance in the Gulf. This is Invest 91L, an area that they're investigating, a 60% chance of development over the next 7 days as it drifts across the Gulf, although it will run out of water eventually, as that's the fuel for hurricanes, especially the warm water like what's in the Gulf right now. So it doesn't have a lot of time to develop before it runs into land. And we know that land interaction, it weakens tropical systems. This is a disorganized area of thunderstorms. If it does develop, again, it doesn't have a whole lot of time. We're going to see this surge of tropical moisture moving into South Texas. Now, South Texas has been roasting this summer. You could use some of the rain. We could do without some of the tropical mischief, but at very least, beneficial rain moving into South Texas.
Some new video into us here at the Weather Channel. Check this out. This is one of the fears. It's not just a trickle when the water comes from the higher terrain and starts moving down. It is a wall. It is a wall of water that often comes in these waves down the hillside. Things kind of give way. You see, full trees and trunks that get pushed down, all kinds of mud and debris picked up by that flowing water. This is in the Wrightwood, California area where we have that mudslide debris flow rushing through this mountainous terrain. So you got that big push and then it kind of slows down, but it means there's more on the way. Look at that, right? It's just, it is not usually an even rise. It's a big surge that flows and things are blocking it, and then they break and give way, and you wind up with even more water and even more stuff flowing downhill. We can show you another travel trouble spot, the Ocotillo area. This is not too far from Imperial and El Centro. Big farming communities, all kinds of crops, lots of alfalfa, lots of strawberry. If this floods all the cropland, you could see a direct impact in the grocery stores over the weeks to come because of the impacts from Hilary. So the streets, kind of as designed here, are the relief valves for too much water. They flow into the streets, it goes into the storm drains and into the catch basins and away. But if you're caught there, if you're driving through and the water picks up more dramatically than you were anticipating, you could see how it could cause a problem. And the problems do continue to mount. It's been raining steadily since this video came into us here at the Weather Channel. It's still raining right now, and it'll continue to rain for the rest of the day in Southern California. A big collection of flash flood warnings from the Mexican border straight up to interior Riverside County. Then another section here in the Los Angeles County area where we're also starting to see the power outages increasing because of the wind and the rain. So here's a quick glimpse at some of those flash flood warnings. In northern Imperial into Riverside, flash flood warning until 5:30. Heavy rain there. We've seen some observed flooding in this area and some mudslides and debris flows being reported. Then you go towards I-10, not quite all the way to the Palm Springs area, but still in the Riverside area near Coachella and the Coachella Valley. We're seeing the water flowing downhill into the valley, and so considerable threat there with heavy rain. Now, new warning just popped up that does include the Palm Springs area. So radar and gauge indicated with a considerable threat, and our own Jen Carfagno is in Palm Springs. So Jen, brand new flash flood warning for where you're standing going until 5 o'clock local time.
Yeah, Mark, you know what? My my phone is going off with the buzzer for the warning, for the flash flood warning here, because my ear is connected into that. So I can hear that going. Everyone's phone is going off in the Palm Springs area. That is a flash flood warning. The rain has been falling very heavily in the last 20 to 30 minutes. We've got a rain gauge that we set up at our shot, and we're on top of a parking garage. And so, you know, look, it's not very authentic or official, but we wanted to get a sense of how big these rainfall rates were going to be. And just in the time that we've been up here, since about 11 a.m. Pacific time, we've had close to a ½ inch of rain. That's a lot in just this 2-hour time frame, a lot for this area. I know if you're in Florida or Louisiana or Texas, you're thinking that's not much rainfall. It is for the desert, and we're concerned that this rate will actually increase, and as we get through the next several hours will lead to an increased flash flood risk here. Again, that flash flood warning in effect right now. The rain that is falling in the hills behind me, which, by the way, if you've been watching all morning, I had a beautiful view of the San Jacinto Mountains behind me. That has now disappeared because of what we're dealing with this rainfall. So we have low visibility. The clouds have lowered. Just to our south, we had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier. That has expired. So now it's very much a heavy rain concern all through the whole Coachella Valley. Now, this rainfall may very well rival the Valentine's Day rain that we had here just a few years ago. And that is what they're most concerned about, that if we get that much, everyone knows who flooded in that, you will flood again. The concern is, do we go beyond that? Here, over 3.5 inches, maybe more than 4 inches. It's possible. And Molly, if that happens here, the flooding could be worse than what we had in Valentine's Day 2019. And you know, certainly folks are afraid of that and worried about that, and hopefully staying put because of that.
Staying put, definitely Southern California is the way to go. We have several flash flood warnings out there right now, and we want to take you through a few of those, especially Los Angeles County, where we have this continued flash flood warning until 7:45. The threat is considerable. Many areas approaching an inch of rain, and some of the heaviest rain just now starting to move through, but we'll see several rounds as the evening goes on. Even through the overnight hours, the rain is not as heavy, but it is still raining. Even waking up tomorrow morning, some lingering showers before we get a lot of this tropical moisture to move out. The rainfall still to come, 2 to 3 inches of rain, especially higher amounts at the higher elevations. And then we take you to Las Vegas, which already saw flooding prior to Hilary moving in, and we'll put more moisture on top of that. Keep it right here on the Weather Channel.
Right now, Tropical Storm Hilary bearing down on the southwestern U.S. after making landfall earlier today. Now, we're already seeing many of the threats that we feared, including strong winds and flooding. Los Angeles under a flash flood warning as millions of people prepare for a long and dangerous night ahead. And we've seen some of the flooding and damage that Hilary has already done in Mexico. Now those threats spreading across California, Arizona, and Nevada. Even parts of the southern Rockies getting a tropical soaking. We got live team coverage to help keep you safe tonight. Our Jen Cower-Fagno keeping a close eye on conditions in Palm Springs, California. We've also got Paul Goodlow. He is outside San Diego in Coronado, California. I'm Alex Wilson here with Chris Warren. We got a lot to cover with this storm, and we've got a lot of ways to go still.
Yeah, we wish we were towards the end of it, but unfortunately for a lot of people, this is still just the beginning. And it is still a tropical storm with the latest update, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Some of the ridge tops, which you can kind of get a sense of right in here, going to have even stronger winds than that, could be up around 70 miles an hour. But currently we've been seeing some of the winds in that 15 to 20 mile per hour range here. Let's take a look at the latest information with this. Still a fast moving tropical storm with strong winds. Again, 60 mile per hour winds. It is moving to the north at 23 miles an hour. And typically that would be a good sign in the sense that it's not going to rain as long. But unfortunately, this is packing such a punch with the amount of moisture that's coming up from the south. You can see a pretty big rain shield here out ahead of it. So we have still hours and hours to go of this heavy rain. The storm will be, again, moving pretty fast to the north, but it's that heavy rain as this moisture interacts with all of the terrain going up. And it is a pretty large system, bringing a pretty big footprint of rain, if you will. And thus, still tropical storm warnings posted. Could see some damaging winds. Again, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, absolutely a possibility. Dangerous flash flooding for parts of Los Angeles County, San Diego County, over to Riverside County as well. Many areas with the potential for some flash flooding, and the National Weather Service saying this is a considerable threat here. Again, potentially life-threatening situations here in terms of the flooding. Radar and gauge indicated here. This includes Palm Springs. We'll get to meteorologist Jen Cower-Fagno, who's reporting live from there here in just a moment. And going all the way down, including a big portion of San Diego County. And they see all of the mountains helping to get extra rain out of this as well. Some of the wind gusts to 35, 40, and even in Yuma, to 60 miles an hour. The potential for some thunderstorms also there, and can't rule out a spin up of a tornado or two. Let's get now to meteorologist Paul Goodlow, who's joining us live from San Diego. Paul.
Hey there, Chris. We're here in San Diego now, very close to the San Diego River. What they do often is they kind of make parkland area here because it's Southern California. Typically, there's not a big flow on the San Diego River here unless you have, like we had this past winter, a lot of rains coming through. But now we're in August. We have Tropical Storm Hilary bringing this rain. So far, so good in terms of this river is not overflowing it. But as a precaution, you can see the barricades here on both sides of the river. So it prevents people from getting into trouble because, yes, while the sun is up right now and the majority of the rain has been falling and will fall while the sun is up, it's all about what happens a little farther upriver, upstream. There are some gorgeous mountains here in San Diego County, and that's where we're seeing an inch and a half, maybe close to 2 inches of rain, and that's where some of the thunderstorms are. So it takes time for all this to push down and then into the San Diego River and then eventually out towards the Bay and into the Pacific as well. So these are some of the precautions here. And there's been widespread rain. We're seeing decent and heavy rain and flooding concerns north of us in Los Angeles County and well east of us. We're all seeing this push of moisture because as Hilary is coming this way, the moisture is streaming well north of that center. The center is still south of us in Mexico, but we do expect the actual center circulation to come in to San Diego County here, and that's going to enhance our rainfall. We'll see some of those persistent bands coming through. We've seen light to moderate steady rain for most of the last several hours, and it might not seem like this is a lot, but as you come up in elevation, just think about our air mass. If you're around here locally, you're thinking this doesn't feel like San Diego. This doesn't feel like Southern California. It feels more like, say, Biloxi, New Orleans,
Savannah. It's a tropical air. Dew points in the low to mid 70s, temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. So it's a different atmosphere here. It's tropical. And that is giving us the potential to see a lot of rainfall from this Hilary that's coming on through here. So again, precautions are up here. No widespread flooding currently in San Diego County. Different story north of us into Los Angeles and LA County. There are reports of some ongoing flood concerns there, but all this part of Southern California, yes, you have the coastline, but you also have the coastal hills and mountains, and that really continues to wring that moisture. And then we head a little farther east and north of here where we are. We also move into more desert areas traditionally this time of the year. Jen Garfagno is in Palm Springs. And Jen, you too have been dealing with some light rain, but even light rain, a quarter inch, a half inch of rain like we've seen here in San Diego, that can cause problems in even drier, more arid areas like Palm Springs.
Yeah, no, it's not normal here, as you were talking about, Paul. And look, this is not light rain. This is a very steady, if not heavy rainfall that is happening. I'm hearing some sirens going here just beyond me, and I see a fire truck going down the street. So maybe responding to something in the area. I want to talk more about how we prepared for this here in Palm Springs and what we're doing now that the rain is falling. I've got the mayor with me, Mayor Grace Garner. Mayor, thank you so much for being here. We talked to you yesterday as well. Tell us about what's happening with the storm right now in Palm Springs.
Well, the rain really just started coming down about 30 minutes ago. Up until this point, we've been preparing at City Hall. We have swift water rescue teams. We just have a complete emergency operations. We're ready to evacuate if necessary, but hopefully it doesn't get to that point.
You talked about some of the road closures yesterday when we spoke with you. Did you close any roads yet? What is the status of that?
Yes, last night at midnight, we closed Vistachino, Indian Canyon, and Gianotri. Those are areas that always flood, and so we wanted to preemptively close those roads because as it is right now, they're flooded, just with this short amount of rain.
Yeah, and it's more than a half inch, so it's been a quick, little amount of rainfall. Talk about the sandbag process. So yesterday, you had a couple of operations setting up with people filling sandbags. I saw you out there covered in sand doing that. Do you think that's going to be helpful?
I hope so, because we had flooding in 2019 with a storm that blew through. We do know where weak spots are. Residents know where weak spots are in their homes, and so they're stocking up on sandbags to do that. We had sandbags available at all 5 fire stations, and then we had 2 sand pits next to each other at City Hall, and then people went out into the desert as well to fill sandbags. So hopefully they've strategically placed those, and they'll minimize the damage to their properties.
Yeah, sand is something you have plenty of here in the desert. I noticed the traffic actually seemed to pick up when the rain started coming down. What is your perspective on that?
There were several businesses that were staying open until it started raining. So I think this is a lot of people going home from work, a lot of businesses shutting down or sending half of their staff home, which is a good thing. We really don't need any businesses open right now.
You've compared this a lot to 2019. That's kind of your most recent flood of record, and that's the one that a lot of residents, too, are working on in terms of will we flood or not. How do you think that prepared you for what's happening now?
It really prepared us a lot because we had no warning of that last one. And so now we were able to start telling people, hey, this is what you need to do if your power goes out. Here's some sandbags, stay inside. And we know that, yes, there was damage to our roads, but we were able to handle it. And the biggest concern we had was people going through those barricades and driving. That was what caused the most public safety concern. So as long as people stay inside and off the roads, we should be great.
Yeah, we can hear the rain. We've got a little protection where we are right here, but we can hear the rain really picking up. What's your advice to folks here as we get through the afternoon?
Please stay inside wherever you are. This is your place for the rest of the night until it stops raining. If you have to get on the road at any point, please drive slowly. And if you see any flooded areas, even if there's not a sign barricading it off, turn around and go another route.
Yeah, no, very good advice here. And one other point I want to bring up is that, after some of the past events, like even with some of the remnant moisture from Kay last year and the Valentine's Day 2019 flood, sometimes it takes a few days for all of the rain to drain from the mountains.
That's right. So that's our biggest concern is once this rain starts to come down off of the mountains, will we continuously have some flooding on our streets? and it takes usually at least a day to clean up those flooded areas. So are we going to have back-to-back flooding? And we have had that throughout the year, and it's been really tough. I've been warning residents, just be prepared, be ready to go alternate routes, because we are seeking federal and state funding to complete our Indian Canyon and Geometry bridges, but we're still a few years out.
Yeah, well, Mayor Grace Garner, thank you so much for being here and coming out to us in the rain. Be careful going back. Thank you again. And, following the story here from Palm Springs, the rain has picked up. I'll go back down to street level and show you what's happening down there as we watch the rain fall at a very fast rate. These big bursts of rain, Paul, is what I am most concerned about, as I know you are too, in San Diego. It's not the little bit light drizzle that, we so often get out here. It's the heavier rainfall rate that when it falls in the desert, it's basically like falling on concrete, and it runs right off.
Right, and the unique thing is where you are, typically they don't see as much rain because they're on the east side of those mountains. Jen Carfagno in Palm Springs, we're checking back with her throughout the afternoon and the evening now. But with Hilary, we're seeing the storm come in, I guess, kind of from the south, but with that counterclockwise rotation, now we're seeing the eastern slopes of these mountains, which are usually the drier slope versus the western slope, getting a lot of rain, which means areas that really aren't used to having rain will see that, perhaps helping to kick off more mudslides and debris and landslides as well. So it's kind of uncharted territory for a bigger chunk of real estate. It's also about location, where that rain falls as well, and also, well, how that area will deal with the rain as well. But let's talk about the timing, because this is Sunday, so it's easier for people to stay home. Not as many 9-to-5ers, Monday to Fridays are working, but that will change as we head on towards tomorrow. Talk more about the timing of the rain we're seeing here and as it moves out of California. Let's bring in Alex Wilson back in the studio to talk about that. All important, timing, location, but also timing of this as well.
Absolutely. I mean, one good thing going for this storm is it is moving. So we're not dealing with one of our category slow storms, but still, we're going to see the repercussions. Here's a look at the heavy rain already coming down in downtown Los Angeles. Now, the LA County Sheriff's Department, they're ramping up search and rescue, also swiftwater rescue crews, as more rain is expected in the area. And as Jen has seen, the intensity of that rainfall will be ramping up as well. So through the rest of today, you're going to be in that heavier rainfall. We've also seen some problems into Mexico, and we anticipate more of those problems here in Southern California, into parts of Arizona, sections of Nevada as well. So big time rain moving through a lot of these communities. Already we're dealing with plenty of flash flood warnings. You can see them stacked up off to the east of San Diego, around the LA area, and then another one to the east of Bakersfield. There's a look at the overall rainfall. A lot of the rain is shunted on the north side of this system, and we're already seeing that stream of moisture working through sections of Nevada, even into parts of Idaho. I mean, some of these states could pick up, all-time tropical cyclone record rainfall out of this event. So here's how it plays out this afternoon. Some of the steadiest, heaviest rain really focused across sections of California and Nevada. Some pockets of heavier downpours, though, focused into the state of Arizona. We get you into tomorrow morning. Now things back off across sections of Southern California, but that moisture, that's going to work off towards the north again. Places like Montana, Idaho could be looking at some heavier rain showers at times. Still some scattered rain showers left over on Tuesday, but for most of these areas across the Southwest, the next 12 hours are going to bring the most of the rain, and then into early tomorrow. Rainfall still to come, 3 to 5 inch totals, even some pockets of higher amounts where you see that orange. So wouldn't be surprised to see some areas closing in or exceeding a half foot. Chris, here's that flash flood warning for Los Angeles and Ventura counties. This includes Glendale, Long Beach, and LA. Considerable threat from the local National Weather Service office. So as everybody's been saying, stay put, stay off those roads.
Yeah, we did see some serious flooding in Mexico. This is a look at some of that rushing floodwaters in the Santa Rosalia area. This is in Baja Peninsula. City officials there say one person drowned when a vehicle was swept away. Rescuers were able to save 4 others that were in danger, and you can clearly see just how fast that water is moving and how muddy it is, and see just how strong and how easily that strong waters could wash away a vehicle. Meanwhile, I want to show you, go back and show you another look from the air of what the city of Palm Springs has done, creating a big flood wall there, a protection wall. You might think, hey, you know what? Flooding wouldn't be a huge concern in the desert. However, when there's a lot of water, like we just saw where Jen Carfagno is, a lot of water in a short amount of time, that can lead to life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding, all still a possibility with this. In fact, this is a look at a very rare high-risk area. For this to be issued by the Weather Prediction Center, really anywhere in the U.S., but particularly rare here. In fact, the first time many of these areas have been under a high risk. So it's possible we're going to see the type of weather that just hasn't been seen before by many people living here in Southern California, then eventually into Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, even as far-reaching effects can be found here in Utah and in Arizona. And you can kind of get a sense of that. Here's really where the main part of the storm is, closer to the center of circulation, but already a lot of moisture streaming up and getting all the way up into Idaho and into Montana. But closer to that low, the potency of this tapping into a lot of moisture, and moisture that meteorologist Paul Goodlow is seeing firsthand right now. Paul.
Yeah, we are seeing this rain kind of steady, and it's almost like what they say in terms of your retirement account. You can't save in one day, but these nickels and dimes will add up. So the steady rain is adding up. We're talking at least a half-inch of rain, but as you head east of here, many areas have picked up more than an inch, some areas 1.5 inches of rain, which is substantial for any time of the year, especially here in August. More coverage continues after this.
90.
Can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to bring you every angle of the storm using landfall cams on our streaming TV app.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Wow. Okay, did you see that? That is flash flooding. You know, yeah, it's raining, it's wet, and then whoosh, a big push of debris comes down there in Sheep's Canyon there in California. It's probably about maybe 60 miles northeast of where we are here in San Diego, but kind of a mountain range between, say, where I am and where Jen Carfagno is in Palm Springs. So there's a lot of hilly, rocky, kind of desert mountain areas here. Not talking about 6, 7, 8, 10,000 foot mountains, but even 2, 3, 4,000 foot mountains are tall enough to tap into this tropical air mass and wring even more moisture out, and then cause, with gravity like we have here, this gutter, gravity is pulling the rain that's falling here and some of the hills here in this part of San Diego, maybe 200-300 feet here, but think about 10 times that, 2,000-3,000 feet, bringing that water down and eventually draining into the San Diego River, which is fairly dry, or usually fairly dry this time of the year. And that's why they went ahead and shut down this roadway, because this roadway goes basically over the river, kind of right through the river, but it's typically dry. We call in this part of the world kind of dry arroyos or washes. But when you have Hilary, a tropical storm coming on through here and bringing this rain, bringing this tropical air, it doesn't stay dry. And that's the big concern. So far, so good in most of metropolitan San Diego. A little farther east into the county of San Diego is closer to getting towards Yuma on Interstate 8. There's some flash flood warnings. Some of the mountains, Mount Laguna, inch plus of rain has fallen around there. They're concerned with scenes like we just saw in that video of the big push of this floodwater, this rainwater running off, and gravity helping to speed it up, coming down some of the washes. And while eastern parts of San Diego County not nearly as densely populated as, say, the western part, closer to the bay, closer to the ocean, there are still people living there. There's still property there. There's still livestock there. So there's still a threat to life in that area. And we're seeing that multiplied throughout the Southwest into the Las Vegas area, into parts of Central California. So an ongoing concern as we're still dealing with more of this rain. Again, the center is still moving through northern Mexico, about to come into California as we head deeper into the afternoon, at least Pacific time. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Paul Goodlow. We'll be back to Paul in just a moment. Want to get you caught up right now with the latest on what we know about Tropical Storm Hilary. It did make landfall earlier this afternoon over the northern Baja California peninsula. And sadly, one person has drowned in Santa Rosalia. That's in Mexico after their car was swept away by flooding. And a state of emergency has been declared for Nevada. So this storm still has and will have far-reaching impacts and effects. The potential for life-threatening to catastrophic flooding does remain. Unnecessary travel is being discouraged. There is a high probability that there is going to be more flooding. Alex, we saw with Paul Goodlow that it was showing, a flooded road, the signs. Right. There's not always going to be signs on flooded roads. So flooding or travel is highly discouraged right now because of that flood potential.
That's a great point. They can't always put up the barricades. Again, slow down, especially here as we get into the later evening hours. Once it gets dark, sometimes you don't notice the water until it's too late. Let's take you to a virtual view of Los Angeles. Usually we go to this virtual view of Los Angeles and look at nothing but sunshine. Not the case. So you can expect to see a lot of this rain. We've already got it now. We've already got the flash flood warnings in the area. Closer look at the LA Metro, and you can see just about the entire area under a flash flood warning. Los Angeles and Ventura counties here currently under the warning. Glendale, Long Beach, Los Angeles, and the National Weather Service using that considerable language threat tag on this. So rain is coming down heavily. Roads are slick, if not starting to get covered. We've seen plenty of reports, plenty of images of water already piling up on some of those roadways. So if you can, stay put. If you absolutely have to be out on the roads, use caution, build in a lot of travel time, and avoid any roads that are covered, and especially those that are closed. You're not going around barricades. Los Angeles, here's a look at how it plays out this afternoon. Next few hours bring the heaviest and steadiest of the rain. Even overnight, though, we'll keep scattered rain showers, heavy at times in the forecast. As we move through tomorrow afternoon, though, things do begin to lighten up. So better times ahead for you. But between now and then, some of those higher elevations, Paul, to the east of LA, could be looking at 3 to 5+ inches.
Yeah, and again, this flood threat will continue as the sun goes down tonight and even overnight into Monday. So, yeah, a lot of rain still to come. A lot of concern continues throughout the region. Hey, we are still tracking Hilary all day long, all night long here on the Weather Channel. Stay tuned.
Hilary has made landfall in northern Baja California.
Our message today is clear. Stay safe, stay home, and stay informed.
Well, Hilary, once a powerful Category 4 hurricane, is now a tropical storm as it moves towards Southern California. Thanks for joining us as we're still tracking now Tropical Storm Hilary. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in San Diego, standing next to some barricades. Behind that, we have the San Diego River flows across this road. It's been shut down because of the threat for flash flooding. And here's the thing, people will say, hey, I've got a detour. I know it's an inconvenience, but so is first responders trying to come rescue you if flash flooding comes down there the same time you cross that road. And that's the thing about the flash flooding. It can happen very quickly. We're seeing a lot of heavy rain, and right now in the eastern parts of San Diego County, a lot more rain has fallen as you go through the mountains there. Interstate 8 and now closed as you head that way, well east of San Diego by about, say, 40+ miles because of a rock slide. we're seeing parts of the eastern slopes of some of these mountains not used to seeing heavy rain, getting heavy rain, and that is loosening some debris. There have been at least 3 large wildfires here over the last 3 to 4 years. So those burn scars also getting a lot of heavy rain during this time of the year. And usually when you have soil that's been heated because of wildfires, it chemically makes it more repelling to water. So it helps to have debris and mudslides as well. So we're going to keep a close eye on that because we have a lot more rain to come. The good news is some of the areas that got this spotty rain or the heavier rain, they're seeing more spotty showers now because it's much more of a convective thunderstorm type nature of those storms. But the bad news is we're not out of the woods seeing more of that. So they might not be dealing with a constant rain we've been under here in the western part of San Diego County and city of San Diego, the metro area here. But it's always a double-edged sword. You kind of slowly build up the rain, or it all comes, in 20, 45 minutes, and then you have hours between that. But that's still the same result. Could be flash flooding. And that area, even up into Palm Springs, Palm Deserts, India, it's a very dry, arid part of the southwestern U.S. Let's check in with Jen Carfagno, who has been in Palm Springs for Hilary. And Jen, last time we checked with you, the rain was really starting to come down. Have you noticed any concerns with these heavy downbursts? Because, again, that area doesn't do well with heavy rain.
No, we certainly don't here. And they knew that. In fact, that was the big concern coming in, is that these bursts of heavy rain would be falling. And that's when you run into problems. And that's exactly what we're seeing, Paul. I mean, if you're just looking behind me, you would think this was a stream or a creek or a river. It is a road. This is Barista Road. You can see the water really flowing. If you've been watching me through the day here, that water was not flowing at all when I started. It started to pick up. And now that the rainfall rates are really heavy, you see how this is now flowing all the way down through the intersection of Indian Canyon Drive and Baristo. And you see it actually flowing over into the storm wash channel. I mean, look at that water on the sides of these vehicles. I'm glad to see people are driving a little slower through here. Earlier, people were just blasting through this intersection, and I was really worried that we were going to see people hydroplaning. Watching this rain come down, and the rainfall rate is not letting up, and I'm watching the radar as well, and just noticing that we are in this here for quite some time, this bigger rainfall rate. It was 3/4 of an inch of rain per hour just to our south. That's what we're dealing with coming in. It's not quite as heavy right here, but that's the kind of rainfall that we're dealing with. And it's been adding up. We've got a rain gauge, and we had it up on the roof. We were on top of the parking garage. We brought it down with us. Very careful not to spill it, but we might have missed some rain along the way. But we are now up to an inch of rain, just in our gauge. This is very unofficial. But just to give you a sense of this is what I'm experiencing right here out on the streets of Palm Springs. A day where typically you would see people walking around. This is a very walkable town. It happens to be the off season for tourism, and I think that's helpful because there are less people here than normally. When I talked to the mayor earlier, she said there's probably about 45,000 people in town, and I know during the peak of their
Welcome back. We are tracking Hilary here, and pictures of, big boulders coming down here in Calexico, California. This is Imperial County. We're talking about 50, 60 miles to the west of Yuma, Arizona, or about maybe 70, 80 miles east of San Diego. Yeah, that's what happens. That water gets in places that, gravity's been holding things together, adds as a little lubricant, and boom. These big boulders succumb to gravity with a little extra push of that water. Let's a little farther north into the deserts of California. Ongoing flooding. Live pictures from a storm tracker, Charles Peak. This is Palm Desert. This is part of the Coachella Valley, Indio, Palm Springs, Palm Desert. Great places to play golf in the cooler times of the year. It's low season now because it could be 120, but it's also because it's a desert. That's why it can get so hot, and it doesn't do well. And unfortunately, this person, looks like their car got stalled out, And that's what's happening. Fast rising water here. And water has a leveling effect of any surface, so you don't know. There could be a low spot. Often we have, in this part of the Southwest, kind of low parts or dips as streets kind of cross. So the streets are elevated, but there's kind of channels for what's happening right now, for stormwater to kind of run off on those channels. And, you know, if you have water covering everything, it doesn't show those low spots. That's where the water adds up. And perhaps it looks like it's only about a foot or two deep, but perhaps as deep as my knee. And cars run through that. You get the water and the intake. And, yeah, internal combustion engines and water do not mix. So turn around, don't drown. We have the same potential here as this road crosses over where the San Diego River runs across. So they know this area floods easily, and it says floods often. So they put the barricades up to hopefully prevent people from coming through. But still, we've seen dozens and dozens and dozens of cars come through here perplexed, and then exasperated, they move on. So I know it's an inconvenience, but at the end of the day, it is truly about safety. And Chris, you know, if we can inconvenience people and save their life, I think most people will be actually for that in the long run.
Yeah, I think big picture here, Paul. Thank you so much. Again, not all roads. When we're in the middle of this, we'll have flooded signs out there or be blocked off.
Right, and let's be real. This isn't something they're dealing with that often. So the first responders are going to have a lot of work to do. So as you point out, things may be getting covered before they're able to get out there. Make sure you're using caution. Give yourself a lot of time. I know sometimes you say, I can't not drive. I've got to work at a hospital or something, but give yourself a ton of time out there.
And we've already been seeing so much rain in areas where it's still raining right now. We've seen reports, higher elevations, 2 to even almost 5 inches of rain. These rainfall rates, 1 to 2 inches an hour possible.
Yeah, checking in with Jen earlier, that rain was coming down.
Oh, yeah.
When we look at Southern California, that is not by any means what we expect to see. I mean, really heavy rainfall. And unfortunately, this is what we're really going to be dealing with through the rest of today.
Yeah, but still, the winds are going to be a concern here. Tropical storm warnings posted here, the islands, and look at this. I mean, Ventura County, Los Angeles County, Orange County, San Bernardino County, Riverside, San Diego County.
A lot of people under those wind alerts.
Yeah.
So, you know, while we've been really stressing the water issue here, you get saturated soil, you get enough of a wind, we could take down some trees. Power outages could be an issue as well. So don't want to sleep on that risk, although the water, of course, is our prime threat.
Yeah, huge one. Even a little bit of lightning here as well. Severe thunderstorms possible. Can't rule out tornadoes either. That is still a possibility. Also, talking about the winds, Alex, it's a tropical system, so the winds, while maybe the tree in your yard was fine for a while from one direction, winds are going to change. Maybe it can't take the winds from a different direction.
Yeah, that's the final blow, the straw that breaks the camel's back. Here's a look at the flash flood warning for Los Angeles, Ventura counties. As you pointed out, we got a ton of communities, a ton of people under these. Glendale, Long Beach, Los Angeles, considerable threat, and there's a lot of heavy rain still falling in this zone.
Yeah, and more to come. This is the high-resolution future radar. Give you a general sense what the radar is going to look like through time if this ends up being correct. Now, it is going to move pretty fast. However, it's so big, even a fast-moving system means we're still going to have rain for hours.
Rain for hours. Again, one of the positives is what a different story it would be if this thing was moving much more slowly. And also, we're going to be looking at rain all the way up into Idaho, Montana. So we could be setting tropical cyclone rainfall records in some of these states out west. An interesting start to the real peak of our season.
And we are still seeing some very heavy rain here, not quite to the peak yet of that rain. Here's the forecast, what we're expecting here as far as the total rainfall amounts. And you see this, you might wonder, you know, why do you have these little splotchy areas? Well, this right here is basically highlighting where the mountains are. The San Gabriel's right here. So you get that extra lift. Extra rain.
Yeah, orographic mountain lift. You get that wind going up the slopes, really wrings out all that tropical moisture. We know these tropical systems are loaded with it. Flood alerts are in effect until Tuesday. A lot of Nevada, actually almost all of Nevada, Arizona, parts of California, into Oregon and also Idaho. We've got Charles Peak out there as well.
Right, and a reminder of the flooding that is still possible. Charles was showing a flooded roadway a little bit earlier, but this rain, Alex, here in the Palm Desert, really still coming down.
All right, we got much more coming up, including another check-in with Jen Carfagno. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Hilary. We've got some other information to tell you about. Magnitude 5.0 earthquake centered in Ojai, California. You're looking live there. Obviously, they are in the mix with what Hilary is currently bringing. We've got a flood watch in effect, heavy rain working through, gusty winds as well with those tropical storm warnings in effect, and now a magnitude 5.0 earthquake being reported here, centered in Ojai. The reports are that there are aftershocks occurring as well, so you may have felt that in addition to dealing with the rain from Hilary. So third aftershock already has been reported. So Chris, we've got so much going on here across the state of California. A very, very active day, both in terms of what Hilary's bringing, flooding ongoing, more expected to continue, and now we're dealing with an earthquake and its associated aftershocks.
Yeah, it's a tough time right now for sure with the rain that's still coming down from Hilary. Strong winds still possibility. This a live look here, Indian Wells, California. This is from the Weather Channel storm tracker here, Charles Peak, out showing that muddy slurry of water, and you see stuff coming down the road as well, bobbing, the water coming over parts of the road, but also just look at the big stuff in the water, essentially. What you're seeing right there, again, this is an obvious look of it's way too much runoff. This here, Charles telling me this is normally a dry spot here, which is the case in a lot of the deserts where you typically have dry areas. I think that's a garbage can or something coming down at us with the flooding that is, again, ongoing right now that we're currently watching. This is where Charles Peak is located right now. And you see, what is that? Yeah, it's like a some kind of a bin or something that got swept away and is washing on through there. So, again, considerable threat for flooding. This is, again, where Charles is. This is his camera feed right there in Indian Wells. This is just south of Interstate 10, again, between Palm Springs and Coachella, the Palm Desert area here. And this, of course, in Riverside County, considerable threat with this. And you see all of the flooding that's happening right here. And as the radar loops by, what we see is a lower elevation here. And notice how heavy the rain is right there. And notice that's where there's mountains. So you get that extra lift, extra rainfall out of that. And getting reports again of some vehicles stranded in some of the flooding there in Palm Springs. There's Palm Springs, Palm Desert, also Indio, and getting more rain out of the atmosphere because of these mountains. And you can also kind of sense where the water kind of goes, right? See how that all, once it gets up here, rains up here, you can kind of see those valleys. That's valleys created by erosion many times. And you can even kind of imagine all of the runoff coming out, even out here too. If you ever fly over the deserts, you can really see that. It looks like a bunch of dried up stream beds coming out of the mountains, and of course down to the low-lying areas where a lot of people live and a lot of people travel. That's why traveling is highly discouraged. Only absolutely necessary travel, getting out on the roadways, is when you can certainly find yourself in big trouble. Here's that area of low pressure. Again, it is moving relatively fast, but this is a big area, so it doesn't matter really the speed of it. It's the duration of it that's going to be a big deal here. So, Alex, still dealing with some very heavy rain in areas that are currently under flash flood warnings.
Yeah, and then on top of all of that, an earthquake, as well as 3 aftershocks being reported here. The magnitude 5.0 earthquake centered right over Ojai, California. So this is just off to the north and west of the Los Angeles downtown area. So looking off to the north and west of that city, this area currently getting in on the cloud cover, the gusty winds, the rain that we've been tracking. And now a lot of chatter on social media, people going, well, wait a second, I'm also getting warnings about the earthquake. I felt it. And the aftershocks occurring as well. There have been 3, most of those in that magnitude 3 range. So very, very active weather stories happening here across the state of California. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this story. We'll bring you any updates on whether or not there's been any damage reports or any injuries. We'll follow that. But of course, also following the flooding, which is going to be very, very impactful here as we finish off our afternoon. Jen Carfagno is in Palm Springs. Jen, the rain has been coming down at a rate that we don't often see in this area. Hopefully, I know there's a car behind you. Hopefully, a lot of people are staying off the roads at this point.
Well, I know, and I asked the mayor that question when I spoke with her about an hour ago, and she said, well, she thinks now that the rain has really picked up, people are trying to get home now that the rain has begun. Businesses are closing, but this intersection right here, Indian Canyon and Barista Road, it is filled with water. Cars coming through are definitely sending out some waves. They're sending up the splash and the spray, and they really do need to take it slowly. It's passable still for now, but barely. Now, the water is draining into the storm channel wash. That heads down to the Salton Sea, where they've had very heavy rain and flooding down there as well. We're going to follow this story for you right here from Palm Springs and across California with Tropical Storm Hilary still dumping rain.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has everything you need to gear up so you can show up. With the widest selection from the hottest brands, like Nike, Jordan, On, Carhartt, Hoka, and more. The looks you want, the backpacks you need, all under one roof. When you can't make it to the store, Dicks.com is always an option. And with our best price guarantee, if you find a lower price, we'll match it. With looks this good, it's never been easier to sport your style.
Shining sun, thank you for the sunshine.
Well, some breaking news to share with you as we continue to track Tropical Storm Hilary, bringing heavy rain, gusty winds to portions of the southwestern U.S. We've also got reports of a magnitude 5.0 earthquake. This is centered just to the outskirts, about 4 miles away from Ojai, California. There have been 4 aftershocks as well. Ojai is to the north and west of Los Angeles. We get a live look at that community right now, and you can see clouds overhead, rain showers coming down, flood watch in effect. So we've got a lot to watch here across the Southwest. You are watching our continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson here with meteorologist Chris Warren. A lot happening right now across the West. Again, we've already got reports of 4 aftershocks. We're going to continue to follow this story in addition to what Hilary's doing.
Yeah, magnitude 5 earthquake just southeast of Ojai, California in Ventura County, which is east of Santa Barbara. And again, with this storm, Tropical Storm Hilary, winds still a factor.
Right.
It's still going, still winds at 60 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, don't want to sleep on the possibility that we could see some wind damage in terms of power outages, or you pointed out, down trees. Rain has continued to be the main threat, though, and gosh, it's piling up in spots.
And that's really where the life-threatening aspect to this comes in. So let's head back out to San Diego and meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Paul?
Hey, Chris and Alex, you know, this is mind-blowing. You know, I'm checking my weather, my Southern California weather bingo card. I started off with blizzard warning, got that. Tropical storm watch, tropical storm warning. Then we had earthquake all at the same time. I mean, this has been quite the year here. Here in San Diego, we moved off of Coronado Island here, a little inland, and now the rain has actually picked up to a steady, moderate rain. We've been dealing with mostly light rain, but steady since just after midnight. On again, off again, moderate rain. Now it's straight moderate rain, and that's the thing. We're going to see this kind of add up. This kind of low spot where they have the stormwater kind of channeled rolls down this street and then into the San Diego River, which flows in this direction, eventually emptying in the San Diego Bay and into the Pacific. But this is a known flooding spot because this road crosses where the river normally flows in high water events. This part of the Southwest, well, it's fairly dry. Even here closer to the coast, you don't really see the ongoing water flows. This is nothing like the Mississippi or the Colorado, you know, in a little farther east of here. This is the San Diego River. It's only big rain events. That's why they shut this down. Luckily, it's enough where it's discouraging. Everyone we've seen has not tried to go around here. We still see a few people. Looks like, okay, some fishermen coming up here, a couple of fishing poles. So that's good to see. They're not kind of driving through there. But the concern is the flash flooding. It's fine right now. It might stop raining, but maybe a half hour from now, we can have a big push of the floodwaters coming down. Because here's the thing. We have a lot of mountains as you head east of town, 2,000–3,000 feet, which even brings more of this tropical moisture out. This air that we're even around between the showers, it's tropical, moist, humid feeling air, and that's that tropical nature, which can wring a lot more rain out of here. Parts of Eastern County already inch plus of rain at the airport here in San Diego. about a ½ inch. But this will soon add to even more of this with this steady pace of rain coming on through there. But we've seen perhaps even twice as much rain here in San Diego, a little farther north and east into the Palm Springs area. That's where Jen Carfagno has been riding out. And Jen, I know you're standing by an intersection. I saw that earlier where, you know, it's wet streets earlier. Now we have water splashing up as vehicles are rolling through there.
Yeah, and you know, Paul, this is actually by design, which I think is most interesting. I mean, how do you have a city in the desert next to mountains and not account for rain? You have to, because we do get rain. This is going to be a more significant one, and the potential is there for an historic record-breaking rainfall. But just, you know, the fact that we probably had even less than an inch already. I saw the report out of the Weather Service in San Diego at Temecula coming in at 3/4 of an inch. So we're probably in line with that. So it's that little rain, you know. Think about Florida, an inch of rain is nothing. But that has caused this big issue for us right here with the water all pooling up in this intersection of Indian Canyon Drive and Barista Road. And I'm sure this is playing out at some of the other areas where we have these storm channels where the water is intended to funnel into. And actually, you can see that beyond. The water is rolling in almost in waves like now, like a waterfall. As the water goes down there, it will flow all the way down to the Salton Sea. And that's the way the storm water is handled here in the Coachella Valley. All of the water, there's about 16 or 17 of these stormwater channels that collect this water that comes down from the mountains, which is over there. And by the way, I saw the total out of the San Jacinto mountaintop observation point, and they picked up more than 3 inches so far. So as is typical, mountain locations get more rain. They almost always do, because the water gets squeezed out by the orographic lift that happens there. Now, we're going to be watching for more rain yet to come as well. And that's you know, a growing concern is that, okay, we've all this water now filling up these storm channels. How much more can it take? This is why folks are urged to stay home. Traffic has certainly picked up a little bit more this afternoon when the rain picked up, maybe surprisingly. I did ask the mayor about that, and she said most likely these are people that are trying to get home now that the rain has begun. And, you know, I think folks in this area are aware that when it rains, it floods. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it makes a big impact. You go back to even just last September, there was the remnants of Tropical Storm Kay, which came up here. And, Paul, this didn't make a landfall. It didn't actually even move up into California like we're going to see this system. But, Paul, it did leave behind a lot of damage and destruction. So I'll send it back into you, but that's what we're worried about, that, you know, inches of rain can cause mudslides. Yeah. Just saw a rock slide down on I-8.
Yeah. And that part, Interstate 8 closed in both directions here as you head well east of San Diego on towards the Yuma area. I think it's like an 1.5 to 2 hour delay trying to get around there if you have to go. But, you know, we knew this was coming. The heavy rain causing some concerns. And even east of where Jen is, the Death Valley National Park is closed because of flooding ongoing there. So we knew we had a bigger chance, that higher risk of flooding just off the coast. So while San Diego, ½ inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch, we're seeing over an inch, inch and a half farther inland, which is the worst case scenario, because those areas do not handle rain well. Not that this area would, but it will handle it better than the desert areas. But it's all about location. And what Jen was talking about is, you know, you don't have to have that center come through. I know these storms and hurricanes are tracked at that center, but the weather is not at that center only. It's kind of well north and south, east or west of there. And now in Hillary's case, it's well north of the center and really east of that center as well. And let's talk more about the timing of this. You know, Chris, you're talking more about where Hilary is, and a lot of people still want to track that center. So how far do we have to go in terms of that center now crossing the border and moving into California?
It's getting really close right now, Paul. We can take a look at the latest with the satellite. Tropical Storm Hilary, still 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. The last position was right here, but you just kind of look at the counterclockwise swirl here. That's how you know you have an area of low pressure, if you can find that counterclockwise swirl. And it's somewhere in here. And I say that because you can just kind of look at the direction right there of the raindrops. There's a little bit more of a curl back here towards the end, right right there, and this tends to be wrapping up as well. So it's looking like maybe somewhere in here is that broad circulation, at least higher up in the atmosphere, maybe not right down at the surface, but it is moving now into California from Mexico. The rain was, well ahead of the center, and that remains the case as tropical storm warnings are in effect. So winds still up to 70 miles an hour possible. Gusts could be up to 70 miles an hour, sustained at 60. And all the yellow on the map is some of the heavy rain and so many flash flood warnings right now, a considerable threat, and the mountains enhancing the rainfall. And you can even see that kind of that little bit of a line right here. And then even associated with the storm, you get some of the heavy showers moving through the highly urbanized area here of Los Angeles. Considerable threat here with the system that's coming through. The tropical storm itself has a lot of rain with it, but then some of these individual showers and storms at times can be severe. Can't rule out the possibility of a tornado. Considerable threat in Palm Springs. Seeing in the greater area here in the desert where storm tracker Charles Peak is out showing us the scene there. Yuma, the winds have been blowing and howling there. 40 sustained gusts to 54. Similar story, Blythe 45. And we're seeing again, some of the strongest winds in the mountains where some of the heaviest rain is also coming down. Again, seeing reports, some of the higher elevations, Alex, getting close to 5 inches of rain with this, and got a ways to go yet.
Right. I was going to say, we're already approaching a half foot. Some areas I think are going to exceed that. Obviously, the flooding that Charles Peak has been showing us, this could be not just impactful, but really life-threatening here as we move forward in time. Ocean Beach, California, the location of this live camera. Not what you expect to see, right? When we look at Southern California, you can see the rain is coming down really, really steadily. Not much in the way of wind there, so the palm trees not moving much. So there's a piece of good news. As Chris pointed out, other areas have not been so lucky. We're going to watch those winds funnel through some of the canyon spots. Some of the higher elevations have seen some gustier winds. But here it is all about the rain, and the rain will be, most prominent, most widespread, heavy as we move through the next few hours. Flash flood warnings, they're piling up here across sections of Southern California, getting over towards the Arizona state line, up towards the LA area, Bakersfield. We've also got some warnings there, and you can see the real heart of this system's moisture working through Los Angeles down to San Diego with very heavy rain in pockets. A few thunder and lightning, or a few lightning strikes, a few rumbles of thunder. You may hear that. And of course, we're also watching for that potential that you actually could see a severe thunderstorm. Can't rule out a tornado either. When we get these landfalling tropical systems, we get that opportunity for storms that rotate. So, of course, keep that in mind. And we've already had a lot going on. So I know you're like, there cannot be more. There could be. We're going to get you through this, so stick with us. We're going to time it all out for you. Los Angeles, it is the short term that's going to bring the worst of the sensible weather. So the gustiest of winds and, of course, the heaviest of rain between now and this evening. I do think that as we get towards the midnight hour, the heavier rain now works into parts of Nevada, sections of Oregon and Idaho as well. Don't want to rule out water issues in these areas as well. Yeah, not as high or significant as a flash flood chance farther to the south, but these areas are also going to be bracing for the possibility of some flash flooding. During the day Monday, rain begins to lighten up, but still on Tuesday, we've at least got some scattered showers across parts of the desert southwest. I don't think we're going to see as much, though, into parts of Southern California as we will into, say, parts of Utah or Arizona or Nevada. But 3 to 5 plus inches possible here as we get into some of the mountain spots. So you get that water or that air, rising up the side of those mountain slopes, squeezing out a lot of that moisture. Tropical systems have a ton to work with. And Chris, this is just one of many now flash flood warnings. We've got Los Angeles and Ventura counties.
This is an ongoing situation right now, so we're still getting video in. We did get video in here earlier from Mexico. This is from yesterday. You can really see the rushing water here in Santa Rosalia in the Baja Peninsula. Officials there say one person drowned when a vehicle was swept away. Rescuers were able to save 4 others that were in danger. And you can really see just the power of the water ripping through this town. It's strong enough to do significant damage and easily carry vehicles away. That threat does remain for the U.S. and California, then eventually and more so now into Nevada as well, as we're seeing more heavy rain falling. A rare high-risk area here outlined in red. I outlined it in red of the red area. Not just possible, but again, it is likely that there's going to be some flash flooding anywhere in yellow. It's just this high-risk area. This is when the overwhelming majority, more than 80% of damage happens on high-risk days. With that, the flood threat extending beyond California and Nevada into eastern Oregon, parts of central and eastern Oregon, a lot of Idaho, Utah, and portions of Arizona. Here's that rain right now. Potential for some flooding rain into parts of southern Nevada. And look at this. The extent of this is phenomenal. So many either flash flood warnings, that's the lighter green color, but also within that there are flood advisories. So flash flooding, the very dangerous flooding that's happening very quickly, again, as the name implies, in a flash. Then flood advisories for areas that typically flood or are more flood prone, seeing some flooding. So the ongoing threat here through Tuesday morning. A lot of this really happening tonight and during the overnight hours, but then continuing as the storm moves up to the north, likely remnants in the next couple of days, but nonetheless bringing with it a lot of baggage. That baggage being a lot of moisture and the potential for heavy rain. High wind warnings posted from the Mexico border here in California and Arizona all the way up to southern Idaho and parts of Montana. So still packing a pretty potent punch. On top of all of that, right in here in Ventura County, there was an earthquake a short while ago, a 5.1. There has since been 4 aftershocks ranging from 3.1. I'm sorry, now 5 aftershocks ranging between 3.1 and 3.6 in magnitude here. Again, 5.1 magnitude earthquake a little bit earlier. That was at 2:41 Pacific time. And again, 5 aftershocks, 3.1 to 3.6. And again, gosh, you know what? You hate to see it. The threats are coming at us at all different angles here as far as the wind, the flooding. And now as we go back to meteorologist Paul Goodlow in San Diego, it's hard to imagine a pretty decent-sized earthquake there near Ojai.
Yeah, that's a nice little shake going on there. And I tell you what, you talk about the threats there, Chris, and the threats that we know and threats we can avoid. Can't really avoid the earthquakes. You don't know when they're coming, but you can avoid floodwaters. And yeah, believe it or not, despite the barricades we have on both sides of the San Diego River, which runs across the street, we just saw an idiot drive around there. You know, it is what it is. You do it, I'm going to call you out because you put a lot of people at risk if you get caught. And people, have been caught here earlier this year because of flooding.
Summer won't last forever.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Yeah, so it goes from, rolling down to a big gush of floodwaters. That is the flash flooding. That's in Sheeps Canyon, California. It's, say, maybe about 50 miles or so, kind of northeast of where I am in San Diego. But that's the big concern, and that's not to mention that's up in kind of the hills of the mountains here in Southern California. So that is also bringing out even more of Hilary's tropical moisture from this atmosphere and helping it rush into those washes, those rivers, those creeks and streams, which this time of the year traditionally are fairly dry until you have a big rain event. This is also the monsoon season to have some thunderstorms, but those are typically isolated, not unheard of. But this is now a tropical storm. The center of Hilary still moving through parts of the northern Baja in Mexico, about to come into California later on this afternoon and bring with it more and more rain. We're just kind of tapering off of this kind of a moderate to heavy rain steady that we had for the last, say, 25 minutes or so, which even caused this little low spot in the road, which funnels the storm water to run pretty high for a while, and that feeds into the San Diego River, which this road basically goes over. So, or kind of the river goes through the road. It's a known low spot. It's a known flood spot. I was talking to some of the fine officers here from the San Diego Police Department. They're saying, yeah, just last year, someone got caught in the floodwaters here and had to be rescued after a couple of hours. And we just saw someone willingly move and drive around the barriers to come on through here. And really, it's not that long of a detour to find another way around. You might have a couple more lights to go through. But that's the big concern is, the flash flooding. And while this has been, kind of an annoyance in this part of San Diego County, a little farther east, it's a little more concerning. We've seen perhaps twice or even 3 times the amount of rain. We're about a half inch, closing in at maybe 3/4 of an inch. We're talking an inch, inch and a half or more in the eastern part of this county, and a little farther north of that into the more traditional desert areas of Southern California. They're seeing an inch plus type rainfall rates, and that moves into southern Nevada as well. So it's a big concern for this desert environment farther east to handle this much rain. So flash flooding is an ongoing concern and will as we head down throughout the day. But it's all about where you are and where this rain is falling. And Chris, you have more on what's happening right now with the movement of Hilary and what's to come as we head throughout the rest of this Sunday.
Yeah, unfortunately, Paul, more of what you have right now for the rest of this Sunday and into the overnight hours tonight into early tomorrow for a lot of California. We're going to take a closer look at the radar in just a moment, but we want to get you caught up in what we know about Tropical Storm Hilary. Also, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake hitting California, Ojai, California, and Ventura County. Also, at least 5 aftershocks have been reported. Also, a state of emergency has been declared for Nevada. Death Valley National Park closed due to active and ongoing flooding right now. So again, watching the heavy rain coming down still with Tropical Storm Hilary. And we are seeing, again, the very heavy rain in some heavily populated areas right now.
Paul brought up the bingo card. We had, the blizzard warnings. We've got the tropical storm warnings. Now we've got an earthquake. So for those of you in Southern California, I know 2023 has been quite a year. We're the Weather Channel. Usually you don't have to watch us, right? Because it's beautiful out there. Not the case right now, but we've got you covered. We're going to walk you through it, help you prepare. Of course, I know these kind of systems are your neighbors into the southeastern, the Gulf Coast part of the U.S. very used to. You guys, not as much. The rain, that's going to be our biggest issue here. And as Chris has been saying, the flash flood warnings, they've been piling up. They continue to add up as the rain is still falling. And at times, it's falling heavily. So we're dealing with those tropical rainfall rates that, again, you guys just don't see very often. Los Angeles and Ventura counties here under a flash flood warning with the considerable threat on this. A lot of roadways are covered. What you want to do is stay off the roads. That's option number 1. I know sometimes you're like, that is not an option for me. I have to go to work. I'm a first responder. What you're going to do, give yourself a lot of time. Watch for water-covered roadways. They're not always going to be blocked off by barricades. The first responders, they're out there doing the best they can. But with a system like this, we're going to see things probably get to a point where there's too many for them to get them all. So watch for those water-covered roadways. Turn around, don't drown. Truly words to live by. As we move through the next few hours, that's when the worst of the rain will continue. So the heaviest and steadiest rain with us through about the evening hours begins to pull out, but not done as we move into the overnight hours. So still 4 o'clock in the morning, at times some light to moderate rain. I think by tomorrow afternoon, we'll see things finally begin to dry out around LA and
It's the moment.
Hilary has made landfall in northern Baja California.
Our message today is clear. Stay safe, stay home, and stay informed.
And that is the message all across Southern California today. Not only here, but the message is also repeated in parts of Arizona, parts of Nevada, and eventually parts of Utah and even Idaho and Montana because of the moisture from what once was a powerful Category 4 Hurricane Hilary, now a tropical storm. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're tracking now Tropical Storm Hilary. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in San Diego in the San Diego River. It's about, say, 70 yards behind me here. This road goes right across it, and barricades set up on both sides of this road to prevent people from driving through there, because while there's no big flash flood of the river coming through right now, it has happened before, and when you have heavy rain in this area, that can often happen. That's why we also have the San Diego's finest here. They're you know, if you don't believe my public shaming, because we already saw people drive around the barricades on both sides to move them to just, get to where they're going. Well, if my public shaming is not enough, perhaps their public shaming will be enough to discourage you. And I know we all have places to go. Trust me, we have places to go. It took us a little longer to get here, but take the time and arrive alive. Don't just worry about, what GPS is telling you to do. There are going to be a lot of road closures all across the Southwest, really the western U.S., because of what's going on here with Hilary. Now, so far, we're over a half-inch of rain. We haven't seen as much as areas, say, in eastern parts of San Diego County has. And those areas, the farther east you go, the more desert kind of climate they have, so they don't deal with that. Reports of mudslides east of here, Interstate 8, heading on towards Yuma, about, say, 60 miles, 50 miles to the west of Yuma in California. Interstate 8 is closed in both directions because of a rock slide because of the heavy rain. Some areas there, inch and a half up towards Mount Laguna, and some of these mountains are well over 4,000 feet, bringing even more rain from this tropical flow from Hilary. Now, Hilary might not be a hurricane, but it's still bringing a lot of moisture well across this part of Southern California. Well, let's travel up towards the Palm Springs area where Jen Carfagno is riding Hilary's rain out as well. And Jen, we've been dealing with a lot of rain even there in Palm Springs, but this morning you didn't have the big push of rain. The rain really picked up later in the morning and the afternoon. Did you experience anyone this morning saying, hey, well, what's going on? It looks like Hilary's a dud. Did you have any kind of, questions of the forecast?
Yeah. You know what, Paul, that's a really good question, because I always wear my storm gear when I'm here because it sparks conversation in any town I get to. And I did go to the grocery store this morning, and I had a lot of people come up and talk to me, and not saying at all that they were worried that it was going to be a dud. They had some real concerns. We don't get a lot of rain here. They were worried that this very thing was going to happen with the roads. They, despite being from California, knew very well the nature of tropical storms and that they can be very changeable, that, you don't necessarily get the same type of weather all across the area impacted. So it was an interesting couple of conversations that I had. Everyone was sort of cautiously optimistic this morning when it wasn't raining as heavily as we knew that it could, because knowing that we still had time to make it through. We still had to get through this whole event, which, by the way, is not over yet. The rain has lightened up a little bit, but it's still falling, at least lightly, and that is a concern that, until the rain stops, we're not done. I've been looking for some rainfall totals. I'm trying to add up from the observation from the airport. I haven't gotten that all tallied up yet. My hands hands are just so wet. It's hard stuff to do. But let me show you, this is a rain gauge that we just put out. We had it on the roof for a while when we were up there, and we brought it down here. It's about 1.5 inches. I mean, that's very unofficial because this is a rain gauge that we've been moving around. It's not necessarily capturing all the rain, but that's a lot of rain for us here in the desert. We average about, a little under 4 inches for the year. And so to get this much rain at once and knowing that we still have more to get to, that is a concern as we get into tonight. Let me put this back down in the soil for now, see if I can get it in there. I don't want to lose my rain because I'm going to keep capturing that. What I'm concerned about now is that we are in a break and people might come back out thinking that the rain is over. It is not necessarily over. I'm watching on the satellite the moisture to our south, so we still have some potential to go. This street has not really shown any signs of getting a lot better. There's been some improvement, maybe that the rain lessened up a little bit, but you can still see as cars come through, they're making waves. The water is still flowing into the stormwater channel. This will be, until the rain is completely over, flooding on the road still a concern.
Scout is protected by Simber Channel, now available to everyone. Real-time radar and so much more. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Well, Hilary's rain has caused boulders to slide here in Copa Mountain area here in Southern California. This is about 50 miles to the east of San Diego. And yeah, it's a very desert climate in the area. But when you pick up some areas, 1.5 inches of rain, that part of the county, that's what happens. You start kind of loosening up and reducing the friction that's holding some of these boulders together, and gravity takes over and continues to always win. Gravity, Mother Nature, these players are undefeated. All right, let's take you into live pictures from our Charles Speaker Storm Tracker. He's in the Coachella Valley, and he's on the roads around Riverside County now, showing folks still out and about. The good news is, most people have heeded the warnings and the advice to avoid unnecessary travel, and not as many people there, but we're watching the shots from Jacofagno and even seeing people rolling through intersections with water kind of flying on up. So it's still a big concern. Even here in San Diego, that we're still dealing with some of the notorious low water crossings, dealing with signs and barricades. And believe it or not, even with that, people still try to drive around that. But if they do, fortunately, there's a cruiser here from San Diego PD waiting to give you a nice little ticket. Stern talking to. I try to talk to you sternly, but people still ignore common sense. And we're not trying to poke fun at people, but it's life-threatening because first responders, we've seen even the fire department truck on our call here, they're the ones who have to be out here in this. If you don't have to, it's advised not to. I know we have second shift people and third shift people overnight, and when this sun goes down, the danger of this even increases more because water has a leveling effect of the horizon. You don't know how deep that road is, and it puts a lot of people in jeopardy. And if this could help save some people lives during this historic tropical event, we'll say it. But also, when you have landfalling systems, we have concerns with severe weather, including the risk for tornadoes. Alex, Chris?
All right, Paul, thank you so much. I want to get you back in here to our radar. We've got a tornado warning to tell you about. Chris, this is always a threat with a landfalling tropical system, and sure enough, east of San Diego, we're under that warning.
You can kind of see the big rotation with the tropical storm, but embedded within some of these bands, heavy rain, and now a tornado warning here, this in San Diego County. It's approaching Interstate 8 right now.
Yeah, so we've got San Diego County. Again, we are off to the east of San Diego. National Weather Service has noted some rotation with this. Not unusual when you deal with these tropical systems. So you're going to get a little influx here in the wind. There's that area of rotation just to the south and east of that Interstate 8 icon. So right between Harbison Canyon and Pine Valley, this is moving off to the north around 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, so with the threats that we're watching, the flash flood threat, now a tornado threat, that is ongoing. We've known about this. I mean, this is something that, as you said, absolutely can happen, and that's what we're seeing right now as it's approaching. That circulation is approaching Interstate 8.
Yeah, what a day for California. So we've got tornado warnings, tropical storm warnings. We've had an earthquake. We're still dealing with flash flood warnings galore. And as you mentioned, we're still seeing that overall circulation of Hilary. The system overall will continue to weaken. It's luckily moving north at 23 miles an hour. So that's going to do some good things for us. It's going to keep that rain moving. But, Chris, between now and when it moves out, big time rain coming down still.
It's going to take a while. I mean, you look at just how big this area is. You can kind of see the rotation right in here. This whole mass is going to lift up and continue. So it's raining here right now, getting into the Central Valley, and more is on the way.
Yeah, a lot of that rain has been shunted on the north side of the system, and a lot of that rain falling over some of those really populated areas. So where do most of the people live in the state of California? Well, for one, the LA metro area, and so now we've got a ton of rain coming down there. Here's how it plays out.
And another great reminder, too, when we talk about the forecast cone, is we saw that heavy rain right here. It's outside of the cone. The center may be going that way, but the heavy rain is big footprint.
Yeah, this is telling us the movement of the center of the storm. So again, those of you in California, you're like, I don't know what this is. You don't have to be. But again, the impacts can extend outside of that cone. There's that tropical storm warning. And again, most of Southern California from the U.S.-Mexico border all the way up to Santa Clarita and Lancaster is under that warning.
So could see still wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. The storm's sustained at 60. Again, here's that tornado warning, all of the different flash flood warning. There's flood advisories, but the LA basin right here, you can even see it when it's zoomed in, how gray it is.
Yeah.
All that concrete, it's a lot of runoff.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we get that water falling over areas where we've got grass. That's one thing. But here where you've got a ton of roads, a ton of pavement, you're going to have a ton of runoff. Our Charles Peak is out there, man. He has been capturing some scenes of a lot of high water. So please, please be careful. Jen Carfagno is in Palm Springs. Jen, you also are dealing with some really heavy rainfall there.
Yeah, you know, it just picked back up again, actually. So it got lighter for a moment, but I would call this now more of a moderate rainfall. I mean, look, if we weren't worried about flooding, this would be a really nice rainy day. It's a very gentle rain. There's not a lot of wind here for us here. There was a few gusts earlier today, but now it's really been the rain. And honestly, I've been cautiously watching the stormwater channel because it does keep coming up. It's not in danger of overflowing right now, but that is the concern across the entire Coachella Valley is, will these channels be able to hide all the water, and will there be more flooding than just the street flooding that's leading into them? You know, this is why people are urged to stay home and paying attention to the weather even tomorrow after it ends.
Meet the future. A chef, a designer, and an engineer. All learning to save and spend their money with Chase. The chef's cooking up first with her new debit card.
Hungry?
Uh-huh. The designer's eyeing sequins, no, plaid. While mom is eyeing his spending. Nice. And the engineer? She's taking control with her own account for college. 3 futures, all with Chase. Freedom for kids, control for parents. One bank for both. Chase, make more of
Ongoing flood threat, tornado warning, and an earthquake, all in California. We're going to start with a look right now at the tornado warning, where there's some very heavy rain embedded within some of these bands associated with what is still Tropical Storm Hilary, a tornado. Heaviest rain is right over Interstate 8 and heading north here in San Diego County. The spin, the movement of the rain drops indicated in red and green. It's not as obvious now, but it was earlier. You see the bright right there. So the green wind's going toward the radar, red away from the radar. So that indicates where there's that rotation and the spin. Doesn't look as obvious now. But again, you get in some of this hilly, mountainous terrain. It can be tough for some of the radar data. Also, again, seeing some very heavy rain heading out into the deserts. Let's go ahead and take a live look right now at Storm Tracker Charles Peak's location where he is out tracking some of the storms and tracking what's happening. You see here a vehicle getting stuck in the waters, and here comes the tow truck here, the flatbed, to get that vehicle out of there and on their way. Again, this is still a ongoing developing situation here in Southern California. Flash flood warnings for into San Bernardino, Riverside, also parts of Orange County under a flash flood warning. Imperial County, excuse me, is under parts of it under flash flood warnings. Also into here, parts of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. This is in Riverside County. Considerable threat with this flash flooding, and we see a live look here of what we're seeing with Charles Peak's shot and location, where the rain's letting up a bit, but the flooding, it's going to take a while for the floodwaters to go down. Again, vehicles being stranded. We're seeing that live. Los Angeles under a flash flood warning, and in Ventura County, right next to Los Angeles County, near Ojai, at 2:41 Pacific time, a 5.1 earthquake and several aftershocks ranging from 3.1 to 3.6. A lot going on here in Southern California, including that ongoing flood threat in Palm Springs, where we find meteorologist Jen Carfagno. Jen.
Yeah, all right, Chris. Some breaking news actually here from Palm Springs now. The local city, the city manager has declared a local emergency due to the impacts of Hilary, the rainfall, the flooding of roads. There's been at least one swiftwater rescue. There's a number of closures. I won't even go through them all because some of them had been closed earlier, like North Indian Canyon Drive, but some of them are newer ones, like at Mesquite Drive, El Cilio. There's a number of spots that are closed because water is covering the roadway. And so the best advice is sure that you do not drive over water-covered roadways, that you do not know how deep the flood water is. You know, it's one thing when you can't tell how deep it is and you think, well, maybe I can make it. But then what if the road is washed out underneath? What if something is compromised here? And that's a concern always in flash flooding. And I know that's something we don't have to deal with very often in the desert because this kind of rain that we're talking about here, nearly 2 inches already, and it's still falling. This kind of rain we only experience every couple of years or even longer than that. So this is a big deal for us here in the desert. That's why businesses, many of them, either closed early or didn't even open at all today, because of the concerns about flooding on the streets and getting around and getting home after, folks having to go to work, etc. Today we're going to be, in this. The rain is we still have a ways to go in terms of getting this rain through. And then even after the fact, after the rain ends, when I talked to the mayor earlier, she warned that sometimes there's still debris and water that has to come down the mountains even after the rain ends. So you still have to be vigilant even as the rain wraps up tomorrow. That's going to be a concern, watching and looking at the roadways to see what's passable and what isn't. We are still in the thick of it here. The rain has been falling very steadily for the last 3 hours or so here. Again, adding up around 2 inches, a little less than that perhaps so far, but continuing to fall at a pretty decent rate. We had some times where that rain was falling at up over about a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch or even 3/4 of an inch. And it's these bursts of the heavy rainfall that gives us these flooded intersections here that, the light rain, I think we could handle a little bit better, but the heavier rain is what causes these problems. And that may not sound like a lot to many of you watching from across the country, but in the desert, a 1/4 of an inch, a 1/2 inch, an inch is a lot of rainfall, and especially when it comes down in a short period of time. So here in Palm Springs, we'll just continue to watch the rain concerns, staying off the roads and staying safe with the moisture from what was the tropical storm Hilary would have crossed the Baja just hours ago.
I'm still tasting what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to AFib not caused by a heart valve problem. So if there's a better treatment than warfarin, I'm hungry for that. Eliquis. Eliquis reduces stroke risk better than warfarin and has less major bleeding than warfarin. Eliquis has both.
Don't stop taking Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. Get help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take certain medicines. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures.
The #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner. Ask your doctor about Eliquis.
Rain that is now beginning to pick up a bit, light to moderate rainfall becoming fairly steady, and I'll tell you that water is going to be an issue, at least the rising water, flooding. Tropical storm Hilary had made its way onshore, making landfall. It's bringing a lot of moisture with it and a lot of problems.
As you can see, that water is quickly kind of bubbling up at that storm drain. It is not able to handle the rate at which this rain is falling and allow that water to drain very easily.
Well, Hilary's rain dropping historic rain in Southern California, also helping to drop big boulders. Look at the size of this piece of rock next to that Caltrans dump truck. Yeah, that puts it to scale. This is not a kid's toy. Rock, which has come climbing down on the highway there. It's the Ancopa Mountains. And also, by the way, Interstate 8 closed because of mudslides. Here's video from the area here in Ocotillo, California. This is to the west of Yuma, to the well far to the east of San Diego here. But yeah, big time traffic concerns across the area. Roads have been closed. Numerous roads have been closed across many counties here across the Southwest, including this road that I'm standing next to. Welcome back. We're still tracking Hilary here. Now a tropical storm here in San Diego. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow, and barricades have been set up. The San Diego River kind of runs across this road here, so it's a known low spot. It's a known spot where you have water rushing down from the higher terrain a little farther east in San Diego County, and then pushing towards, that water comes towards the low spot, which is San Diego Bay, which drains into the Pacific Ocean. And we had a lot of heavy rain this winter, and we had flooding across this road. So preemptively, City of San Diego Department of Public Works said come out and put up these barricades, but still type of citation to say, you know, we all have places to go, but the concern is you put people's lives at risk. You put your own life at risk. And, you know, if it's preventable, sometimes, and too many times, flash flooding is not preventable. You can't stop it from happening, and people just get overcome by it. But to purposely put yourself in harm's way, that's what we're trying to really put an end to. Because, yeah, we're not done with this. We're making out not too terribly bad so far in this part of San Diego. We're talking over ½ inch of rain, but areas east and north of here, we're talking 2, 3, 4 times that. Over 2 inches of rain in some locations. Eastern part of San Diego County, some estimates now, some gauges are saying maybe an inch, inch and a half of rain. They had more heavy rain with a thunderstorm activity, and we're still dealing with the risk of severe weather and even the risk of tornadoes. We still have that risk here. Anytime you have a landfalling tropical system, there's a lot of rotation, a lot of shear going on. They can quickly spin up tornadoes, and so we've been dealing with a tornado warning even in parts of kind of central San Diego County just minutes ago because of the fast spinning up of this nature of tornadic or tropical tornadoes as well. But I mentioned some heavier rain. We had a little farther northeast of here into the Coachella Valley. That's where Jen Carfagno has been riding out Hilary there, and reports of maybe more than 2 inches of rain there. Let's see what Jen has to say.
Not every day you wake up to a tropical storm warning on your phone in Palm Springs, California, and
that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. And, we really need to be vigilant after the rain ends because there can still be water or debris or even rock slides that can happen after the rain ends. That water still has to make its way all the way down the mountains. So concerns tomorrow, even when the rain moves out, there still could be issues with travel. School is back in session here in Palm Springs, and it'll be a wait and see on the condition of the roads to see if school will be back in classrooms. In Palm Springs, I'm Jen Carfagno.
All right, thanks, Jen. And we're still, hoping for the best here, preparing for potential the worst with the flooded signs and the road closures in portions of San Diego. But like Jen mentioned, a lot of kids are scheduled to go back to school on Monday. So this is, yes, kind of a damper to the end of their summer vacation. But, being on the roads, we started the day over on Coronado Island and then just driving in through here. It's not your normal kind of volume of Sunday traffic, which means the messaging is working for a lot of people, which is fantastic, which is to avoid unnecessary travel, to ride this out at home. It's going to be the safest place for you. The timing of this is good as well because it's on a Sunday. It's also happening, the bulk of it, during the daylight hours so people can be aware if threats are rising quickly around them. But we are far from over. That center is yet to come into California. It should be, as we head shortly, have an official U.S. landfall of that center. But as you see on the satellite radar, it's not just a point, it's a huge weather field. And let's go back to studio now. And Chris, you got the latest on what's going on here with Hilary, but also you have the latest on another oddity today, which is an earthquake here in Southern California.
That's right, in Ventura County. It's almost you didn't believe it when you first heard it, right? With as much that's going on across Central and Southern California right now and in Nevada and Arizona. This really the main mess, if you will, right in here. And we're thinking the center of the low, I'm doing it really large, somewhere in there. So it's getting closer. But the bottom line is you see just how much heavy rain there is covering several counties here in Southern California. So this is a large system. Even though it's moving pretty fast to the north at 23 miles an hour, the rain is falling over such a large location that many areas still have hours of rain left to go. By this evening, still expected to be a tropical storm as it pushes well inland. And again, another look at the radar, and you can kind of see the flow of the raindrops themselves. And then down here, you kind of get a sense that maybe there's some circulation there. It's hard to say. Also depends on different levels of the atmosphere because the radar is shooting the rain, that it's sending out that signal and getting the returns back, but it's doing it somewhat up into the clouds. So the circulation higher up might be slightly different than what we're seeing down below. Regardless, more rain wrapping around Hilary at this time, a considerable threat. I mean, just looking at the road network here in the Southland in Southern California here in Los Angeles, and you get a sense of just how populated this is. We're talking millions of people right now under a flash flood warning. And then this map really shows all that gray. That's a lot of concrete out here into San Bernardino County as well, into Riverside County, and then north of Los Angeles as well. Thousand Oaks, a report of 57-mile-per-hour wind gust there, sustained at 44. And notice these are north winds, so coming around that area of low pressure. Mud flowing across Highway 14 in one location near Santa Clarita. And then several flash flood warnings here in Riverside County. Also a considerable threat with that. No longer a tornado warning. That was allowed to expire at the top of the hour, but still several flash flood warnings. Riverside County, Imperial County, San Diego County, Los Angeles County, and this threat continues to move up to the north. Here's Ojai in Ventura County, where there was a 5.1 magnitude earthquake at 2:41 this afternoon Pacific time, and at least 5 aftershocks, a little bit stronger than 3.1 to 3.6. So much going on, Alex. Tough to believe they throw in a California earthquake on top of this tropical
Social
storm.
media is chattering about it a bit. They're like, what is next?
Yeah.
I mean, you feel for them because it's been a day already. Let's take it to Catalina Island here in California. Of course, one of those spots that we typically look at. It's paradise, right? It's vacation. Not today. We've got the rain coming down. You can barely see anything. Low cloud cover. This is the story across Southern California. It is not the 99.9% of the time weather that we're getting today. Instead, Hilary bringing the wind and the rain. And as Chris pointed out, with all of these urban, very highly populated areas, there is going to continue to be that higher risk of flash flooding. And the kind of flash flooding that could be substantial, could be damaging, could be expensive, could be deadly. So keep this in mind as you live in these areas, and especially if you move about this afternoon or evening. Right now, we've got the warnings lined up from the California-Arizona state line all the way to areas north and east of Bakersfield, also up towards the California-Nevada state line now. So we've got those flash flood warnings butting against South Nevada, rain over spreading sections of Nevada, Utah, Idaho, even Montana. And that's where the system's headed. So this is going to ride up and over that ridge. We'll see that moisture work into the northwest, even into parts of Canada before heading east later this week. This is the heaviest time frame for the rain. So right now through the next few hours, going to be the worst of the worst here across Southern California. Not to say it's the only time of rain, but when we will see the most widespread, heavy, steady rain. As we get towards midnight, some of that heaviest, steadiest rain now over into parts of western Nevada, eastern sections of California. Still some lingering rain showers and at times heavier rain showers across Southern California through about tomorrow morning. I do think once we get beyond noon, things are going to begin to really wind down. Wind will obviously be dying down here in the next few hours, or rather probably post midnight. And then again, during the afternoon and evening tomorrow, things are going to be much, much quieter. Still some scattered showers, even a rumble of thunder out there across sections of the west. That'll continue into Tuesday morning. Rainfall still to come. Could see some totals exceeding a ½ foot. So that would be some of those areas where you see the orange. We've got plenty of 3 to 5 inch totals, especially where we've got the lift from the mountains. Keep in mind, we've got terrain here across Southern California, so that when the wind goes up against those mountains, it lifts. We're able to really effectively squeeze out that moisture. So higher rainfall rates on those windward sides of the mountains. Los Angeles area, gosh, we could be looking at 2 to 3 inches of rain for you. Los Angeles, Ventura counties under a flash flood warning. Considerable threat courtesy of the National Weather Service. So they are concerned about the substantial or more substantial risk of flash flooding getting into homes or structures or causing, life-threatening issues to motorists. So many times it is people in vehicles that get themselves into trouble. 405, I-10, 101, I-5, all included within this. So a lot of times those on and off ramps, you're going to want to watch those. Anytime there's a low spot, that's where the water tends to pool and fill. Los Angeles, as we move through the rest of this afternoon and into the evening, that's when, again, the heaviest, steadiest rain will be localized here across the LA metro. Tomorrow morning commute, not going to be an easy one. So set that alarm early if you are going to be heading into the office. If you've got the ability to work remotely, I would just say, hey, let's do tomorrow as a work from home day. Stay put, stay off the roads. Tomorrow afternoon, obviously a much different story for you. There are those rainfall totals with some 2 to 3 inch totals around and north of LA, closer to 1 to 2 inches down near the coast. And then, Chris, as we get up into those areas with elevation, that's where we get the 3, 4, 5+ inch totals.
I want to show you this right here from Mexico. Yesterday, officials there say 1 person drowned when the vehicle was swept away. Rescuers were able to save 4 others that were in danger, and you can really see how quickly you can get into danger here if a situation like this and you add a vehicle into it. Tough situation indeed. Unfortunately, the threat for more heavy rain that could lead to flooding, possible mudslides, debris flows, the whole deal here is ongoing through tomorrow morning. Not just is it possible in green, but it's likely in yellow, and within that, a high-risk area for excessive flooding. Some of these areas have never had a high-risk issue by the Weather Prediction Center for these areas. Flood watches also posted for parts of Washington State, the extreme southeast part, a lot of Idaho and a lot of Oregon. So this tropical moisture already starting to sneak up into eastern Oregon. It's going through Nevada right now and even streaming all the way over through Idaho into Montana. But it's here in Southern California where some of the heaviest rain eventually getting into the mountains here, the Sierra Nevada mountains, with again 3 to 5 inches possible, and the San Gabriel's possibly squeezing out even more than that out of the atmosphere. Then of course the wind still a concern. Sustained winds at 60 associated with this storm, could see gusts up around 70 miles an hour at times. Lately though, winds in Yuma gusting close to 60, 59 mile per hour there. Some other areas closer to 50. Borrego Springs at 39. So this storm, the computer is suggesting that the low is right about here. And that's somewhat what it looks like on the radar and the satellite. But the forecast going forward still showing 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Overnight, some of the stronger winds will be well inland. Let's go back now to San Diego with meteorologist Paul Goodlow.
Hey, Chris, you're a parent. You got 2 kids. You know, it's school in Georgia already, but school is supposed to start here in San Diego. Good and bad news. What do you want first, Chris?
Give us the bad news, Paul.
Bad news as a parent, no school tomorrow for these kids.
And yes, the good news is for the kids.
For the kids, yes, no school tomorrow. The school district just came out and said, you know what, they have to make sure that everything is safe, that people are safe, that the facilities are safe. So they got kids on buses. Tomorrow is supposed to be the first day of classes here in San Diego. That has just been announced. That is going to be postponed because it's just not. Just want to be on the safe side. It could be safe, but just to be sure. Again, the first day of classes here in San Diego's public schools, also a victim of now Tropical Storm Hilary. We'll have all day long coverage right here in the Weather Channel. Stay tuned.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Is this your plan to watch the game today?
Yeah, I have to watch my neighbor's NFL Sunday ticket.
Of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We got new video into the Weather Channel of flooding. This is because of Hilary's moisture across Los Angeles. And yeah, intersections, you see kind of low spots there as the roads kind of crisscross each other, designed to try to keep the streets dry and kind of funnel that stormwater. Well, when it comes down that fast, yeah, we're starting to see it start to pile up. And here's the thing, part of that is because it's kind of a non-traditional time of the year to see this rain in non-traditional parts of the Southwest, where sometimes you'll have, you know, leaf debris. You know, it's been relatively dry much of the summer in Los Angeles, so starting to clog some of the drains. Even here in San Diego, this is kind of the low spot. This is kind of channeling, designed this way to take the stormwater runoff and push it into, in this case, the San Diego River, which is off to my left, and this road goes across the river. and it's a known low spot. It's barricaded and closed in both locations. This is one of numerous locations across San Diego and San Diego County where you have closed roads to prevent people getting in trouble, perhaps putting their lives and other people's lives in danger because of that. So far, so good. But out of abundance of caution because of what's still to come with Hilary, and again, some of the down push of that water from the higher terrain in San Diego, they have closed and canceled the first day of classes, which was scheduled for tomorrow, August 21st. So one more day of summer vacation, which I guess is a good trade-off because the kids, this their last day, which was today, traditionally has been definitely washed out. It's been raining here since really just after midnight, and on again, off again, light rain, but some bouts of moderate rain have come down, and that really starts to rapidly kind of increase the rainfall totals here, but also with the elevation around, it could rapidly increase the runoff and the flash flooding. Something we're definitely concerned about, Chris. Not quite done. Let's go back to studio, and Chris, it looks like that center of Hilary looks like it's getting pretty close to the whole thing coming into California, giving us, something we haven't dealt with since 1939. I think I counted it up 30,647 days ago, last time we had a tropical storm move into Southern California.
It's been a while. I think it's fair to say. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow, yeah, we are seeing that still a tropical storm Hilary, and I want to get you caught up with the latest out of California. A magnitude 5.1 earthquake hit Ojai, California. It's in Ventura County. At least 5 aftershocks have been reported. State of emergency has been declared for Nevada, and Death Valley National Park is closed due to the ongoing active flooding. So with that, yes, we are seeing a tropical storm moving into Southern California right now. The very heavy rain with this, and I think, Alex, a lot of people are over it and ready to see this move on. Unfortunately, still hours to go with potentially torrential rainfall.
Yeah, right. Isn't that why people move out there? Beautiful place to live. And everybody always says, oh, the weather can't be beat. Virtual view of what you're seeing in Los Angeles, though, not our typical virtual view. Usually it's, bright, sunny, that very norm Southern California weather. This is not it, courtesy of Tropical Storm Hilary. We've got that heavy rain that continues to fall in portions of the LA metro area, prompting warnings for flash flooding, and the number of those have gone up throughout the show. That's something that's going to continue here as we finish off the evening. So I would only expect more flash flood warnings to be issued as opposed to less, with the rain continuing, rain heavy at times as this system works off towards the north. So each and every one of those green outlined areas, those are flash flood warnings. I know if you're watching us in Southern California, you're like, I don't deal with this very much. This is indicative of areas where we've seen too much rain in a short period of time that has prompted water where it shouldn't be, essentially. So we've got water over roadways, water maybe closing in on structures, and unfortunately that is something that we've been watching for in the Los Angeles area. A lot of water covering roadways and a lot of fast moving water. So as that water rushes into those low spots, rushes is the key word here. So fast moving water may be covering roadways. That's why you got to stay away from those. Considerable threat on this flash flood warning. And with the future radar showing more heavy rain to come at times, we could see problems get worse before they get better. As we get into the overnight hours tomorrow morning, still some scattered rain, at times moderate and even heavy. But by lunchtime tomorrow, I do think we start to see things back off. So I think things get a little bit better for us around the LA area. That doesn't mean all of our problems are solved, though, because again, if you're dealing with flooding or flash flooding, it's going to take some time for those water levels to recede. So if you've got the opportunity to work from home tomorrow, I would just go ahead and do that. Rainfall still to come. This is still to come through Monday. We can see 1 to 2 inch totals closer to the coast into the LA area. I think LA northward, that's where we get those 2-3+ inch totals. Areas in yellow, that's where we could see totals as high as a ½ foot or more. So where we've got the terrain in play, that's where we could see issues. Weather Prediction Center given a high risk of flash flooding through tomorrow morning for areas across Eastern California.
My mental health was...
But at any point, please drive slowly, and if you see any flooded areas, even if there's not a sign barricading it off, turn around and go another route.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's Mayor Garner from Palm Springs. Great advice. Just, stay out of this. It is a mess, and you don't want to unnecessarily put yourself in harm's way. But there's still people who have to get out there and work. My crew, our other crews in the field here, and people who work in second shift and third shift as well. You definitely want to be aware of our changing weather, our atypical weather conditions here in late August across Southern California, but also as we push across Arizona, Nevada, and points northward. Utah, parts of Montana, we're seeing the moisture that far north. So we have that risk of flooding that far north, as well as some wind. And we've been fairly benign in terms of the winds in kind of San Diego, the city, the metro area, but a little farther east in the county, winds have been gusting 40+ miles per hour. As you head to higher terrain, you're dealing with the stronger, gustier winds, the 40, 50, 60+ mile per hour winds. And many of that is also kind of wrapped into some of the heavier rain and the thunderstorms, which we're still dealing with the rain bands of now Tropical Storm Hilary across the area. So you definitely want to be aware as we head on towards this evening and even overnight as well. And you can still deal with this hundreds upon hundreds of miles away from, say, the Baja coast of Mexico here, where this thing made landfall a few hours ago. So, yeah, these storms, yes, there are points that we track, but they're huge weather systems, and the weather continues to push farther north across much of the western U.S. as we head on to today, tonight, and also into tomorrow. Here in San Diego, again, rain hasn't been too terribly impressive. It's certainly notable for this time of the year. You don't see a lot of rain, but the resulting flooding hasn't been that widespread across the metro area. They are still doing precautions like putting up barricades on known low water crossings, which are the ones that quickly start to fill up with water and pose threats to people and property as well. The San Diego River kind of runs where this street kind of runs over it, so the barricades are up. And yeah, we've witnessed a few people even drive around the barricades. There are police officers who have routinely kind of camping out here, so they are certainly there to be a discouragement, because the barricades are up here. Yeah, not just to make you put more miles in your car, it's just to make sure that you don't unnecessarily put yourself in harm's way. We have video showing you, I think in the Sheep's Canyon area here, about, say, 60 miles northeast of here, of what flash flooding is. You have, perhaps a gentle stream like this, and all of a sudden we have knee or waist deep type water pushing on down there. And that's quite commonplace in this part of the country, and that's what they're trying to concern themselves and prevent people from getting into trouble. When people see the high water, hopefully they turn around, but you don't want to be overcome by that, and that's the flash and that flash flooding. It can happen quickly and overtake you, and usually you can't outrun that type of speed of the flooding. So yeah, we're still tracking everything. On top of that, Chris, yeah, we even had a earthquake in Ventura County earlier this afternoon. So it's been quite a day for different type of phenomenon here in Southern California.
There's also been tornado warnings as well. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow will be back to Paul in a moment. Again, as he mentioned, near Ojai, California, Ventura County, 5.1 magnitude earthquake, while at the same time we're looking at a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm Hilary, and the whole storm itself, the center of it moving to the north at 23 miles an hour, center of which we believe is probably right in there. You can kind of see that little back movement, the last couple of radar frames, you can kind of see how it's swinging around like that, where there's really that turn there. So the center is getting closer to the coastal areas of California, but the rain has been here for a while. This is another look at that. If you stare right in here, you can kind of see a little bit of a twist there, which may indicate where that, right in there, perhaps, maybe even a little bit farther north, right at the very end, you see a little bit of a turning. So again, the center of the low getting closer and closer to the California coastline, while again, the rain continuing to soak island areas, Catalina Island, inland areas, and downtown areas as well. Los Angeles, down to Orange County, Anaheim, San Bernardino, Riverside County, so many areas with the very heavy rain that we continue to watch. So this is that magnitude 5.1 earthquake. It's raining right now. The earthquake happening near Ojai, California. That at 2:41 Pacific time. Winds still pretty strong closer to the center and on the east side of this storm. So stay with us, tracking Hilary on the Weather Channel.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We are tracking Hilary here in San Diego, where we've gone to some light to moderate rain showers here. And it's, we're closing in on 3/4 of an inch of rain. Now, eastern parts of the county, they're talking 1.5 inches or more of rain, and parts north of here, a couple of inches. So we're seeing still the concern of flooding. Flash flood warnings stretch from parts of San Diego all the way through the Los Angeles metro area. And we're seeing this kind of push of rain even push into other states, parts of Arizona, parts of Nevada. Vegas, but we talked to the Clark County Flood Control District earlier today, and they too, just like many municipalities here in Southern California, were getting the word out to let people know that there is a danger of flash flooding. And here in San Diego, numerous roads have been closed, not because of ongoing flooding, but the concern of flash flooding. Those known places which have caused problems before, even months ago, back during this very wet and rainy winter, that just keeping them closed just to make sure they don't encounter other problems, because we're not quite done with the rain. We're still tracking this as that center of now Tropical Storm Hilary is getting closer and closer to actually moving into Southern California. Jen Carfagno is in Palm Springs, and she's kind of there watching what's going on with Hilary in that area.
Yeah, and Paul, we've been hearing from her, very similar story. We're going to take it actually from you right now, because we got big problems across California, still ongoing, Chris. I mean, Jen showed us the heavy rain. Paul's been talking about what they've got in San Diego. We've still got a tropical storm, wind an issue, but rain is going to be the calling card of this.
Yeah, we really have to watch this area right here. See where that yellow is? That's setting up right over the San Gabriel Mountains. Yeah. So the mountains themselves can get more rain out of this very humid atmosphere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, they can channel and funnel that water to lower elevations.
Yeah, gravity is going to do its thing, right? So that water is going to move to the low spots. It's going to move into those, areas with on and off ramps, into the metro areas. You've pointed out just how much pavement there is across Southern California. There are so many people. So these urban areas, unfortunately, they're oftentimes much more susceptible to the really fast moving runoff. And that's what we've got right now. Each and every one of these green boxes is a flash flood warning.
And we're seeing the center of this creeping up into, going kind of scooting right alongside San Diego County, getting into Orange County, Los Angeles County. But the rain with this, even when the center of it comes all the way on shore, there's still a lot of rain on the backside to come.
Yeah. And you pointed out the wind will change direction as well. So those gusty winds that we've been seeing, a lot of areas, 40, even 50+ mile-per-hour gusts, some of the higher elevations even more so than that. But those trees take a beating from, say, the easterly wind, the westerly wind comes in, and that's the final blow, especially with the saturated soil.
And again, the flash flood warnings that are currently in effect for the greater Los Angeles area, including downtown, over to the beaches. This is a considerable threat. Again, a lot of concrete, and the hard surface is not going to let water go through it, right? It just runs off.
Yeah, so those low spots, those intersections, on and off ramps, those are the ones that fill up. Some of those, dry areas on the side of the road. Charles Peak has been out there, by the way, and that water is moving very quickly. So I think sometimes when people think of flash flooding, they think of standing water that's high. Not the case today. We've got a lot of high, fast-moving water.
Yeah, a lot of elevation, a lot of hills, a lot of mountains in Southern California. This is 11 o'clock tonight, and it's still, the future radar, still showing some heavy rain for a lot of Southern California, and even into the morning hours there could be some leftover showers.
Yeah, I think it's not until afternoon tomorrow that we really see an appreciable difference in how much rain is falling across Southern California. And as I said, just because the rain stopped doesn't mean the flash flood threat's over. It could take time for that water to go down.
Right, flooding lingers, right? So all unnecessary
difference in how much rain is falling across Southern California. And as I said, just because the rain stopped doesn't mean the flash flood threat's over. It could take time for that water to go down.
Right, flooding lingers,
Yeah.
right? So all unnecessary travel is discouraged because of that threat. And this is a look at where more of the heavy rain is expected. 3 to 5 inches over some of the mountains here in Southern California and then into the Sierra Nevada. And this tropical moisture getting all the way up to the northern Rockies.
Yeah, how about Idaho, Montana, eastern parts of Oregon? We could be looking at some significant
moisture getting all the way up to the northern Rockies.
Yeah, how about Idaho, Montana, eastern parts of Oregon? We could be looking at some significant rain, and the risk of flash flooding continues into those areas as well. So plenty to watch. There's our flood watches for the areas in green. And again, we still have that high risk of flash flooding from the Weather Prediction Center for areas into southern and southeastern California today.
Yeah, from Santa Barbara to Idaho, North Idaho. The potential for flooding is there. This big system got a long ways to go. And again, we're seeing that threat from the mountains to the north to the beaches where it has been wet and stuff. Let's take a look at Huntington Beach right now.
Yeah, get a look at, these cameras that we oftentimes bring you to get you that wish you were there moment. Maybe not the case. People are out there taking it all in, right? And we've got the rough surf, dangerous rip current. So obviously out there on the pier is one thing. You don't want to be out in the water. Huntington Beach, a lot more gray than we would typically see this time of year.
And the surf really kind of torn up here. It has that really rough look to it. You see a lot of white, a lot of that foam there. We have another beach camera we can show you right now. Let's go to Ocean Beach.
Again, one of those spots where you would typically see blue sky, palm trees. The good news is the winds don't look crazy right now, but at least a little bit of wind, plenty of rain. Take a look at this. Some new video coming into us here at the Weather Channel. This inside a bar restaurant as an earthquake strikes Southern California. This was in Ojai, or not far from, I guess, to the 4 miles to the southeast. But you can see the bottles start shaking. Everybody gets up and moves. There have now been 14 aftershocks in the wake of this earthquake. Again, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake here in California, in addition to the weather that we're dealing with out of tropical storm, or what is now tropical storm Hilary. Still dealing with very heavy rain, flash flooding potential, but scary scene there for the folks in this restaurant. There's a look at the location. Again, Ojai off to the north and west of the Los Angeles area, west of I-5. Magnitude 5.1 earthquake at 2:41 local time, a depth of 9.1 miles. And again, at this point, there have been 14 aftershocks. Chris, obviously, we're going to continue to follow this story, let you know if there's any reports of damage or injuries. At this point, we have not received any, but a really wild afternoon here across Southern California between that and, of course, Hilary.
Yeah, Hilary right now still bringing some flooding rain, and a lot of it. Threat for tornadoes still there. Severe thunderstorms possible. So we continue to watch the wind threat. The winds are going to be strong from Hilary. 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm Hilary moving to the north at 23 miles an hour. It appears the circulation is right in here, but there is a lot of rain on the northern side of this, and there will be more rain wrapping around the southern side as it moves up to the north. All of the different flash flood warnings here, just to kind of, it's green on green. So I'm going to kind of try to outline the areas where there is that flash flood threat ongoing, including Los Angeles County here. It goes over San Bernardino County into Riverside County, into Imperial County, San Diego County as well, coming back over here. This is a huge area. I mean, look at that. All rising air that takes the moisture from the surface goes up to colder altitudes where the air cools, condenses, and eventually turns into rain, and at times heavy rain. So the mountains give you that much more lift, that much more tendency for that air to rise. Palm Springs here in the Coachella Valley, considerable threat for flash flooding. A similar story in San Diego County as well, also a considerable threat. The potential for flooding exists all the way up to Washington State and Idaho. A lot of eastern Oregon, a lot of western Arizona, Utah, and of course almost the entire state, Alex, of Nevada under flood watches at this time.
All right, we want to check in with one of our reporters from CBS Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Chargers, they're actually still hosting their preseason game against the New Orleans Saints. Chris Hilary, our reporter there outside SoFi Stadium. Chris, you got to imagine there's a lot of excitement here. Everybody's always looking forward to football being back, but how many people actually have showed up for the game?
You know what, Alex? It's surprising. There are, just to eyeball it, I would say there's at least 15 to 20,000 people here right now. And, we were openly wondering whether or not this game was even going to be on today. 4:05 was the kickoff. The Dodgers canceled their games. The Angels canceled their games. LAFC and the Galaxy. SoFi Stadium is a state-of-the-art stadium. It's technically outdoors. It has a translucent roof. So unless there's a lot of wind like there was in the national championship game, there's not a lot of rain that's going to get in the stadium. But I think the main concern, Alex, is just getting to the stadium and leaving, because I think the rain, which is let up now, is only going to get worse this evening. You just hope people are safe leaving the stadium, because it's not an easy stadium to get out of in Inglewood.
Yeah, I was going to say that was going to be my next question. In terms of your travel there, what's it like when you're going there to Englewood? Like, what do you have to go up against, and what are you concerned about knowing the area?
Well, like I said, it's, there's not a lot of major freeways like right coming out of the stadium. So it is a challenge to get out of here even when there's not bad weather. So, if there's flooding, I don't know what people are going to do, if they're going to wait it out. Maybe there's bars and restaurants around here that you can kind of sit tight and wait for the rain to cease. But I don't think it's going to cease. So it should make for an interesting commute out of here. You wonder now that rain has let up. People, maybe they leave at halftime because it's a preseason game. We shall see.
Yeah, it may be. Chris, you bring up a great point. When it's not an easy drive on a good day, you got to think that there could be some problems. Chris, be safe. Thank you so much for giving us that report for the folks out there. As you mentioned, probably rain not getting into the stadium. It's the travel home. And really, it is the travel that we're most concerned about here. Folks out on the roads, as we've got a lot of flash flooding ongoing across Southern California. We're going to get you back to Hilary in the very latest coming up.
If you have heart disease and are on a statin, lowering cholesterol can be hard.
Rain that is now beginning to pick up a bit, light to moderate rainfall becoming fairly steady, and I will tell you that water is going to be an issue, at least the rising water, flooding. Tropical storm Hilary had made its way on shore, making landfall. It's bringing a lot of moisture with it and a lot of problems.
As you can see, that water is quickly kind of bubbling up at that storm drain. It is not able to handle the rate at which this rain is falling and allow that water to drain very easily.
That has been today's impacts, or some of today's impacts, from now Tropical Storm Hilary here across parts of Southern California. And we're not quite done. It seems like that center of the tropical storm is getting closer and closer to moving across the border and into California, San Diego County to be exact, and potentially even right here in the city of San Diego. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, and we are still tracking Hilary. Once a powerful Category 4 hurricane, now a tropical storm. The center is on land and getting close to coming into the U.S. right now. But it's not just that center we're tracking. We're tracking all the weather, and especially here, it's the rain. It is also the wind as well, but the rain is all across the Southwest. I show this video from Ocotillo, California, which is about, say, 60-plus miles to the east of me, causing mudslides, debris slides coming across areas which are pretty much arid, desert climates here dealing with some areas, eastern San Diego County into Imperial County, 1-2+ inches of rain just today, and the rain continues to come through. We even had numerous flash flood warnings in the area. And look at these pictures that Caltrans have of Interstate 8 and what has shut this interstate down. Huge boulders. And looking at some of the pictures, the boulders are bigger than some of the dump trucks across the area. Interstate 8 closed. This is kind of between Yuma and San Diego. No telling when it'll be fully back open, but it might involve having explosives to clear some of those big boulders. So traffic is a problem, all because of Hilary. Well, we are in San Diego. We started the day in Coronado Island. Now we're in the city of San Diego. And so far, so good. Yes, it's been a wet, soggy day. A lot of people have stayed home, but we still have to check in to see how this usually beautiful city in August would be, except when you have a tropical storm come through. Let's bring in the mayor, Mayor Todd Gloria, mayor of San Diego. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, and talk about your city and talk about how Hilary has impacted this. So, well, I just saw a little while ago that the city schools have been pushed. They're supposed to open tomorrow, just out of abundance of caution because of what we're dealing with now with Hilary. They're going to have their first day now on Tuesday.
That's right, Paul. And what you're picking up on is that us San Diegans, we're not used to this kind of weather generally, but certainly not in August. In many ways, our city's not built for this kind of deluge of water and of high winds. And so we're taking necessary precautions. I'm really proud of the people of this city who have really adhered to the calls for being safe and staying home. It's allowing our team to be able to be out there and work this storm effectively. And I believe that by this time tomorrow, we'll be in a very good place to be able to move back to the normal sunny San Diego that your viewers are used to.
I know there's some road closures across the city, many because, like I'm sitting next to, is just because this is a known low water crossing. We have not seen or heard of any major problems here in San Diego. Do you know of any problems across your city?
We have a handful. We have a few thousand folks being affected by power outages. We have one of our freeways, State Route 94, which is currently partially closed because of some sliding mud. So we have some stuff that's all manageable, at least currently. But as you know, Paul, we're still not out of the thick of it. We really think the high point of this storm is between about now and maybe 8 or 10 o'clock tonight. So we'll stay vigilant and hope that we can navigate this quickly and get to the cleanup tomorrow.
There's never a good time to have a hurricane or a tropical storm, but the timing of this might actually be ideal for San Diego, coming in on a weekend, coming in just before school is in session, not a busy work day.
You're right. It's a bit easier for folks like me to ask people to stay home when you're talking about a Sunday. Obviously, our school district's taking the extraordinary step of delaying our start of our school year by a day. But again, that's really a reflection. That's certainly easier than other things that could have been proposed if this had happened maybe in the middle of the week. Traveling around the city today, I see a lot of businesses have really heeded that call. Some of our main tourist attractions are closed temporarily. But my strong belief is that many of them will open by tomorrow and certainly by Tuesday. We have prepared for this. In San Diego, we're used to wildfires and earthquakes. Unfortunately, those kinds of natural disasters don't give you a big heads up. In this particular case, we had several days to prepare, and I think that preparation's paying off.
Yeah, a earthquake north of here. I think a wildfire, the only thing we guarantee won't happen today. It's been a wild day. But do you think the incredible wet winter you guys have had perhaps have prepared San Diegans for what could potentially be issues with the rain from Hilary?
No question. I think it was our wettest winter in 91 years. And so we really had a dry run, no pun intended, earlier this year. So, my team are seasoned, they're prepared. They learned from our last couple of months of rainfall. And so our folks are handling this exceptionally well. I was just at our emergency operations center, the entire team buzzing. They know what to do. And that's why we've asked people to stay home. Give our professionals the space that they need to do what they do well. And we will get the job done for San Diego.
Yeah, and it looks like here, hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed that nothing major does pop up as we head through the back end of Hilary later today. Mayor Todd Gloria, Mayor of San Diego, thank you so much for your time. And again, best wishes for the San Diegans and even people out here visiting your great city. We hope to come back in much calmer, quieter weather when we can vacation in this great city as well. So it's great to see that so far so good here in San Diego, but we know not every community has been faring as somewhat benignly as San Diego has. Even now, when we have the heavier rain bands, that's when some of the stronger winds are coming in, like we're feeling right now. But we do start to see potentially the beginning of the ending of this. Looking at the satellite and radar, you can clearly see what looks to be like the center circulation. What's left over of Hilary is still getting pretty close to pushing into San Diego. And once that center moves in, the back edge should start to signal in the slowed ending of this rain. But we're not ending the rain overall. We're still pushing that rain farther inland, and this storm is being almost elongated out like an oval now, pushing this rain and that flood threat a little farther north. We do know that north of here, as we head into Orange and Los Angeles and Ventura counties, they're having widespread flooding issues, widespread urban flooding issues as well. So even though San Diego is doing well, we know other areas of Southern California, Chris, both in the deserts and also at the coastal areas. Still, yeah, we have a long way to go and big concerns, and we still have another probably 3 hours of daylight. Once that sun goes down, Chris, the danger keeps going higher and higher. Chris?
And Paul, a new update from the National Hurricane Center does have the center of the low, Paul, northeast of you right now. This is a look at the latest fix, the latest position that the National Hurricane Center has Tropical Storm Hilary down 10 miles an hour to a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving through Southern California right now. It is 25 miles south-southwest of Palm Springs. Now, that's the center of the storm. What we've been seeing all day long, and we'll see all night and tomorrow, that north of it, south of it, still some heavy rain. And you look for the counterclockwise swirl around this. Before we were seeing it, I thought maybe it was in here. But when you look closer with some of the new radar imagery coming in, you can see the movement of the last couple frames of the radar right in there, and then out ahead of it, the south to southeast turning winds. And then, of course, this is a little bit more obvious over here. So again, the fix, the location they have it is 25 miles south-southwest of Palm Springs and to the northeast of where Paul Goodloe is right now. And there is a lot of heavy rain still falling in areas that are currently under flash flood warnings. This includes a lot of Los Angeles getting over into Malibu now, Ventura County, where that earthquake was a little bit earlier, 5.1 magnitude earthquake in eastern Santa Barbara County, even up into San Luis Obispo County. Of course, San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino counties, Imperial County, flash flood warnings are in effect. This is the one that's in effect for Los Angeles and Ventura counties. You can see getting into Ventura County right here, and extending all the way well to the north, Santa Clarita as well, mud flowing across Highway 14. That was a report a little bit earlier. Wind report of 57 miles an hour in Thousand Oaks. Flooding reports here out near Riverside. Also damaging winds being reported. So a lot of storm reports coming in. Again, here is the earthquake that happened at 2:41 Pacific time this afternoon. 5.1, and more than a dozen aftershocks as well. And this was a depth of 9.1. So much going on here in Southern California. And it does seem very California, too, on top of all the rain, to throw in an earthquake on top of it.
You couldn't have written this script, right? If somebody said, hey, tomorrow there's going to be a tropical storm and an earthquake, everyone would have been like,
who'd believe you?
Okay,
right.
Yeah, Alex, whatever. But yeah, unfortunately, that's been the way the day has gone. Let's cap it at that, hopefully, you guys. We're going to walk you through obviously the tropical side of this. Catalina Island, one of the locations that we oftentimes will look at this camera to like make everyone else in the country feel jealous about how beautiful it is.
Not today. We've got the rain coming down, low visibility due to that moderate to heavy rain that we've seen at times across sections of Southern California, and that is prompting all sorts of flash flood warnings. They are coming fast and furious here from Southern California up to the Arizona and Nevada state line. So we're going to be watching areas into Southern Nevada, into Idaho, into Montana, also moving forward. A lot of tropical moisture to work with. And when we see these flash flood warnings, obviously we're thinking about high water, right? Standing water or high moving water. But there's also other elements that we unfortunately have to watch here in Southern California. We've already seen some of it. One of those, rock slides, mudslides. We've seen large boulders coming down onto roads today, closing roads. So all of that in combination comes with these risks of flash flooding. So got to be aware of it all across Southern California, from really the Arizona state line to areas just east of San Diego. We are locked and loaded with plenty of warnings. Off to the north of Los Angeles, we've seen more of those filling in as well. Here's the future radar. Right now, we're really in the thick of it. So between now and the overnight, that's when we're going to see the steadiest and heaviest of rain. But really in the short term, that's when I would not expect much in the way of any breaks coming your way. So limit travel if you can. I know there is a Chargers game, and a lot of people wanted to head to SoFi Stadium. Just use caution getting out. I mean, you have to know that it might take you a little bit longer. It may not be that usual route that you've got to use because some of these roads may be impassable. Obviously, water rushing. It's not going to take much to sweep your car off the road. 2 feet of water that's moving is going to wipe your car off the road. So please be aware of that. Monday afternoon, we really see things wind down across Southern California, but that moisture, courtesy of Hilary, that's going to move off to the north and to the east. So up into the northwest, into Canada, and farther to the east by the end of the week. There's how much rain is still yet to come. And again, Chris, that considerable threat does again hone in not just on the likelihood of standing water or high water, but creeks and streams. They're going to be moving very fast, running very high, and then rock slides and mudslides also an issue.
Yeah, and this this threat extends all the way up in a part of the northern Rockies after what we saw in Mexico yesterday. A reminder of just how bad it can be. This is from Santa Rosalia in the Baja Peninsula. Officials there say that one person drowned when a vehicle was swept away. Rescuers were able to save four others that were in danger, and you can really see with this and even hear it. Just the force of the water and just the fact that it can do significant damage and carry away vehicles very easily with water like that. So this flood threat continuing again for several western states. Not just a possibility, which it is anywhere in green through here, but a likelihood there will be more flash flooding. There's already been a lot of flooding and more is anticipated. Flood watches posted for all of these areas, including parts of Washington state. Again, all associated with Hilary, with the newest update, a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. But it remains this rain, the big concern here in terms of the flash flooding, the mudslides, debris flows, and this moisture getting up through Nevada and across the Treasure Valley in Idaho, even around that big ridge of high pressure into Montana. Here is the rainfall footprint, if you will, here. San Gabriel's going to continue to watch that. A considerable threat there, I think, with the upslope flow. And then what's going to happen as it pushes away? I mean, the mountains, even the winds start coming like this, still have the ability for that the mountains to lift up the air and get extra rain out of the atmosphere. High wind warnings posted all the way up here from Arizona and Southern California, deserts of California, all the way up to Montana. This is where we've been seeing some of these strong winds coming around the east side of Hilary. And you see here, Yuma, 51-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 56 in Blythe. Also, Phoenix been gusting closer to 30, excuse me, and Palm Springs 44. Let's go back right here to San Diego and meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Paul?
Yeah, we're seeing the rain kind of increase here now. Moderate rain, a little more gusty winds coming through here. Nothing like some of those wind gusts you just reported, Chris. But yeah, we're seeing the back edge start to now move across the San Diego area, which is good. So now we can kind of see how long this will last. But still, we're not quite out of the woods. Again, we talked to the mayor, and he's encouraging people to stay where they are, stay put, and ride this out. And everything will be a lot brighter and drier as we head into Monday. Our coverage continues after this. Stay tuned.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi.
I've got symptom relief. Control of my Crohn's means everything to me.
Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Has this happened to you? You get roped in with phone offers that bind you to a 3-year device contract. Break free with T-Mobile, introducing Go 5G Plus, the first plan that always gives new and existing customers the same great device deals, and you're upgrade ready in 2 years versus 3. Right now, bring T-Mobile your phone and get the amazing iPhone 14 on us. Trapped. Free.
Get the amazing iPhone 14 on us.
Trapped. Free.
Think hairspray stuck in one dimension? Think again. Flex any style with hairspray that flexes with you. New Tresemme hairspray.
When low prices on supplies spark great ideas. When they've got it all in the bag for less. And when you can save more on school spirit. That's totally Target.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen again.
Voltaren, the joy of movement. Quick, it's about to start. Grab a glass, take a seat, and showtime. Naomi, now that's life to the fullest.
Heading on a family trip?
No.
Coverage of Hilary. Get trusted updates on the historic storm only on the Weather Channel.
This is Mary Ann's first time visiting Paris.
Madame, où allez-vous?
Before Mary Ann packed her bags, before she attempted her first sentence in French, before she completed her first 15-minute lesson,
Yes.
she downloaded Babbel. Babbel helped unlock her lifelong dream of learning French. She started speaking in just 3 weeks. So when it came time to tell the cab driver to take her to the Hotel Pierre,
J'aimerais aller à l'Hôtel Pierre.
Oh, c'est très bien. J'espère que votre voyage s'est bien passé.
150 language experts and educators designed Babbel to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language. Babbel focuses on natural conversation. You'll remember what you learn, and you can speak and pronounce with confidence. Start speaking a new language in 3 weeks. Start learning today at Babbel.com.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. New video into the Weather Channel of flooding here. This is Cathedral City. We're talking about the Coachella Valley area. Waters. This is the desert, and they picked up some areas well over 2 inches of rain. That's not a good mixture of rain in the desert and then floodwaters and people's cars. We're talking, look at that's like knee-deep water, so we're talking well over 2 feet deep. And people pushing other higher vehicles, pulling and towing cars out of there. There we go. It's just a mess across the inland desert areas, which, you know, yes, they saw a decent amount of rain this past winter, but yeah, having a tropical storm come through Southern California, certainly not on many people's, let's go ahead and say, not on most people's bingo card, combined with the earthquake we had up in Ventura County earlier today as well. So quite the day. We're not quite done with activity. Let's take you a little farther north into the LA area and the Glendale, California area, also dealing with flooding and the heavy rain from the area as well. So quite a bit. Here in San Diego, we're seeing the back edge of the center of circulation of Hilary come through with some gusty winds. Winds shift a little bit, but the rain is coming a little more intense. So with the back side of that center of circulation, kind of a ragged center now. But as we always tell you, these systems aren't just the single center of the point. Yes, we do track that, but there's weather all around the center, especially with Hilary. There's been a lot of weather, a lot of rain with this system on the north and east side of the center. So we're seeing a lot heavier rain well in the inland, the desert areas of Southern California versus at the coast, at least here in San Diego. Up in Los Angeles and Ventura County, a little different story. They're seeing quite a bit of more rain there as that moisture is wrapping around from the inland, say Imperial County, eastern San Diego County, and then riding north in towards the Coachella Valley, then pushing westward on towards Los Angeles and Ventura. And that has been the pattern for much of the day. Hence, we're seeing a lot heavier rain totals there and more threatening flooding and rainfall in those locations, and something that we'll definitely watch as the day turns to night in the next few hours, not losing this daylight as well. So LA School District, they've pushed back the start of school for one more day. They'll start on Tuesday. Here in San Diego, they pushed the start of their school one more day back till Tuesday. So a lot of kids were upset that the end of their summer was rained out because of a tropical storm, former hurricane. Well, at least you have, I guess, a make good day on your last day of summer vacation. Now millions of kids now have an extra day off on Monday. Well, you had to go, you're still going through Hilary, and we'll probably see a lot of recovery and cleanup going on Monday, not just a fun day for millions here across Southern California. But we're not done. Go back to studio now. Chris is still tracking the center and everything else involved in this, including more information on the earthquake this afternoon and the numerous aftershocks people are still dealing with.
That's right, Paul. So with that, let's get you caught up right now with the latest on what we know about everything that's going on here in California. Magnitude 5.1 earthquake in Ojai, California earlier this afternoon. At least 14 aftershocks have been reported, many of them 3.0 or stronger. Palm Springs mayor declaring a state of emergency. Los Angeles Unified School District, as Paul mentioned, deciding to close schools for tomorrow. And this rain has been falling for hours and likely hours to go, with torrential rain a possibility. So with that, let's head over to Alex with a closer look at when this will finally get out of here.
Yeah, I want to show folks out there in Southern California our virtual views product. So this is a virtual look at what you can expect to finish off the day today. And even heading into tomorrow morning, I still think we're going to see a good bit of wet weather scattered about parts of Southern California. But right now, man, this is the real main event over the next few hours, with that steadiest and heaviest rain focused right over the region. And you can see some of the yellows and oranges. That, when you see that on a radar, that's indicative of those heavier rainfall rates. So the green, that's the light rain. That's the really manageable stuff. But as it gets brighter in color, it gets more intense. So areas off towards the east of Oxnard, headed towards Oxnard, we're going to see those rainfall rates really start to intensify. Los Angeles and Ventura counties under a flash flood warning until 7:45 local time. Considerable threat on this. High water in creeks and streams. They're going to be running high. They're going to be running fast. We're going to have water standing on roadways, rock slides, mudslides. We've seen all of this. We could continue to see all of this. So unfortunately, it's not going to be an easy or particularly safe afternoon and evening for travel across the region. Here's the overnight hours with rain still continuing across Southern California. I do think we'll see some pockets or embedded heavier showers in there, but there will be some breaks. So it's not going to be raining all the time. Once we get beyond noon tomorrow, I think we really tone down the rainfall, but between now and then, still looking at several inches.
Rain that is now beginning to pick up a bit, light to moderate rainfall becoming fairly steady, and I'll tell you that water is going to be an issue, at least the rising water, flooding. Tropical storm Hilary had made its way on shore, making landfall. It's bringing a lot of moisture with it and a lot of problems.
As you can see, that water is quickly kind of bubbling up at that storm drain. It is not able to handle the rate at which this rain is falling and allow that water to drain very easily.
Yeah, back here in San Diego, we're still tracking Hilary. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in San Diego. We're seeing the back edge of that center circulation come through. Our wind has increased. Our rain has increased. It's probably the most challenging weather we've seen for much of today. We've been out here since maybe 15 minutes before the sun came up this morning. So the good news is we've been fairly unscathed here, at least in the San Diego metro area. Areas east in the county of San Diego has seen a lot more rain and some flooding. Here it is. We have mountains there. We hit up 4, even 5,000 feet. That's going to ring and has been ringing more moisture out, more tropical moisture out of the clouds here from Hilary. So the concern is it might take a little bit, but that water has got to go downhill. And behind me, this road's closed down because it kind of goes right over the San Diego River, which is one of the known flood locations, one of the known low spots here, one of the spots which even just this past winter has caused some flood concerns. Cars have been washed off the road because of this, and people having to be rescued as well. So when they know the problem areas, to try to avoid that and be preemptive by shutting down the road here, so people have to find other ways around, just because it is flash flooding. While the rain might be ending in some locations, it still has to come through, and then the drainage area into the San Diego River eventually empties into San Diego Bay and then into the Pacific right there. But it's all about not just what is falling here on this ground. It could be 10, 100 miles away. That rain also can impact what will be flowing potentially over this road behind me, hence the closures here. We're seeing a lot of heavy rain, more flooding north of here, even into Los Angeles County, into Riverside County, into Ventura County. So we're seeing a lot of impacts across Southern California. But Chris, it's not just here, it's into Arizona, Nevada. We're going to see then, we're already seeing this kind of moisture plume with Hilary pushing even into the northern Rockies and even parts of the Pacific Northwest right now.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, I think, Paul, to see this. A tropical storm right now in Southern California. Not too far away from Palm Springs is where the center is right now. Also, I've been watching this camera from Lake Havasu, which is right in here, about to get hit with some of that heavy rain. But this has really been some of the windier part of the system. And you see these palm trees right now, live look, kind of whipping around a bit here with the dark skies. Again, the weather's about to get a lot stormier here, especially on the California side with some very heavy rain moving in the deserts. But just watching these trees, palm trees moving around quite a bit here. Don't really necessarily think of tropical storms in Arizona, or the deserts of Southern California, but that's exactly what's going on right now. Strong winds associated with Tropical Storm Hilary. Again, some very heavy rain, and that does remain one of the biggest concerns, if not the biggest concern. Let's take a look right now at some of the winds that we've been looking at and watching. Lake Havasu City, the gusts at 25 miles an hour here. Winds sustained at 14. We have a little bit of a band getting closer to you right now. So those winds possibly going to go up. South of there up to 40 miles an hour. Yuma, 51 mile an hour winds. Again, the winds potentially creating more power outages across California. More than 40,000 customers without power right now. And this you can really see here with the wind gust forecast on the right side, or the east side of the center, where there is the strongest winds expected, and at times through the passes and the canyons and over the mountains could see 75 mile per hour wind gusts. Would not rule that out. And then the winds will be calming down for the most part tomorrow. Still somewhat gusty at times, but the heavy rain associated with this is what is providing the biggest threat. Life-threatening to catastrophic flooding is a possibility. The extent of all of these flash flood warnings here going over to Nevada and to the state line with Arizona as well. Huge ongoing threat here for such a huge population here in Southern California. Los Angeles County, Ventura County under flash flood warnings right now, and this is a considerable threat. Stay with us. You're watching the Weather Channel.
I'm a bear. I'm coming out of hibernation.
Stay home unless you need to go out. Don't come out, especially don't come down to Imperial Valley unless you really need to. Interstate 8 more than likely will be closed. So if you can find an alternate route, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, great advice by the CHP there, because parts of Interstate 8, we have a couple of boulders that fell down, big rock slide, and not just, this is huge. I mean, rocks bigger than dump trucks on the side of the road there, and it shut down in both directions. And that type of rock, you need some explosives to kind of break that up and clear it out there. So I guess the good news is it's going on a weekend. It's going on when people are not as prone to be out and about, because we had a tropical storm coming on through Southern California. First time in quite some time we had a center move on through. And I was just looking at the observations at the San Diego International Airport, and our pressure now is starting to rise. We've had that center of Tropical Storm Hilary kind of move past us over the last hour or so, and with that we've actually seen some of the strongest winds, at times gusting 30 to 35 miles per hour. We've been dealing with that, some of the worst weather all day. We've been out here since just before sunrise this morning out on Coronado Island. So we've seen kind of the best and worst of the weather today. We're not quite down. The good news is that back edge is coming on through. Even though we have more wind and some more rain, there are thousands of customers here in San Diego without power because of the weather that Hilary brought and is still bringing. So school is closed here in San Diego for your Monday. It was supposed to open first day tomorrow. Same thing in the LA County area. So kids are happy about that, but there's still going to be some cleanup and some still without power as we head into the overnight hours as well. But it's not just here along the coastal counties, the interior counties as well being severely impacted because they are in a drier, more arid desert type climate. So heavy rains are big concerns there. Many areas 2 inches or more. Our Jen Carfagno has been dealing with what Hilary is bringing into the Palm Springs area. Let's check that out.
It's not every day you wake up to a tropical storm warning on your phone in Palm Springs, California, and that's the case here. Look at this tropical rain that is still coming down and has flooded some of the streets. You can see the intersection behind me at Indian Canyon Drive, how that water is just funneling down from the mountains, down the streets, and heading into the stormwater channels that collect the water and bring it out to the Salton Sea to try to keep that flooding from really inundating the community. Now, as the rain came down, interestingly, I noticed the traffic started picking up. The mayor told me that she thought, well, people are actually just trying to get home now that the rain has began. I asked her how concerned she was about mudslides or landslides happening, and here's what she had to say.
That's our biggest concern is once this rain starts to come down off of the mountains, will we continuously have some flooding on our streets? And it takes usually at least a day to clean up those flooded areas. So are we going to have back-to-back flooding? And we have had that throughout the year, and it's been really tough. I've been warning residents, just be prepared, be ready to go alternate routes, because we are seeking federal and state funding to complete our Indian Canyon and Geometry bridges, but we're still a few years out.
And even after the rain ends, we still really need to be vigilant. It's possible that there could be some water that still needs to move down the mountains, and that can cause some concerns of either water or debris flowing over some roads, even after the rain stops here. So certainly people need to be on guard getting into Monday, and schools are in session here. It'll definitely be a wait and see to see if they're able to host classes. We'll see what the roads are like.
All right, great advice there from Jen, is you have to wait and see, and we're concerned about what's going to come down from the mountains. Even here in San Diego County, we do have quite the mountains just to the east of here towards, say, Imperial County, where you do have the closure there of Interstate 10 because of that rock slide. But, you know, Chris and Alex, this has been an unusual day weather-wise. It didn't feel like Southern California with the temperatures and the humidity, both dew points in the mid-70s at times this afternoon. So it felt like the southeast, not the desert Southwest. That's all because of Hilary. And who would have known we would have all these crews in California than anywhere else in the country during hurricane season?
Right, on August 20th. Paul, I think if I said, where do you think you're going to be on August 20th, California was not going to be your answer.
No, not working, covering weather in Southern California, no.
It has been quite a day. Paul, thanks so much. We're going to get back to you. Want to get everybody caught up on what's going on with this. A really remarkable day across California between this and, of course, our earthquake.
That's odd.
Yeah, I mean...
And look at this, Ocean Beach, California, the San Diego area. Look at those palm trees.
Ooh, now things are moving. So gusty winds, we've seen a lot of winds, 40, 50-plus miles an hour. But as you've pointed out, Chris, sometimes it doesn't take that kind of wind. Sometimes a 30-mile-an-hour wind with a lot of rain saturating that soil, that could topple some of these trees.
And look how tall they are. The one closest to us, gets some momentum and starts really rocking back and forth. The camera's shaking quite a bit here. Look at that.
Yeah, I would not like to be under those. So power outages.
See someone being blown off too?
Oh no, I missed it, but I gotta get closer. Oh yeah. Pieces of it. So palm fronds coming down. That's going to litter the road. I mean, obviously across sections of the southeast, we know all about tree debris. So there will be some of that. And of course, the rain continues. Low visibilities. This is not the normal scene here in Ocean Beach.
No, not at all. This is, that sunny and 75 phrase I think was made in San Diego. Not the case today. Tropical storm Hilary. Tracking a Hilary here on the Weather Channel, still a tropical storm. And look at this in the greater San Diego area, Ocean Beach, California. Winds have been gusting at 21. These palm trees have been swaying back and forth from here in Southern California all the way over to Arizona. A lot of palm trees blowing in the tropical storm winds. Maybe not tropical storm force if you get far enough away. But regardless, this storm is inland in Southern California. It's still a tropical storm. It is Hilary. Clouds bringing with it some heavy rain and windy conditions. These palm trees, tall palms here, blowing around above the streets in Ocean Beach. You see one of the palms just go right in front of the camera. There it is off the right side of the screen, kind of whipping around. And just the way these trees are just kind of swaying around, kind of going back and forth and around. And every once in a while, some of the fronds will fall off, maybe some of the old ones and the dead ones. But these are really going back, and there goes some more. Did you see that there off to the left? Wow, so windy day here, stormy day. It is the wind and it is the rain with Tropical Storm Hilary right now, creating anything but a good day here. The winds have been gusting in San Diego to 36 miles an hour. Sustained winds in Yuma at 36, 47 mile per hour wind gusts. Blythe 39, Lake Havasu City 32 mile an hour wind gusts there. We've seen some pretty heavy rain showers. It is the flooding associated with this that will continue to create life-threatening, possibly catastrophic flooding. And it's these winds also, these strong winds, when they go up into the mountains and the air is forced to rise, that's when the air goes up, cools, condenses, and get more rain out of what is already a very humid tropical atmosphere here up in Southern California and in the deserts. It feels like the tropics. A rainy day in the tropics, but that's what it feels like here. Here's that area of low pressure. National Hurricane Center has the center inland here, but there is still some heavy rain. Since Alex and I have been with you, it has been raining virtually nonstop here in Los Angeles, and there's still several hours potentially to go. Starting to see a little bit of a back edge, but doesn't mean that's going to be it. With more heavy rain, here's some of that. Here's some of the heavy rain that was just scooting right by Lake Havasu, very close there. More of this heavy rain will be getting into Nevada, eventually into Las Vegas as well. Flash flood warning remains here in effect for Los Angeles County and Ventura. So when you look at Los Angeles County, all of these areas, your typical tourist spots here, Santa Monica, you're looking at downtown Los Angeles, over to Anaheim. So parts of Orange County seeing some very heavy rain. Here's Riverside County, which includes Palm Springs, Palm Desert, all involved with the flash flood threat, considerable threat there. No longer flash flood warnings in this part of San Diego County, but the threat for more flash flooding does remain all the way up to Washington State, Idaho, Oregon, Utah, Arizona, and most of Nevada as the storm continues to push up with it, and especially on the east side or the right side of the storm as you're going up. It's like the passenger side of a vehicle, if you want to think of it that way. As the low goes up, strong winds will be going with it. And this storm is moving pretty fast as well, Alex.
That's one piece of good news. And if you think there's a lot going on in California, I'd love to introduce you to the Atlantic Basin right now. We've got all sorts of things happening. So I'm going to walk you through each of those and let you know what we're going to be watching here in the short term and in the longer range as well. So, of course, we've got Hilary. That's our tropical storm that's affecting the west. Then we've got Invest 91L here in the Atlantic. Tropical Storm Franklin, Tropical Depression 6, Tropical Storm Emily, and a new area to watch. So just as we really head towards the peak of the season, which usually comes around September 10th or 11th, things are really picking up. So the Atlantic getting the memo as well. There is so much happening. Invest 91L, 30 mile per hour winds with this one, 1,011 millibar at this point, the pressure. This is moving off towards the west. So this is going to work into Texas. Here's the good news. We need rain across Texas, and we don't anticipate that this is going to rapidly intensify or become some major storm with impacts that include big wind. I think this is going to mainly be a rainmaker. Even if it does develop, probably staying on the weaker side, and this is going to bring that welcome rain to these communities that have been so parched and so hot across Texas. So enhanced satellite, you can see some of that thunderstorm, that convection, and it's over incredibly warm water. So that's why we've got the opportunity for this to strengthen here in the next week. Water temperatures in the Gulf around 88, 89, 90 degrees. So very, very hot. The Gulf always offering up exactly what we need in terms of warm ocean water. So tropical downpours, those will continue across parts of the Gulf, but look as we get towards late Monday and especially into Tuesday, places like Corpus Christi, Brownsville, even San Antonio get in on that welcome rain. These areas have been under high pressure, have been so hot the last few weeks and months. This will be welcome rain. By the way, our hurricane expert, Dr. Nab, and Mike Bettis with you after this break.
I'm Javi.